All right. Double check. We're good to go. Futzing around with that again. Alrighty. Well, welcome back to Castle Guard Studios, everybody. Today we are back for another faction focus. Today we are talking about the Tau Empire, my favorite army. And Mars has joined me to sit and have a discussion about this. A lot of you guys liked the Necron video we did. We made a little bit more adjustments to improve them a little bit, but we're going to keep doing these and as long as you guys like them. So make sure you guys leave a like on the channel for this video. Make sure you guys subscribe if you haven't already. And slap the notification bell so you guys don't miss out on any of our other good content. So we're going to go ahead and kick things off here. And I think the very first thing we're going to talk about is essentially we want to go over the codexes, kind of a little bit about the army and how the army is currently built for 9th edition. We're going to talk a little bit about the model range and kind of where we're sitting at right now with the army in terms of what GW has set up for us. And it's not all doom and gloom like a lot of players out there would have for you. With that said, we understand where the army is currently sitting, and we want to do our best to kind of give you guys an idea of what you can do with your army to make your army function. Even though Tau are limited to an extent, they still have some pretty good stuff out there, and we want to share all that with you. Kind of not so much fact-based stuff, but more of our opinions on everything, just to let you kind of know what we think about the army and kind of like what you can kind of just to get you guys an idea of what you can do to change things up with maybe how you play the army or how you play the game. And then, that way you can make all your games fun and enjoyable. And of course, this is also a video for those people out there that don't necessarily play the game, but kind of just want a video to go along with and, watch while they're painting or whatever the case is. So, yeah. So first thing I think we're going to do is talk about kind of the basic rules here for the army, right?
Yep. So we're definitely last week we talked about the Necrons, and they are performing very well in 9th edition right now. Yeah. Today we're going to talk about the Tau, and they are one of the codexes that are really struggling to perform well right now. Yeah. In my opinion, they're in the boat that Necrons were in 8th, in that they were really struggling to perform, and you could take them to the top tables in tournaments, yeah, but you're running a very static list. Yeah. You were running the 3 Doomsday Arcs, the 3 Doom Size, right, and I feel in 9th edition the Tau are in the very same boat by running.
They are very similar, and
like actually 2 units that you just take 3 of, yeah, and I'm pretty sure all you Tau players know what those are.
Well, and I think 8th edition, I think a lot of people are probably getting sick of the way Tau worked in 8th edition as well, primarily because of the fact that you ran the Triptide list in almost every competitive game. And, the Triptide list was a popular thing in 7th edition, and people did not like Tau because of it. And then 8th edition came around, and GW made it only that much more popular, more strong, and so easily available for Tau players, because, yep, 3 Riptides took up a pretty big chunk of your list. So you had all those points wrapped up in, you just drown your army in drones, and at that point you're basically, you're sitting in a spot where the army is highly competitive back in 8th edition, where 9th edition it's shifted over and the army has lost a lot of that because firepower isn't as important in 9th edition. It's more so about scoring your primaries, making sure that you're securing your secondaries as best as you can. And while there are some shooty, killy type secondaries, they really didn't do a whole lot of favors for Tau in terms of making it so Tau can play that way. And still be able to score the primary objectives. So, unfortunately, Tau do lack a little bit in that area. And we're going to talk a little bit about what you can do for your army to maybe, not necessarily, you're probably not going to be taking your army to a competitive tournament. And if you do, it's like Mar said, it's going to be 1 list or maybe 2 list types that you're going to be able to run. And even with all the adjustments GW keeps making, the army just doesn't have what it needs to be able to thrive in 9th edition yet. So, when we get a codex, we're going to be doing another one of these videos just to kind of go over the codex, and hopefully by then GW will have realized, well, hey, we need to take into account just what exactly it is that Tau are struggling at in 9th edition, and help them so that way they're not doing that anymore. And unfortunately, for the meantime, we're just sitting in a spot where you really got to kind of try to make your games fun rather than try and worry too much about how competitive the army plays. So with that said, I mean, that's really what the game is about. It's supposed to be fun for everybody. So that's basically what we're going to be focusing on today. And I think we'll kick things off here just by talking about the basic rules. So
The basic rules, yeah.
The whole army, as long as your army's all Tau, which it has to be, as long as it's not an unbound army, you get the objective secured rules, which is really nice. You kind of need that in your army, and all your fire warriors, breachers, Kroot, all being objective secured is pretty solid. And none of them are awful units per se.
No, I wouldn't say so.
They're all units that might need a little help, especially with the new codexes coming out, making more units capable of getting objective secured, more armies, getting like army-wide objective secured, and the addition to, I think Primaris really played a role in how well Tau can perform in terms of, what they compare to, especially with the increases in ranges for bolters and like the AP bonuses from doctrines and all that stuff.
Yep.
Tau just really don't have a whole lot of that kind of stuff to keep up. And while the Fire Warrior is still a good model, it's a good unit, it's lacking just a little bit, enough to where it's not able to make up for it in the cost and points, unfortunately. So that's kind of where we're sitting. But we'll go over more of that later. But for the moment, the very first thing I think we'll discuss here is probably the abilities. So For the Greater Good is probably the biggest
That is the
army
biggest
ability.
advantage
It's the
of
biggest
this
army
codex
ability, yep.
is when they spoiled 9th edition, they started talking about how Overwatch is going to be a 1 CP stratagem that you can use once in the phase.
Yeah, when you
Tau players were sweating bullets.
Yeah, it really made it so it was hard when you're a Tau player and you hear all of a sudden, okay, now you don't get to Overwatch anymore, which was a critical thing Tau did in 8th edition. Even only having one unit being able to do it is a pretty big deal for Tau. They need to be able to do it with all because they only interact in one phase. So that was a big deal. But I think when GW came out and said, "Oh, don't worry about the Tau players. We got you covered here. We're going to let you guys hang on to your Overwatch." The problem is it still got worse in a way. In a way.
It's still very strong, especially when you compare it to all the other armies, because all the other armies have to pay a CP and only can do it once per phase.
Yeah.
Tau get it for free and can do it with every unit.
Yeah.
This essentially gives them arguably a second shooting phase.
Yeah. As long as
Depending on what you're fighting.
As long as your opponent's doing what they should be doing, which is coming after you and charging you. Because once they get you in combat, there's nothing really Tau can do against that. So, yeah, Overwatch is a pretty big deal for them. It is definitely their army-wide best rule. And I think the addition of Overwatch for the army in 9th edition has made the army still somewhat playable to an extent. Especially with the change in the board size and then the change in, you kind of seeing a lot of armies shift from being more like ranged based, so they can shoot and kill everything, to being more melee based, where you're seeing a lot more of these like Blood Angels and you're seeing Dark Angels and
Space Wolves.
Space Wolves. Yeah, there's so many melee armies out there that don't really shoot that well anymore, and if they do shoot well, they still want to get Tau in combat.
Yep.
Because that's really all you got to do to keep them from doing stuff. So
You're really seeing a lot more Primaris on the table who are effective both at shooting and charging, and where they get their real value is when they shoot you and charge.
Yeah.
And against Tau, they're going to be ready for when you charge, and you're going to get to shoot them again.
Right. Yeah, and your average Tau model doesn't have an invulnerable save. They don't have, your basic troop and infantry is toughness 3. You got a handful of them, like the stealth suit, which is T4, but they're not super good or durable by any means in close combat. And you see more of that as drones drop off, drones being probably the biggest boon for the army in terms of its defense.
Yep.
But we'll get more into that here in a little bit. But in terms of For the Greater Good, it's a solid rule for the army. Obviously, there's a lot of players out there, their opinions, they would like to see GW shift away from For the Greater Good, so Overwatch isn't quite as prominent for them anymore. It is kind of a feel-bad rule, and a lot of people have had to deal with it over the last few years. And unfortunately, Tau players have suffered the most from it because, nobody wants to play against the Tau army when the Tau army is the one that's suffering. People should want to play against the army that's the weaker army, but unfortunately, that's not the way it works because nobody wants to, who wants to go and charge an army that can fire everything at you at full power right off the bat?
Handing extra attacks and shots to your opponent is always a bad idea.
Yeah.
And for simply declaring a charge, they get a free opportunity to shoot at you. And they don't even have to pay CP, unlike other armies, which is a huge advantage.
Well, and it'd be one thing if it was just like a single unit, hitting on a 5-up. Even that's still powerful. But when it's all units within 6 inches of that unit that's being charged, as long as the other units have range to shoot them, it's just overwhelming. And for Tau, it really should be that way because of the way they have the rules set up. But unfortunately, it's one of those rules where it's like, I kind of feel bad for doing that to my opponent. They got to sit there when they declare a charge and watch me blow their unit away before they ever get an opportunity to make a charge. So it is kind of unfortunate with the way that rules currently written, but it's something Tau critically need right now to even be able to compete in the tabletop. It's a great rule in terms of what it does for the army, but it's a bad rule in terms of like
mechanics.
Yeah. If you're the guy playing against a Tau player, you shouldn't want to come to the tabletop and be like, oh well, man, I got to play these guys today. Yeah. Nobody likes playing. I don't. As a Tau player myself, I hate when somebody comes to the table and they're like, oh man, I got to play Tau, really? So it's like, I don't even run Tau Sept most of the time. I'm playing the weaker version of my Overwatch, but even then, it's still enough to where, people don't want to play me. So
yeah, it is. It is a very feels bad rule. Especially for your opponent, but is one that is pretty critical to keeping Tau competitive on the tabletop.
Yeah. It forces you kind of to pigeonhole. It pigeonholes you into a spot in the army where you have to play to that rule's strength, otherwise the army can't compete. And unfortunately, GW has been getting much better with the 9th edition rulebooks and stuff, making your armies more diverse, more capable of doing different things. So we're kind of hoping when 9th edition finally releases the Tau Codex, they make it a little bit more open so you can kind of pick and choose what you want to do with your army. And so far they've been trending that way. So hopefully it stays that way and they keep bringing more stuff out to make the army more universal.
Like a good example was the Necrons reanimation protocols. Like when you drop them down to 1 destroyer and then on their turn they got all their destroyers back. That was another feels bad rule. But it was vital to how Necrons worked in 8th. Now in 9th they got their new codex. They got a complete overhaul of that rule, and it's a lot more interactive. It's a lot better for your opponent. It's less feels bad.
Well, they only it only works like super well on certain units and not so well on other units.
Exactly.
And it's like you said, it's interactive throughout the whole game. Because before it was just if the unit survived, then you're probably getting your stuff back. Where now it's kind of like you may or may not get your stuff back.
Yeah,
but you still
options.
have multiple opportunities to get them back.
You can do that kind of chip damage and slowly whittle down the Necrons, and they won't come back.
So that that kind of covers for the greater good in terms of overall what you need for the army, because they really do need this rule right now. And every time they make an adjustment to the Tau, it gets that much more critical for them, unfortunately. So. The next thing I think we're going to talk about here is the Master of War rule for Tau, which is any commander, I think any battle suit, I believe, it's any commander.
Any commander.
So any Tau commander, which the only commanders in your army. I don't think, as far as I know, I don't think the Fireblade is a commander. No, they are not. So it's going to be all your battle suits.
Yep.
The Cold Star, the XVs, all the XVs that do that, those different battle suits that can be your commander. The Master of War ability is phenomenal, and they did make an adjustment to the rule recently, 9th edition, with a FAQ.
To Monka specifically, I think Kion is unchanged.
Yeah, so what they did is they reworded Monka, and it's still under a lot of, there's a lot of...
It's very ambiguous.
Basically what it said is that now, when you move the unit is affected as if it had not moved any longer. So, unfortunately, for a lot of people, the way they're reading it is, okay, well, I can move this unit, I can, I can shoot with this unit, and I don't count as moving. So the heavy weapons don't get the negatives and stuff like that, which is what it does. But in addition to that, there's a lot of controversy on whether or not the rule actually allows you to fall out of combat and still shoot your units. Now, a lot of players, in this case, you're going to find most
Yeah.
players that aren't Tau players are going to immediately say, no, that's not how that works. But when you sit and walk down, because it's a lot, it's a big stack of little rules you have to go through in
Yep.
order to put this rule to the test to see if it allows you to do it or not. And with the way it's currently worded, it more or less basically says you can fall back and shoot. It's so ambiguous that it's so easy to challenge the rule. And generally, you're just going to have to leave it up to whether or not you and your opponent agree on it. I don't really like rules like this because GW, even though their intentions are good with the rule, if they don't clarify these kind of rules well enough, it creates discussions and arguments that should not be in the game.
Yes.
It should just be clear, cut and dry. There should be no question as to what it does, what it doesn't do. But unfortunately, we're stuck in this little spot right now where it's kind of a gray area, right?
Yeah, unfortunately, it was really ambiguous to begin with, and then they clarified it, and it's still ambiguous.
Yeah.
Now, in the flavor of the rule in Monka, it's all about being able to move and attack your enemy
Shoot
on
while
the
you're
move.
Yep.
That's why when you advance, you still get to shoot with everything. So, like your rapid fire becomes basically an assault weapon at that point.
Right.
Now, that's like kind of the flavor of the rule. Unfortunately, the way it's worded, people are interpreting that you can perform a fallback move and then fire as if you did not perform a fallback move, which the way it's worded...
Yeah, the rules currently as written, it works that way, but it doesn't taste good in your mouth at all. It's one of those rules where it's kind of like it should work, but there's a lot of opponents that are going to see that and be like, "Really, you're going to try and pull this against me when the rule just should really not work that way?"
Yep.
I mean, all GW had to do was say, including falls back.
Yep. That's all I had to do.
Well, that's all I had to, it's like 5 words. That's all I had to include in there.
Yep.
And that would have solved the problem. There would be no question as to whether or not this worked this way. And it would be universal because you would be able to do all sorts of movement at that point and not have to worry about whether or not you can shoot. But because they didn't clarify that, you're walking down this list of can I do this because of this and because of that, because of this and because of that. And at the end of the day, when the dust settles, you got to decide whether or not, yes, you can, no, you can't. And unfortunately, there's too many hoops to jump through to where it makes it clear to players. And unfortunately, this is where you're running into that problem.
So yeah, it's just one of those rules that before the game, you want to make sure with your opponent exactly how you're going to agree that it works.
Yeah.
And
Definitely discuss it with your opponent ahead of time so you don't you don't want to just do a gotcha rule on them and be like, oh, hey, gotcha.
Because that can just ruin a game. You're halfway through in a game and all of a sudden you have an argument about how a rule works.
Yeah. Especially in like competitive play because it turns that, that friendly, fun, enjoyable portion of the game, it completely turns that off and the whole rest of the game everybody's frustrated.
Yep.
You're mad because you want your rule to work this way and this is the way it's written, but then your opponent's like, well, that's ridiculous. And at the same time, you're running back and forth, and it goes from being a friendly game to being a more competitive game, and like I said, it just tastes bad for everybody. So, but that covers Monka. Kauyan, on the other hand, is pretty cut and dry in how that works. They've reworded Kauyan in the FAQ prior to the newest one, and that Kauyan basically said, you pick your model. That model declares Kauyan, and then you get to pick all your units within 6 inches. Those units cannot move for any reason, but now they can reroll all their hits. And that's worded really well. And I think it's actually
it's worded really well.
Failed hit still, so you still have to be wary of that because the -1s do play a role in that.
Yeah.
With that said, it still gives you Tau ballistic skill is not good for most of their units. That's where marker lights come into play and other things like that. However, getting rerolls all hits or all failed hits in this case. That's huge for armies with low ballistic skill. They need that extra boost to be able to put out the damage that they need to put out throughout the game. Now, because of the way 9th edition currently works, killing stuff is not something that you really need to worry too much about throughout a game. It's still important to do, but it's not the primary focus anymore of the game.
Less important.
And because Tau, a lot of their special rules are based off of, what can I do to make my army more killy? It unfortunately turns it around to where Tau really just... Those rules are great and all, but they don't need it as much as they need stuff that helps them hold objectives. They need stuff that gets them across the board, stuff like that. Keeps them on the board longer. That's another big one too. I mean, you pay so many points for every one of your units, unless you're just taking like the cheap infantry and stuff. But they just don't stick around. Even with the 3-up invuln on your Riptides, they still get deleted off the board pretty quickly. It doesn't take much. And I think any Tau player, you ask any non-Tau player, is a 3-up invuln great? There are no more 3-up invulns in the game for the most part, right?
They're really trying to get away from them.
Yeah.
Like you see the new Storm Shields, they don't get a 3-up invuln. 3-up invulns felt really bad on the tabletop because they was so hard to chew through.
Yeah. And now you look at the Riptide with a 3-up invuln save. Now it's got to take a mortal wound every time it gets it. In addition to that, you might have to spend a CP in order to take the branched stratagem, allowing it to fire both its weapon system and its Nova charge profile, and get the 3-up invuln. So you're not only taking mortal wounds, but you're also paying a CP every turn in order for that model to get the 3-up invuln and do all the special stuff. Now that's not as feels bad as having a storm shield on a 2-point storm shield on a model that's 30 points or whatever that's running around roughly with Thunderhammers. So. Riptides are durable, and at toughness 7, you'd think they'd be able to stick around the board a lot, right? But unfortunately, once the drones are gone, Riptides are really easy to get through. And I'm not sure if it's because they hurt themselves or what specifically is the problem. But either way, the fact that you have to kill all their drones, and then you got this 3-up invuln to deal with, it feels bad to play against. But as a Tau player, you see how quickly your stuff gets shot off the board. The value of a Riptide is so good that when that's gone, your army may not be functional anymore.
Yep.
It's a big deal. So, unfortunately, it's not like with Grey Knights where they got like their Dread Knights, right? They can get their Dread Knights up to 3-up, 2-up, 3-ups. And unfortunately for them, when you lose a Dread Knight, it's kind of a big deal, but it's not enough of the army to where you can't function anymore. You can still do everything with your army, especially because of how good Terminators are, Paladins.
Yep. When you lose your Dread Knights, you're not losing the backbone of your army. Right. You're still in the game because of all your powerful infantry.
Right. Yeah, so you can still stick around and keep playing, whereas you lose a Riptide and your army just crumbles after that. Even if you got 3 of them on the board, it doesn't take much to choose.
They do really feel like the backbone of your army, and that's why you're protecting them so much with this 3-up invuln and the drones, is because they're doing the most work for you.
Yeah, they are carrying the load, and it's one of the things I love about the new 9th edition codexes is they've made it clear on which units should be carrying the army, the core rule being a huge portion of that. But you look at like Space Marines, a lot of their infantry, they're the best units in the army right now. You look at Necrons, the Warriors, the Immortals, they are the backbones of the army. They carry the army through the rest of the game, even if all the rest of their stuff is gone.
And that's how most armies should be, is like the troops should be carrying the game.
Right.
While the other units support the troops.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, I guess you could go through and bury your opponent, with a board full of Fire Warriors. It's doable, but Fire Warriors aren't durable by any means. You might as well be shooting at slightly better save guardsmen at that point. With better weapons, of course, but the thing is there's nothing really in there for durability for them, with the exception of Breachers. Breachers getting the 5-up invuln if you take the drone is pretty good. That's pretty solid.
Yep.
Makes them somewhat durable. Then you can throw them in Devilfish to make them even more durable.
Yep.
But they're just not sitting in a good spot in terms of like what you need to take or what you would want to take for your army in order to be able to make the army, have a very balanced and flow through play. The Riptides, when you still lose one, it's a big deal. Even if you're not playing Riptides, you're playing Crisis Suits. When you lose a Crisis unit, the Crisis Suits are gone. That's a lot of your firepower down the drain. I mean, that's a lot of your army just off the board. So losing units in a Tau army feel really bad, and that's partially why GW threw in the drones. With that said, the drones are such a huge portion of the army that you can't afford to not have them if you're playing like elite style lists or the lists that you want to run, which are like the Riptides, the Crisis Suits, stuff like that. Broadsides are another one too, where you need to protect them with stuff, and when you start losing all your drones and all you got left is the suits, you literally got a turn or two to make the game, to seal the deal in the game, because after that your suits are gone. So it's they're sitting in a weird spot. So Kalyan is pretty solid because of the way the rule is worded. You can keep your army stationary and fire everything with rerolls. The problem with Kalyan though is the fact that in 9th edition, staying stationary is not a good deal. You don't want to stay stationary.
you have to be very mobile in ninth. It's all about position. It's getting those objectives, getting those secondaries. Now, Tau has lots of mobility. However, things like Kion restrict you from being able to use your
I
mobility.
think a lot of the rules in general just force your army to kind of stay together. So even though you are fairly mobile, you can't afford to split off or go different directions, cover different objectives. Because once you do, those units are gone, and then your whole army suffers from it. The whole rest of your army doesn't have that for the greater good for them from that unit.
And then like back to greater good, you have to stay close so that you can all cover for Overwatch for each other.
So it's unfortunate that the Tau army wants to play in this castle, even though it's built to not play in a castle. In terms of their data sheets, they like to stay together rules wise. When you look at like their data sheets, everything's built to be super fast, super mobile. And then you got a couple of units that are high firepower that don't necessarily, they're not quite as mobile, like the broadsides. They're not designed to be mobile, but you still need to keep mobile units with them. I mean, at the very minimum, you always have to have the drones with them. And drones are part of the fast portion of your army. You know, they move 8 inches. They can advance without ever needing to, because they don't care about whether or not they advance, especially if you're not running gun drones or marker drones. Shield drones, they can advance all day long because that extra move doesn't affect them any. When you got Motka on the board, they're not affected by that either. So it's like, well, the army wants to play this way, but it's built to play this way. And unfortunately, in 9th edition, you're pigeonholed into one spot. You castle and hope for the best, but the problem is you lose out on your ability to score primaries, score engage on all fronts, secondaries that are good for the armies in the game. So, yeah, it's a really bad spot that Tau are in terms of their rules, but it doesn't make them unplayable. It just makes it more complicated.
Kion helps in that turn because you can only activate these once per turn and then they're done.
Yeah, they're a
once per battle, I should say.
Right, one and done.
Kion really helps you get a lot more firepower when you need it in that situation. Where like, oh, okay, I don't really need to move this turn. You get a lot more firepower. I believe they did reword it because it says any unit within 6 inches cannot move for any reason. I believe they did reword it so that if you do move with a unit, they simply don't benefit from it.
That's right.
It's not this tar pit you throw and nobody can move. Like this isn't a game of red lights, green light.
Green light, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. They did. So basically, like I said, you choose your units. Those units, if you decide not to move them, they can benefit from the rerolls. If you do move them for any reason, then they lose the ability to do so.
Which is fair.
And that's fine. You know, it's a pretty solid rule. Like, not very many things in the game give that out. And when they did, like, go back to 8th edition, you got chapter masters and stuff that got reroll all hits within 6 inches. Pretty massive rule, you know. But when you consider the way 9th edition is worded now, where only one unit from a chapter master gets rerolls for everything, as opposed to an entire army that's within 6 inches, it's you can see where the Tau actually benefit from that more than most other armies. So it's a pretty big deal for them. Like Mar said, it is only a once per game thing. With that said, I mean, you can take Shadow Sun to do it twice. Farsight you can take to do Modka twice. Or you can do Kalyan one turn, Modka the next with Farsight, Modka one turn, Kalyan the next with Shadow Sun. So you can
kind of stack them.
You can still get ways to, be able to do both and still be really good. And both of them are solid rules. It's just that it's kind of weird that's how some of them are. Like the one's worded really weird, and the other one's worded where it forces you to do something you really don't want to do, which is stay stationary.
Yeah, the Kion is pretty cut and dry.
Yeah.
So that's good.
I mean, it is a good rule. It's just you got to decide whether or not can you stay stationary for a turn in order to benefit from this. And in some cases you can, especially during turn 1, because it doesn't matter until turn 2 where you start collecting some primaries. So, you might be able to get away with it for a turn, and even from a few units benefiting from this rule, it's pretty good. So, yeah, nothing really to complain about there. All right, so what do we got? We got. Don't need to quite go into that yet. Let's go into
Tau Septs.
Yeah, let's talk about the Septs. I think they're.
Yeah, they're a little backwards in here.
Right there.
Right there.
Okay.
So you got the 6 specific Tau Septs to choose from.
Yeah.
You don't have any special ones or anything like that.
They do have the custom ones now.
They do.
They added those in the where was the other book? Yeah,
The Greater Good.
the Greater Good book. So they added them in, and there's like custom ones you can take now, which there's a lot of them in there that are pretty cool. And we can actually, I guess, go over
Sure.
a few of them. But for the to start with, we can talk about the current
Yeah.
Septs.
So we can talk about the 6 current ones.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, because this is a rather dated book, a lot of these feel pretty weak. Like the Valora turns your basically turns your weapons into assault weapons.
Yeah.
That's not very useful, and this is your army-wide trait.
Yeah, it's one of those rules where it's good. It's good, but you have to build the army a specific way. It's like
Yep.
it really benefits fire warriors more than anything else,
Yep.
because all your rapid fires turn into assault weapons, and when your assault weapons can now move, advance, and fire
Yep.
without penalty, that's pretty huge. You know, when your fire warriors just scooting around along the table, and you're not taking any penalties to fire while you're scooting along with them. It makes the army, the infantry, actually really mobile, right?
Oh yeah.
And then they also have a stratagem that goes with that too, and we'll talk about that later. But
Yep.
Viewerless Sept is in a weird spot because it's kind of a good rule, but it really only does well for certain parts of the army.
Yep.
Other parts of the army, it's kind of like, you're not. I mean, it doesn't do anything for battle suits. It doesn't do anything for your flyers, your tanks. So
Yep.
it's really just for infantry.
And I hate to do it. Like, you really shouldn't compare Tau or any codex to other codexes.
Yeah.
But when it comes to like your army-wide traits, the Tau Sept rules seem rather weak by comparison.
They do.
The one that I personally feel is the best is the Tau Sept,
Just the basic Tau Sept,
basic
yeah.
Tau Sept, the
Coordinated
coordinated
fire
fire arcs.
Yeah.
Because your For the Greater Good ability is already so powerful, this makes whenever you Overwatch, you hit on 5s and 6s,
this
essentially
kicks it up.
doubling the amount of firepower you put out
Yeah.
when you use arguably your best ability in your book.
Right. Yeah. And honestly, I think if you go back and look at what Tau has available for them, the Tau Sept rule, I mean, and I think anybody who's played Tau in 8th edition would know that this is by far one of their strongest Sept rules. Being able to Overwatch on 5s for even a single unit is strong. When you go back and look at Overwatch on 5s, and every unit within 6 inches of that unit that's getting charged can Overwatch on 5s too, you're at that point pretty much solidifying whatever charging you is dead.
Yep.
You still got to be careful because of the way Overwatch, or I should say, For the Greater Good works, because you can only use it on that unit can only For the Greater Good once, and then they can't Overwatch at all after that point. So that's kind of unfortunate in a way, but it also kind of balances it out so that way, like every unit isn't just firing Overwatch nonstop, and then you're just drowning opponents that are trying to charge with different units into different units with firepower that they just can't match defensively. So. Yeah, Tau Sept really is a solid one. Being able to Overwatch on 5s is definitely their best Sept rule.
Especially when you consider the majority of your codex only has ballistic skill 4, so going from a 4 to 5 is really just like shooting all over again with very little penalty.
Yeah.
It's like a -1 to hit.
It's basically a
Is
-1
all you're
for
getting
them.
with.
Yep. Yeah, I agree. And with the way Overwatch works, pluses and minuses to hit don't actually affect them at all. So if anything, really, it's almost better than a -1 to hit because you can't modify that 5 at all. It's just 5 no matter what. So that's pretty huge.
It's unmodified, yep.
Yeah. So it's definitely one of their better ones. I guess Mars, if you want to go ahead and keep talking about
Yep, sure. The other one I personally like is Adaptive Camouflage. Now, if a unit with this trait doesn't move, fall back, or charge, pile in, any movement of any kind, as long as they don't do that, they benefit from cover.
They get covered. Yeah.
So, and it's not a range benefit, or it's not range restricted at all, like something like Raven Guard is.
No.
So you just always get cover, even if they're an inch away and they're shooting you.
Yeah.
Well, more than an inch, but
Yeah, this is an interesting one. Daleth, I think, the Daleth Sept has always been kind of looked at as the weakest one in 8th edition, primarily, because of the fact that there's not a whole lot of extra stuff that you get for Daleth, including like their Warlord traits, their stratagems, stuff like that. With that said, it was also kind of funky how it was worded to begin with. They've actually changed it now, so it's
Have
not
they?
worded exactly the same.
Okay.
You still have to stay stationary in order to gain the benefit. But they did reword it for 9th edition, so you get light cover. So you're going to get the plus one to your cover save,
Yep.
no matter what, as opposed to when 9th edition came out, it was like, well, do you get the -1 to hit, or do you get the +1 to save, cover save? Or is it both? Because you don't, if it says you get cover, well, okay,
Yep.
which cover do you get?
Which cover do you get?
So it wasn't very clear, but GW has reworded it to make sure it's clear. Getting the cover save can be pretty big for them. When you look at Fire Warriors now getting a 3-up save,
Oh, yeah.
it's pretty good.
Yep.
It's not, I don't know. It's still in a weird spot because if you look at like Space Marines and stuff going from a 3-up to a 2-up, and you look at Fire Warriors going from a 4-up to a 3-up.
Well, you have plenty of things, like your battle suits have 3-up armor, so they'll go to 2-ups because of the cover. And that feels really good. It makes those battle suits really hard to deal with.
It does. The problem I have with that is that now you have to keep your battle suit stationary.
Yes, and that's what I was getting into.
Is a big deal.
Is
a big deal.
This trait can really help the survivability of your army and keep you on objectives. Like, it's all about sitting on objectives and gaining those points, and this can help you stay there on a relatively squishy army. The problem is it takes away your mobility.
Right.
So
that's something you really don't. You can't
it's
afford
it's
that
a
in
real
9th edition.
trade.
Unfortunately, with 9th edition, the way it's working, just like with Kalyan and For the Greater Good, you can't afford to stay in this castle in the back of the board and just stay there all game long anymore. You can't do that. You have to be on the move constantly. So unfortunately, with this rule, it's kind of silly.
Mm-hmm.
What would be interesting to see is if the way this rule is worded, if you stay stationary, and what if you could Mont Ka? And then Mont Ka would affect that because you don't count as moving. Could you still get cover? That would be kind of interesting, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think with the way it's currently worded that you still benefit from that, unfortunately. But I think when you go back and look at it, this could potentially have some merit if they did work it so it worked that way. Because I think Daleth they do have some worthwhile things to talk about in the army. From this Sept. I think the real drawback for the Sept is all the named characters have pretty much been taken off the board because there aren't any Daleth Sept named characters.
Yep.
But that's not necessarily a big deal because you got your Cadre Fireblades, you got your Cold Stars, you got your Enforcer suits and stuff like that. So you still have pretty much all your major HQs that you're playing available to you. It's just that you can't throw in stuff like Farsight, Shadow Sun. I guess you can throw Shadow Sun in there now. She just doesn't. She just doesn't buff the army.
She doesn't break your army, and we'll get into later. But she actually became Supreme Commander.
She is.
Yep.
So she's in a whole different detachment altogether. She has to be your Warlord. But with that said, I mean, you still get some interesting things from her by playing the other Septs. The problem is she doesn't buff with Kalyan or Mont Ka because they are Sept locked. So because she's Tau Sept only, you won't be able to get the Daleth stuff from it. So. But with that said, I mean, like I said, Mars has a good point here where getting the cover actually can be a pretty big deal out in the open. But it's similar like with the Raven Guard trait where there's a lot of times where you really don't you want to benefit from it at all times, but you can't afford to benefit from it, you know what I mean? So like you have to be on the move. Raven Guard have to be up close.
Yep.
Their long range shooting, the Army's not designed to do that for Raven Guard. Where Tau, they can stay back. The problem is 9th edition doesn't let them do that.
No, because you got to get on those points, get those objectives, get those points, and win.
Yeah. So anyway, so that covers Daleth. We have a couple more.
Yep. The Borkan Sept is another, I'd say, interesting one. It increases the range of all your rapid fire and heavy weapons by 6 inches. That's pretty good, especially when we're talking about the Fire Warriors rapid fire weapons. Their rifles, it will now reach out to 36-inch range, so they have an 18-inch rapid fire range. And there's a ways to improve that even further in this codex as well.
From one of the drones that they can take as well.
Yep, you can get another 6, so now you're talking like 42 inches, so you're rapid firing at like 21.
Yeah.
It gets a little ridiculous.
Yes, it does.
However, range isn't really a problem for Tau. You're generally going to be in range, especially on these smaller boards now.
Yeah. Well, and the thing is,
that's
everybody's coming at you anyway.
That's all this trait does.
Yeah.
Gives you extra 6 inches to your weapons,
Right.
which might not even come to play.
Yeah. So I think really the biggest thing you get out of it, and I actually think, do we have Imperium, right? The book, is that still sitting around there somewhere?
I don't see it.
Um, Compendium.
Compendium.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, right here.
But again, the ninth edition is all about being on the move, and this trait really feels like it makes you want to turtle up. I want to stay as far away from you as possible and shoot you off the table,
Yeah.
which isn't going to win you the game because you need to get on the objectives.
Yeah. So here's where this is where it used to be really good, right? So the Borkan Sept, if you ran this, it was because you were running Yavara battle suits, and back then they only had an 8-inch range, so you couldn't drop, deep strike the Yavara. You couldn't.
Shoot, yep.
It couldn't move. I mean, it did move very far, but the thing is, when you got like an 8-inch range, it's not shooting very far. But when you throw in that extra 6 inches,
All of a sudden it's 14.
yeah, now
Yeah.
your flamer range is actually pretty good. I mean, and really, it's still good in this case because Yavara moves like 30 some inches in a turn now, and now when you're able to shoot up to 18 inches with the flamer, that extra added range makes a pretty big difference. I think that's really the only unit that really benefited heavily from Borkan, because you kind of needed it, and now it's kind of the way that, because they've reworked the compendium now to where the Yavara doesn't really necessarily need it anymore, and it's not a super good unit anymore. So honestly, you're not taking it as the reason for running it in the army. You're not taking the Sept because you're running the Yavara. You take the Yavara because you want to, and then the Sept's just there. I don't know. It's not a good rule in terms of like what it does anymore. It can't benefit an army enough to make it worth taking the Sept by itself. You kind of need more reasons for it, and like the rapid fire with Fire Warriors, I think it's a pretty good thing to talk about because 22 inches, right?
20, 21?
So they go from
21
30 to
rapid fire.
36 up to 42 to 21 inches. Yep. So 21-inch rapid fire is still pretty awesome.
Yep.
At 3 shots apiece. I think the
Well,
challenge
with a fire blade, but yeah.
Right. The challenge you're running into there at that point, though, is that unfortunately, with the boards shrinking now, they're a lot smaller than they were. And then you're also talking about all these armies that are fairly mobile. And they want to be mobile in 9th edition to where your army, they're going to be running on top of you too quickly.
Yep.
Where that extra, couple inches really isn't going to make enough of a difference for you. So, unfortunately, it's sitting in a spot where the rule is good, but it's not good for where we're currently at in the book with 9th edition. So, there's some interesting things that they get to, and we'll talk about that later with like the relics and warlord traits. But Borkan by itself is not a super good one. It kind of never has been, except for the Yavara. That's really been the lone wolf there in terms of like what you're going to run it for. So we have Farsight and Sakea.
Yeah. Sakea is, I feel, one that should really be avoided. It adds 1 to your leadership, which, okay, that's cool, but generally you're taking like an ethereal, so you have ways to modify your leadership anyway.
Yeah.
So, and your units generally aren't terribly big.
Yeah.
I don't feel Tau really struggle with leadership too much.
They really don't, especially with the bonding knives.
Yeah, the bonding knives, we'll get into that later. But the other half of it is you can reroll a single failed hit roll with each unit. Now, rerolls are good, but when we're talking about you have ballistic skill 4, and you probably marker lighted the unit anyway, so you're going to reroll 1s, and you also have stuff like Kaon, you're really just kind of, it's redundant. You get this reroll that you really didn't need because you're already getting rerolls.
So I think there's certain lists you can take to make this rule worth taking. It's weird because it's like the Salamander rule where you get the 1 reroll, but it's on hits.
But it's on hits.
And it's not.
If this was to wound, I'd like it a lot better.
What I think, I don't know. It would be great if it was reroll 1 wound as well. I think having the reroll, because the ballistic skill is bad, having the reroll is nice, because most Tau weapons do have a pretty high strength in terms of like their base weapons.
Yes.
Their strength is higher than most other armies. With that said, though, like you said, there's a lot of ways to get the reroll ones already. So as long as you got a marker light in a unit, and there's so many ways to throw marker lights out there that you're generally getting the marker light roll regardless. But with that said, this is actually really good in terms of like if you're running an army that doesn't run a lot of marker lights, doesn't you don't want the marker lights in your army for whatever reason. In addition to that, there are certain weapon systems that this works really well on. You take railguns, for instance.
Yep.
All the broadsides with their
Yep.
heavy rail rifles. That one
Those-
extra roll is a pretty big deal because that makes the army, makes them that much more
Yep.
accurate. And those are the weepons that need to do the damage. They're
They
the
need
ones
to
that
hit.
need to hit,
Yep.
that need to wound, they need to go through. If you don't do that, they don't do anything. Like it's not like missile sights where they can just fire off 400 shots, and
Yep.
now all of a sudden, whatever, they don't need the rerolls, big deal. Or they'll just marker light something and then fire. So,
Yep.
yeah,
And-
it's good for like, you'll see hammerheads being able to utilize it. You'll be able to
Yes.
see certain units that fire like single weapons or small number of shot weapons where they're really going to benefit from this rule. But when you take into account that most TOW weapons are a high volume of fire instead of a high, I mean their quality is still pretty good too, but overall the quality of the army lacks compared to some of the other shooting armies out there in terms of like their high strength, their high AP, high damage.
Excuse me.
Bless you. So their overall weapon power lacks in that area, except with their small shot count weapons. The ones that only have a few shots are the ones that are going to really pack the punch. Those are the ones you need to hit. So Sakia, Sasea, whatever, can really benefit those your army from this rule. So
Yep.
another thing you can take into consideration too is the marker lights that you need to hit are hitting on ballistic 4 most of the time. And when your army's only hitting on 4s, that one reroll can make that marker light that much more accurate. So it's a pretty big deal in terms of making your marker lights a little bit more accurate too.
Yep.
So
So yeah, like Rick said, it definitely helps a lot when it comes to getting your marker lights to hit. Now, on the whole, the army really has a large volume of firepower. So when you have a unit that's throwing 20 plus shots out, and you get a single reroll that needs a 4 to succeed, you're not really going to feel like it's doing enough. So between that and +1 leadership, I don't feel like you're really going to be getting enough gain out of this. Now, yeah, it's helpful for your marker lights, your railguns, and those low volume power, high strength shots that you do need to hit. However, I feel you can be much, get much more value out of other traits. Moving on to say like the Farsight Enclave. This is another weird one. It allows you to reroll wound rolls of 1 when the unit is within 6 inches of the enemy. So you're pretty much going to have to be point blank to get the benefit out of this, which Tau generally like to fight you from range. Now, like we've been talking about with the boards being smaller and you have enemies like Space Marines who are just right up in your face and they're fighting and contesting you for objectives, I feel this is definitely one you should consider, because I feel you're going to really find you're getting the value of this all the time. Because the enemy is going to be in your face all the time. I play my Necrons all the time, and I try and fight from range, but the enemy is just on top of me all the time, every game. They're coming at me. They're trying to take my objectives. They're trying to charge me. And the real advantage is this is reroll wound rolls. This isn't a hit. So that's one thing I wanted to talk about is the majority of this book has strength 5 weapons or higher. I think the only things are strength 4 are like Kroot guns and flamers. That's it. Everything else is like strength 5 or higher. And then you get reroll 1s on top of these weapons. You're generally going to wound. And I think you can really get a huge advantage out of this weapon. I have a friend who loves his breacher teams, and breacher teams have a very short range. And they're one of the units that really make a great use of this Sept rule. So, yeah, that's the... Yep.
So, yeah, I think really what I'm going to follow up with here is I'm just going to talk about what the changes to Farsight have done. Primarily, the old rule, you have to be within 6 inches to be able to get the reroll for wounds. But now, when you're within 12 inches, as long as your whole army is far side enclaves, the reroll ones to hit. If you
Reroll once to
combine,
wound?
well,
Oh.
so the old rule was just reroll once to wound if you're within 6 inches. But now, with the greater good, they've added in, if you're within 12 inches, let me find her here. If you're within 12 inches now, you can reroll hit rolls of 1 as well.
Ah.
So they made the change to that. Trying to think of what it's called. Sorry, they made that adjustment, and when they made the adjustment, here we go, Fireside Enclave. So pages 50 to 53 talks about the breakaway prototypes. Pretty sure it's on this page here. Enclave Sept. Here we go. Devastating counterstrike. So when resolving an attack made with a ranged weapon by a model with its tenant against a unit within 6 inches, you can reroll a wound roll of 1. And then they also made the adjustment too, so that way if you're within 12 inches, you can reroll a hit roll of 1 as well.
Cool.
So, I mean, obviously to benefit completely from it, you need to be within 6 inches to get both.
Yep.
With that said, just having the reroll ones to hit within 12 inches actually turns this thing into, this Sept trait from being a kind of a bad Sept trait, because it's really hard to get within 6 inches. And the worst thing about it is, as Tau, you almost never want to be within 6 inches. Now, Breachers, they benefit from it because they're going to be within 6 inches to use their ability. That said, we'll talk more about Breachers later and some of the things that they've changed to make it so they don't need to be within 6 inches anymore for this rule. That said, the overall, in order to benefit from this rule, you want to be within range 6 inches of both. But there are certain units that really, really benefit from this rule, taking into consideration like your Tiger Sharks, your Barracudas, your Sun Shark Bombers, stuff like that. Getting within 6 inches is kind of what you want to do with those units because they're flyers. They don't have to worry about them being charged unless they're by fly units. They fly around the board and they're going to stay close to enemy units anyway. So getting the reroll hits of 1 and wound rolls of 1 for them is a big deal.
Oh, yeah.
I watch my Tiger Shark just blast stuff off the table, and because of the fact that they get to reroll everything, I shouldn't say everything, but they're rerolling all their ones,
Yep.
is a big deal. Like, it really, really makes an impact on how well they can, or how devastating that unit can actually be. So I think it's actually, if not the best trait now, it's right up there with the Tau Sept. The Tau Sept still, the Overwatch on 5s is a little better. But now when you consider Farsight can Overwatch on 6s, but they reroll all their ones to hit, and wound rolls of 1 if they're within 6 inches, when they're getting charged, Tau Sept doesn't get that. They don't get the rerolls.
No, they don't get rerolls. Yeah.
So the rerolling can be pretty solid.
Oh, yeah.
With that said, we'll have to talk about some of the other support systems here, but Tau Sept kind of can still use that. They can still get the rerolls through certain support systems from their battle suits and stuff. They can take the counterfire defense system or whatever it is that gives a reroll hit rolls when they're firing Overwatch. And it's all hit rolls for them, so that's a pretty big deal when you're hitting on 5s. So
Oh, yeah.
it makes a pretty big impact.
Counterfire defense system.
Right. So, but in terms of like what this Sept does, especially when you look at what the Greater Good has added, the Psychic Awakening book has added to that Sept, it makes the army very, it makes them kind of a really good one you want to play. It's a desirable army at this point, that Sept particularly.
Yep.
So we'll talk more about the Farsight rules that they've added as we kind of go through the book here.
Yep.
But in terms of the Sept trait alone, the Sept trait, it really unlocks a lot of cool stuff for them.
Yep.
That reroll ones to hit and wound though, within 6 inches, 12 inches, whatever. I've seen it make massive impacts in games, and it really feels bad when you don't have that when you're playing a different Sept. So I actually think it almost kind of voids out taking the Sasea Sept.
Yep.
Because now the Sasea Sept doesn't, the reroll doesn't really matter to them because
It's a single
Farsight does
reroll
the same thing, really.
as opposed to rerolling all ones.
Yeah. The only time the Sept would be better is if it's like long-range marker lights. I think
Yep.
the one unit I think would probably benefit the best from the Sept is going to be the, the marker drones, and then the Firesight marksmans. Because
Yep.
the Firesight marksmans, they're ballistic skill 3, having that one extra roll can
Yep.
make your marker lights super accurate. So it's a big deal. But yeah, Farsight's definitely one of the better ones. Sept's probably the other one. And those two have always been the most popular since 8th edition
Yeah,
released.
I'd say Tau Sept is basically your default go-to one,
Yeah.
and then the Farsight Enclaves is definitely one you should strongly consider.
And that's going to be one you're going to run when you're running battle suits more than anything. Crisis suits probably benefit from this more than anything else. And
Yep.
Farsight's was designed to run
Yep.
crisis suits. So that's, yeah, it works out perfectly how that's set up. And I think that's, GW did a good job, especially with, look at the Psychic Awakening. GW did a really good job with Farsight, making them way more fun to play, and that Sept in general better overall. So, but that covers those. And then we're going to go over.
So there were some custom Septs, you believe you
Yeah,
said?
we're gonna go
I'm not
over-
too familiar with those ones.
Yeah, I have. So I played around with these a little bit, right? I've run them in 4 or 5 games, but generally what I do is, because when I play Tau, I generally don't stick to one detachment. It's a little easier with 9th edition now. You can kind of stick to a battalion, but in general, because most players want to play commanders a lot, because commanders are one of the better units in the army.
Oh, yeah.
You're going to want to take multiple detachments. So what's really nice about having these custom Septs is you can kind of mix up your detachments and take different Septs to match whichever units you want in those detachments. So for instance, if I want to run a Storm Surge, unfortunately they're a Lord of War, so I would need to take I would have to pay the CP and take the 3 Storm Surge. With that said though, you can take the custom traits and you can give them, there's a couple of rules in here that gives them like better AP, gives them better, they can move and fire without a whole lot of things. If they move like half, they get to reroll their hits at 1 or something like that.
Oh,
so they don't even need the marker lights at that point, which is pretty huge for them. So
yeah.
there's some really neat rules in here to allow you to kind of play some of your units differently with the custom Septs. With that said, unless you're leaning heavily into a specific type of weapon or a specific type of unit, these custom Septs aren't going to benefit you over what you get from having the Sept-based stratagems, warlord traits, stuff like that. Luckily, I shouldn't say luckily, it's good and it's bad, but fortunately for this book, because the Tau codex stuff is still lacking, it makes these custom things a little bit more easy to be like, okay, yeah, I want to try this or I want to run this. Because when you can get like your missiles and stuff up to AP -2, -3, it's a pretty big deal.
Oh, yeah.
AP, anything with it. And Tau doesn't have great AP to begin with most of their weapons.
It's pretty low.
But when you turn your smart missile systems AP2, you turn those high yields into AP3, it makes a pretty big impact on what you can do with like hardened warheads. I think Upgunned is another one that's kind of an interesting one where you can turn your burst cannons at AP -1. And then you can take like a whole bunch of stealth suits, run burst cannons with their ATS system, the advanced targeting system, and now their burst cannons at strength 5 AP -2 with 4 shots apiece.
Oh, yeah.
That really turns up the volume on what they can do. And it, unless you start stacking stuff though, unfortunately these custom Septs are kind of sitting in a spot where like you're losing stuff and you're gaining stuff at the same time. You got to decide whether or not it's worth losing some of them in order to gain some of this stuff. So in most cases, because Tau Sept and Farsight Sept are good enough, you're probably going to run those two before you start looking at the custom Septs. But if you really want to take an army with certain types of weapons, or you really just want to customize your army heavily,
Certain type of units.
the Sept customization is pretty solid. And I think it's actually one of the better customization Septs, or customizations, for like the chapter tactic type traits in the game, because there's just so many of them that are actually really good. There's a few of them in there that are kind of like, I'm never going to take this, but for the most part, you can.
I was pretty underwhelmed with the Necron ones.
Yeah, you can generally find a use for most of these. So none of them overall are garbage, but they're like I said, you really got to weigh whether or not it's worth losing what you are losing from the Tau and Farsight Septs or whatever the case is. So they're all right.
So now moving on, before we get into anything else, we should probably go over how
Yeah.
marker lights work.
Marker lights are a big deal, so we're going to talk about them a little bit.
So that's the another unique mechanic to your army. So how it works is there are marker light weapons throughout your army, and when they hit an enemy, instead of doing damage, they get a marker light token. And depending on whether they have one marker light token or up to 5 or more, you get certain benefits. So if they only have one, you get to reroll ones. If they have 2 on them, your seeker missiles get to fire at normal ballistic skill instead of 6. Those are your single-use missiles, just like hunter killer missiles some other armies have. If you have 3 on them, they don't get benefits for any cover. So no negative ones to hit, no light cover. If you have 4 on them, any Tau Empire model attacking them gets to ignore the penalties for heavy weapons and assault weapons.
Yeah. It basically turns your units that are firing at them into Monka.
Yep.
Kind of.
Yep, kind of.
With the exception of rapid fire.
Yep, and then if they have 5 or more, anything shooting at them gets to +1 to their hit rolls. Mm-hmm. So that'll bring you up to like Marines ballistic skill.
So it's like getting +1 to your ballistic skill, or a better ballistic skill, which a shooting army should have decent ballistic skill, but
It'd be better if it was +1 to ballistic skill, but it's +1 to hit.
yeah,
So
it's weird because it's a forced mechanic, and unfortunately because of the +1 to hit, when you go back and look at some of the other things that add, I don't know,
+1 to hit.
there is some things in there though, because like if you take a look at let's say crisis suits, for instance. There's a new Farsight rule that makes your model's ballistic skill from 4+, makes them ballistic skill 3+ now. And now when you talk about adding 1 to hit rolls, it turns off that -1s to hit you would get from moving and firing heavy. It turns off the, like for whatever reason, the aircraft rules, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Or just in general, it makes them ballistic skill 2 at that point, which is pretty cool, but yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about it. I don't know if, in my opinion, I think the marker lights just need to be reworked in general.
It feels very clunky because, like I said, it needs to be a +1 to ballistic skill. Because in 9th edition, you max out at a +1 or -1 to your rolls.
Right.
So when you combine this with stuff like Velocity Tracker, which gives you +1 to hit against things that have fly, it doesn't stack with marker light. You just get +1 to hit.
It does and it doesn't. It does in terms of like if your opponent has a -1. So
If they have a -1, yeah, it'll flush out, and
yeah.
you still get the +1.
They don't work in unity
But you can't
together.
get a 2+ to hit,
Right.
which is unfortunate.
Yeah, they don't work in unity together in terms of by themselves. They need another factor in there with like a -1 or something like that to actually affect having the two to stack together.
Yep, and then you're still only getting a +1.
Right. So a lot of armies work like this now. With that said, though, the marker lights in general, they're an army that, or it's a rule that's designed to make the army better at shooting.
Yep.
And the army definitely needs it. But with that said, when you look at all 5 of the marker lights on here on this list, they're kind of all over the place, right? You know,
Yeah,
the first
they're all
one's
over.
reroll 1s, which okay, I throw a single marker light on now that everything I shoot at him gets reroll 1s against him.
Some of these abilities,
Which is a massively strong rule, right? You look at the second one, where all it does is benefits your missiles.
Yeah.
And it's only one type of missile. It's either the destroyer missile
If you have
or
no
the
seeker missiles,
seeker
that's
missiles.
pretty useless.
Yeah. So you're never going to utilize that second one. And then the third one, I mean, I don't know, stripping cover.
Stripping cover is good,
Well,
but if your opponent's not in cover, again, it's useless.
what I find kind of interesting is if you look at what stripping cover does, yes, you strip cover for 3, which is solid, right? It's a good rule. Because a lot of things can get in cover nowadays. And it's not just light cover. It strips the -1s to hit and all that stuff too. Which is pretty cool. But the thing is
It's
with
strong.
like you mentioned, when you combine 3 and 5 together, if you're stripping that -1 to hit, it doesn't do you any good to have +1 to your hit rolls if you got a velocity tracker, right?
Yep.
Because now you're only getting the +1 to hit still, no matter what.
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, it makes that rule, that redundancy in the rule kind of pointless.
Yep.
I think another thing too is you look at the fourth one. The fourth one is the weirdest one out of all of these because the fourth one doesn't generally do anything for the army, especially because the army doesn't really care.
If you're not firing a heavy weapon or an assault weapon, it's literally doing nothing.
Well, they have a a lot of heavies and they have a lot of assault. But what's silly is that the whole army can do it with Montka anyway. And you could also, they also have some support systems that do pretty much the same thing. The target locks as well. So.
And the other thing about it is with the new 9th edition rules, the only ones that are getting penalties for heavy weapons are your infantry.
The broadsides will no longer suffer from it. So
no, they're not infantry, so they don't have a penalty for it. So again, it's doing nothing. Like the only heavy weapon on an infantry model, I think, is like the railgun for Pathfinders.
Rail rifles for Pathfinders, yes. Yeah.
Like okay.
The ion rifles will be affected by them as well, but that's 2 weapons.
So that's 2 weapon systems. So really, what this is saying is that you can advance and fire your assault weapons without penalty for 4 marker lights.
The funniest part about this rule is you need marker lights in order to be able to utilize this rule, but the rule that benefits the most is the marker lights. Because being able to advance and then shoot your marker light, because it's a heavy weapon, now no longer gets a -1. Well, what's the point of that when I'm shooting all these other marker lights into it just to get up to that 4th counter?
Yep.
So it's kind of like, if this was like the first counter, maybe. If this is the first one on the list, at that point it allows you to move your whole army, advance, and then fire a weapon. As soon as that first weapon hits, now you can all hit without the -1 to hit. Yep. Plus, on top of that, when it starts stacking the rest of the stuff, like the reroll hits a 1, and then the +1 to hit roll, stuff like that, it makes a pretty big difference. But because it's in the 4th spot, it's so out of place with the one thing that actually benefits the most.
Like 2 and 4 should honestly be like replaced or something.
Pretty much. They should either be...
Or not like swapped.
I almost kind of feel like they should almost combine 2 and 4 into 1, or combine like 2 and 3 into 1. Because if like the missiles are kind of its own thing, like... What good does it do you to have 2 marker light counters on something?
But
if you don't have any missiles.
Yeah, but largely the marker light system is just out of date. It's clunky in 9th edition. It's difficult to deal with.
For 8th edition.
In previous editions, it was probably better. What I see a lot of Tau players doing in 9th edition is they're so desperately trying to get to that 5 more so they can reroll 1s and they get a +1 to hit so that they're basically shooting like Marines. I feel like that is a huge mistake because you're jumping through. You're taking this gamble of getting stuck between like 2 and 4 marker lights on a unit if your things don't hit, and then you get no benefits.
Yeah.
So in my opinion, you're much better off going wide, just trying to get 1 on there for reroll 1s, which is really strong.
It's still the strongest thing on that list.
It's still the strongest thing on the list. And then just go wide with your shots. Because, like I said before, Tau have a lot of high-strength weapons, strength 5 and higher weapons. Yeah. And they get a lot of shots. A burst cannon puts out 4 shots. The heavy burst cannon puts out 12.
Yeah. Their number of shots has always been very quality over most armies. Their strength has always been kind of in the mid-range, so it's never been like super high on most of the weapons. So you can go back and look at like the railgun. The only time the railgun ever really shined was like 3rd, 4th, 5th edition until they started updating some of the stuff, and then you're turning stuff that's 1 shot into basically doing no damage now. Because even if it does hit D6 damage, what good is that going to do you?
You might roll a 1.
Right. So then when you go back and look at like the marker light counters and how they work, the marker lights are solid, and it's good to have them in the army.
It is.
But what's unfortunate is that they made this rule so key to what your army's capable of doing.
Exactly.
That you're forced to take marker lights, and then, like you said, end up getting stuck between that 2 and 4 range because you just didn't have enough marker lights, or because when you're firing, your marker lights all miss, or whatever the case is. That if you end up stuck in the middle, it does nothing for you. And it's one thing if like not getting the 1 to go off, that shouldn't be as big of an impact on your army. But when you look at like when you get 2 and 3 and 4 hitting on there, for that to do absolutely nothing is ridiculous. At that point, it's like, well, why did I even bother shooting all these other?
I could have had an actual gun. This could have been a pulse rifle.
That's right. And I think what I would like to see done, I shouldn't say like, because there's so many different ways you could rework this, but at the very least, I think it's interesting to look at like some of the things you could redo with marker lights to make it so you can still benefit. I think if you can look at like single units where you could fire a marker light with a single model, and then after that marker light shot, if it goes off, at that point you can choose to use the other weapons instead of shooting the marker lights with the rest of that unit. You look at Pathfinders, for instance. They're pulse carbons. You're generally never going to use them because you're almost always firing the marker lights. But If you just wanted that one marker light to go off, get that reroll to 1, well, at that point, you're not claiming the marker lights until you hit the marker light. You just get the marker light, shoot a marker light, misses, shoot a marker light, hits. When that marker light goes off, now you switch over to your weapon systems, and they're just shooting the pulse carbines instead.
Yep.
Now they're actually doing something with their weapons.
Yeah.
Instead of just firing more blank shots into them that don't do anything for you.
Yep, and I see so often Tau players putting so many points and so many resources into trying to get as many marker lights on as many units as they can to try and shoot like Marines. It's like, you're not Marines.
Yeah.
You need to play more like Guard. Guard don't worry about getting marker lights. They don't try and get more ballistic skill. They just try and put out volumes of shots, maybe reroll ones,
They
which
have a lot of reroll stuff.
only one marker light will get you there.
Correct.
And that's all you really need.
Yeah, for Tau, yeah.
And then I also see their opponents just targeting their marker lights.
Yep.
And then once they're gone, it's like all that investing you put into trying to get to ballistic skill 3 is now gone.
Right.
And you can't support your army anymore.
I think another thing you look
So-
at too with marker lights is it's kind of like how you were saying, like you get the one marker light shot. When you get that off, people are putting so many points into getting marker lights, but then you go and look back at like some of these Sept things, like Kalyan is one of them for reroll ones. You get to reroll everything with Kalyan. Yep. Ethereals can give reroll ones to hit with their one of their whatever they're called, the Tides abilities. And then you also have like a lot like the Sept stuff that gives rerolls, like
Yep.
Farsight gives reroll hits and stuff like that. So you really don't need the marker lights at this point. But what's silly about that too is you look back and you're going to run into spots where you absolutely need to have that. So I don't know. It's one of those things where it definitely needs to be reworked.
Yep.
But at the very least, it needs to be, if they're not going to rework it to the point where it's incredibly useful for the army, they need to rework it so it's not as necessary for the army. It's one of those things where it's like it's nice to have, but you don't have to have it.
Yep.
Because
largely what you can argue is like why take a fire warrior and a pathfinder to make that fire warrior shoot better when I could just take 2 fire warriors.
That's right. Yeah. Okay, we're gonna go over some relics here. I think next, right? We did. What did we do? Warlord traits. We didn't go over those yet. So,
Yep.
right there.
Right there.
Okay.
Warlord traits.
Yeah, they got
So
some
there's some real winners and some real losers in this category.
Yeah.
Through Unity of Devastation is probably what I feel is one of the best ones.
Definitely the go-to for
Yep.
them. Yeah. 3 Unity Devastation's always been the most solid.
So you're gonna pick a Sept unit within 6 inches, and any wound rule. No.
So you pick an enemy unit. I think that's got to be in the line
Yep.
of
Any
sight.
wound roll of 6+ gets +1 armor penetration.
3. So you can pick an enemy unit that's visible to the Warlord.
Yep.
And then anytime a unit within 6 inches, and any unit that's Sept based within 6 inches, fires
it's
at
been
that
on?
unit. Yeah, I don't think you have to choose a unit. Until the end of the phase, each time we make a wound roll of 6, that unit for an attack made by a friendly
No,
Sept
you
unit.
pick an enemy unit as well.
Yeah, you pick the enemy
Yep.
unit, and then anytime you shoot at that unit with any unit within 6 inches of the ethereal,
Yep.
they get the AP -1 on 6s to hit. Or to wound, right? Yeah, to wound.
2 wound.
So it's not incredibly strong, but for 8th edition it was good. It was good for 8th edition.
So when I played Black Legion, I would run huge 20-man Chaos Marine squads, and I loved these things. Unfortunately, when I fought Tau, they would go, through Unity Devastation, I'll target that 20-man unit, and now most of the army is just chewing through me at +1 AP, and that was the saving grace, is the power armor, which is being reduced by this
When you're dropping
Warlord trait.
Marines down to 4-ups, they're going to start failing their saves.
Yep.
And it does make a pretty big impact on what they can and cannot do. It's unfortunate that it relies on 6s, but with that said, it's the entire army within 6 inches of the ethereal. So, I mean, of course, they have to be within, they have to be part of the Sept or whatever, so it's not like you can take different Septs and
And
do this.
it's a Warlord trait, so it doesn't have to be your ethereal, but...
Yeah. And in terms of Warlord traits, I mean, not every Warlord trait in the game is like super strong either. So I think it's okay to have a Warlord trait that's pretty good, but not like super powerful.
I personally really like to see these warlord traits that really act as damage multipliers for the rest of your army, rather than these traits where like, oh, your character has +1 attack or +1 wound. They're a better fighter.
Yeah, it makes a single unit do something pretty
Yep,
cool.
makes your one guy better, rather than a unit or an ability that makes your army better.
Yeah, I agree. I think overall, the 3-unit devastation is the most sought-after warlord trait in terms of the Tau armies. There are certain lists where this may or may not be useful. I think if you look at like Riptides and stuff, getting that extra AP can be actually really big on like their burst cannons and stuff. When you're AP -1 on your burst cannon already, and then add the ATS in there for another AP -1, that makes a pretty big impact when you roll them 6s or whatever. It's not infantry, right? It's just any Sept unit.
Any Sept unit.
Yeah, so you're going like AP -2, -3. Theoretically, you could, So it really makes a big difference in terms of how killy your army can be. And since Tau already suffer from only having very like, I shouldn't say it's not bad AP per se, but it's not great. A lot of their weapons at best are like -1, -2. They don't really have a whole lot in there.
Yeah, they're kind of that mid AP
-4. And the ones that do are like the anti-tank weapons. So
yeah.
I'm not sure how I looked at it in terms of, it's not my favorite warlord trait in the game, but in terms of Tau, it's one of the better ones. There's a few of them in there that are pretty cool too. Precision Hunter is a pretty decent one. Kind of makes your warlord capable of being able to assassinate vehicles and monsters.
Yeah, it's one of the weaker ones. Fortunately, it works when you're shooting, so you get to reroll ones to wound with your warlord against vehicles and monsters.
Yeah.
Now that's going to be really good on like your cold stars, which you're generally going to be given like fusion blasters anyway,
Right.
and trying to kill something big.
Yeah, you'd be running it. Well, two things. One, you would be running it probably as long as it's not Farsight, because Farsight already gets it anyway. As long as you're within 6 inches, and if you're playing an assassin cold star, you're going to want to get up real close to assassinate that unit anyway. So the Farsight, if it's a Farsight Sept, it's generally not going to do so much. But if you're not Farsight, any of the other Septs, this can actually be really useful for your warlord, because your warlord, if you're going to sacrifice them anyway, you want them to be able to make sure they kill what they're targeting. So getting the reroll 1s to wound when they're targeting a vehicle or monster, and they get up real close, they're just going to hammer that monster to death. With that said, too, you can also consider any vehicle they want to kill. There's some other like longer ranged anti-tank. Like you look at the missile pods. You can drop 4 missile pods on a commander, and now they're shooting at 30 inches away, and they're rerolling their wounds of 1. Mm-hmm. You tie that into reroll hits of 1 as well with like a marker light. Well, now they're actually really hitting those tanks pretty hard, which you kind of need them to, because commanders really do carry the load in terms of what they can and cannot kill. Generally, they're the one unit that's the most reliable in your army, and when you can make them more reliable, there's nothing really bad to say about that. I do agree with you, though, it's kind of a situational piece where it's not always incredibly useful, and you're not ever going to really want to sacrifice your commanders unless you absolutely have to anyway. So that's the one rule you would use it for. You would use it on your commander to assassinate something, essentially. So, but as far as the other warlord traits go,
yeah, one of the weakest ones is the Sese. How are you pronounce that?
Sesea, yeah.
Sesea, the Beacon of Honor. So friendly Sesea units within 6 inches reduce the number of models that flee as a result of a failed test by 1.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty sure, unless they changed it, this will stop you from failing a test, and you have to remove 1 model and then do combat attrition. So you're not going to lose that 1 model, but you'll still combat attrition.
You still got to roll for combat attrition, yeah.
And that on a warlord trait just feels weak.
Well, what it can do is it can guarantee that you always have 1 model after leadership is done, because you don't roll for that 1 model that would run away, right?
Yeah, you do. You're still going to end up, because you take, for the remaining models, you'll take combat attrition.
Well, it says, what does it say in there specifically? It says you reduce the number of models by 1, right?
That would flee for a result of of a failed
Right,
morale
so you're
test by
gonna,
one.
so you're gonna roll for all of them, but at the end of the day, no matter what, you're still gonna have one model left, even after all the rolls are done. Because even if you would remove that model will still stick around. Just the one.
Yep. But
You're
again,
right, it's weak.
again, this ties into this is only on morale. Tau don't suffer from morale too heavily. Too heavily. Their units are pretty small comparatively.
Yeah.
And then, like you said, they still have things like the ethereal and bonding knives. They have a lot of workarounds.
Yeah.
So taking a warlord trait, which could be something like through unity devastation, on something that's Sasea locked and only affects you in your morale phase,
Right.
if you're within 6,
Yep.
it feels really weak.
It's one of those things that it could come up in a game, and it would be useful when it comes up, but it's generally not going to happen. And it's not something you really should be planning a warlord trait around.
Nope.
It seems kind of a weird thing to set up.
Yeah.
So yeah, I agree. I think that's one of the weaker ones. And unfortunately, because of Sasea's Sept choice, the Sept
The trait gives you
being-
+1 leadership,
Yeah.
so you might just pass it in the first place.
I mean, basically what it does is it makes your army less likely to fail leadership tests and less likely to run away when they do. But with that said, the army hasn't really run into that problem too much to begin with. And if it does, you're doing something wrong.
Yep.
So
like, I'm a big fan of the leadership angle. Like, I loved the Black Legion's +1 to leadership, but they got all their stuff on top of it.
Yeah.
And this is just all around morale.
Yep. And I mean, I've gone through this whole list a few times, and it's every time I look through it on the Warlord traits, I really can't find any that I really, really like. I think some of them are good, like you said. Some of them are good. Like Academy Luminary for Sept is pretty solid. You get one command point, and then in addition to that, you get to re-roll a roll throughout the game at some point.
Yep.
And that's pretty good. It's
CP is never bad.
it's interesting because it's kind of like, it's almost like a guardsman warlord trait, really. It kind of feels like a guardsman warlord trait.
Yep.
I think Laurel's a command or something like not Laurel's command. Kurov's Aquila is like you get to re-roll a roll or something like that, and then you get a 5-up every time you spend CP or something like that.
I believe so.
To get a command point back. So I don't know. It's one of those rules where it's all right, but it's not game changing by any means. And warlord traits shouldn't be game changing, but at the same time, they should have enough of an impact on your army that you're going to want to take them. I don't feel any reason why I would want to take Biorla just so I can get the warlord trait.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, it's a little
I mean, it's the
bit of
best
a
thing
weak
about
trait.
Biorla, but it's one of those things where you just really can't afford to take it because of the Sept trait itself.
Yeah, but otherwise, largely, you're looking at traits that are like your warlord can shoot without the penalty, or as if they didn't advance this turn, or you get to re-roll a hit roll if you're within 12 with your warlord. Stuff like that just makes them perform a little better.
Yeah.
Add 6 inches to the move characteristic for that movement phase instead of rolling a dice. Ghost walks them on stuff seems very situational. Especially on the cold stars, which move 20 inches.
40 if they advance.
Well, they advance 20, yeah. Because their movement's 20, and then they advance an auto 20.
Right. Yeah. So they're real fast, and they got some stuff that they can do. In terms of warlord traits, there's nothing super strong in the old Tau codex. They're all ones you can take, and you're kind of really forced to take one. So whatever, find one that you
Find one you
want
like.
to work, I guess.
Like we said, through Unity Devastation is probably your go-to. But
The,
otherwise, the Tau one, Strength of Belief, that gives your warlord a 5+ to ignore mortal wounds.
It's not mortal wounds. It's yeah, you're right. It's a black
it's mortal
temper,
wounds.
wounds
Yep.
one. So
That one could definitely be useful.
it's interesting because it's similar. Like it's the black
Helps them
temper.
survive.
It can make it so if like you're taking psychic tests, you can pass psychic tests, or not psychic tests, but when you take like smites and stuff, you can pass those.
Yep.
I still think it's very situational because you're not really going to want to leave your warlord out in the open ever. How often are you taking mortal wounds on your warlord?
I feel that's a really good one on your commanders, because your commanders are generally very solo operators, because they move into an advantageous location, and they're generally really
Cold
close
Stars
to your
being the
enemy.
biggest one,
Yep.
yeah.
Cold Stars being the biggest ones.
Yeah.
And having the ability to ignore smites, exploding vehicles, Satan powers. That could be very useful. But at the end of the day, it's just a way to help your commander survive.
It's a little more survivability.
Yep.
I kind of wish it was like paired with something like +1 wound or something like
Yeah.
that. But I mean, it is what it is. It's an 8th edition rule. What do you expect?
Yep. I would much rather have it be like a 6+ to ignore any wounds.
Yeah.
But
Like a feel no like a
full
straight up
feel no pain, but
yeah, type
yep.
of rule.
But it is what it is.
If you go back and look, so when Psychic Awakening came out, they did say that Psychic Awakening was supposed to bring 8th edition armies up to kind of 9th edition speed, and what they did is they wrote Psychic Awakening with 9th edition in mind. So they did actually add 3 new Warlord traits to the Farsight Enclaves, and these are Farsight specific ones. The only one that they normally get is the one that Farsight has to have, which is called Hero of the Enclaves, and allows him to heroically intervene and I think I want to say it's pile in. Okay, so he can perform a heroic intervention up to 6 inches instead of 3, and then he can move 6 inches instead of 3. And then when he makes a charge move, gets charged or performs a heroic intervention until the end of the turn, he can re-roll a hit roll. But it's just on the Warlord. So it's not like it's an aura or nothing like that. So it's alright, I guess. And that was changed from the original one. Then they added in 3 new ones. One called Blooded Through War, which I actually think is actually really good. It's quite interesting because if the army ever does start failing leadership and you don't have like a ethereal around, this actually makes it nearly impossible to fail leadership tests within 12 inches of them. So what it does is it gives your all Farsight units, whenever they take a morale test, within 12 inches of the Warlord, they automatically pass their bonding knives at a 4 instead of a 6. Oh, yeah. So now when you're only failing leadership even possible
on a 2 and 3, yeah,
it's a pretty huge difference in terms of what it was before. 1 and 6 is still pretty good. That's a 2 and 3rd. It's a 2 and 3 chance. Now you're changing it to less than a 50% chance.
Oh yeah.
The odds of you failing morale is next to none at this point. It's a pretty big deal. So,
well, even like a 2 and a 3, like if you roll a 2 and you only lost what's the math here? We have an ethereal who's like leadership 9. You lose enough to
fail morale.
And you rolled a 2. Like that means you must have lost like 7 or 8 models for a 2 to fail.
Yeah. Yep. And how often are you taking units that size?
Yep.
Nowadays, never. The only units you would ever have done it before would be on like maybe Fire Warriors and probably on drones. But now, because of the way drones are, like their points cost and everything, we'll go over all that later. But as points cost, now you're not running drones in squads of bigger than 2 most of the time anyway. So, yeah, generally failing leadership is never an issue for them. And this basically effectively gets rid of them failing morale for almost any reason.
Yep.
I mean, it's next to none.
It's really bizarre how resistant the Tau are to morale.
Yeah.
Like Necrons are running around with leadership 10, and I think they actually have a harder time with morale than Tau do.
They do. Yeah.
With some of their abilities.
I mean, their 8th edition rules, you could have a Warlord trait where they never fail morale. But
yes.
With that said,
that was an auto-include pretty much.
With that said, I mean, now
that's long gone.
As the armies are changing and stuff, to not be able to fail morale is a pretty big deal. Especially when you get armies like Night Lords out there. There's a few other ones too that reduce leadership tests. Yep. I think Harlequins and Eldar used to be able to do that really well.
The hallucination grenades and
so
stuff.
Never being able to fail leaderships is a big deal. So they got another one called Aggressive Tactician, and what this does is it makes your commander that's Farsight, units within 12 inches of them, any friendly Farsight unit within 12 inches of them, they declare Mont'ka 4. So Mont'ka is normally only 6 inches. This boosts that Mont'ka to 12 inches, which makes your Mont'ka affect a huge area.
That could probably hit your whole army.
If what GW has changed in the wording is correct, with the, if you get charged or whatever and your unit survives and you need to fall back and still fire, if Mont'ka allows you to fall back and fire still, Aggressive Tactician becomes incredibly strong.
Oh yeah.
Because now you can Mont'ka twice with Farsight, and you do it within a 12-inch bubble. You effectively cover a large portion of the board, and now your army can fall back and fire, which they never had that before. So all of a sudden it's interesting. I mean, of course, back in 8th edition, you used to be able to fly and do all that stuff, so fly can just fall back and shoot.
Yeah.
But they've made it so in 9th edition, it's more critical. 9th edition, it's more critical. In 8th edition, it's more critical. 9th edition, it's more critical. In 8th edition, it's more critical. In 9th edition, it's more critical. In 9th edition, it's more critical. In 8th edition, it's more critical. In 9th 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 edition, it's more critical. In 9 with you getting tied up than anything. Because if you get tied up, your army is effectively shut down in 9th edition.
Yep.
Now, if this affects that the way we think it should, then this Warlord trait automatically becomes one of the best Warlord traits for Farsight Enclaves. Being able to fall back with everything and still be able to fire within a 12-inch radius is pretty monstrous. So, yeah, it's definitely one to consider. Even if the rule doesn't work for Maka that way, it's still pretty good. Yep. Because it's still a large coverage area, and being able to move everything in your army, advance with stuff, and not have to worry about it, counting as moved or whatever the case is, you can still fire full ballistic. It makes your army way more mobile. And covering such a large area allows you to spread the units out a little further, so your castle's not all this tight little ball. So that's a good one. The third one that they've added is called Master of the Killing Blow. And when resolving an attack with the Warlord against a character, you reroll the hit roll. That one's not super useful, primarily because you're going to be getting a lot of reroll hit rolls anyway. The change to what did I say it was? It was aggressive footing, where aggressive footing is only for ranged. So if you're within 12 inches, the ranged. But if you're running Farsight gives an aura 6-inch range reroll hits in combat anyway.
Yeah.
So it's, if you're running Farsight, it's not good. If you are running something other than Farsight, the reroll hit roll can be good for that character. But the thing is because it's both the fight phase and the shooting phase. So the only time you would ever really want to take this is if you're considering running like fusion blades on your Farsight cold stock, something like that, where you want to fight in melee. But in a lot of cases, this Warlord trait's going to be kind of useless. So
Yep.
It is very situational. It depends on running certain units to do it, and unfortunately, I don't think it's... There's a few other Warlord traits in here that make a hard enough argument to take those over the top of this one. So, yeah, there's not a whole lot of cases I would run this. So, but anyway, so that covers the Warlord traits. We're going to be moving into stratagems now.
Yeah, we'll talk about stratagems. One thing I wanted to say quick, though.
Oh, we didn't do relics yet.
We'll do stratagems, and then we'll do relics.
Okay, that's fine.
One thing I want to say about the Monka right now, though, is yes, it's very ambiguous if it allows you to fall back and still shoot. An argument could be made that that was almost the intent by GW, is because from 8th to 9th, you lost your fly units. Really lost
Yeah, the whole
the ability.
army was able to do it already.
Yeah. So, like, all your crisis suits, your vehicles, your drones, they all had fly, so they could fall back and shoot just because of the 8th edition rules. Now in 9th edition, you don't have that.
Fly doesn't
You
do
have,
anymore.
yeah, you have battle suits that are stuck in combat with no melee weapons.
Right.
And they're not infantry, they're not vehicles, they're not monsters, so they can't fall back and shoot. So now Monka is like one of the only ways you can actually fall back and still shoot.
Yeah. Dark Strider can do it for Tau Sept.
Tau Sept
but it's
only.
only for infantry.
Yep.
Which means your stealth suits, your Kroot, your Fire Warriors, your Breachers, they'll be able to fall back and fire, which is great, but
Yep.
those are also not the units that you really need to fall back and fire with.
Now, your vehicles, you can say, oh yeah, well they can just stay in combat and shoot. But
the monsters can too, but
the monsters, but it's at -1 to hit, so it's generally going to be like 5s or maybe even 6s.
Yeah, so when your Riptides, your Storm Surge, your Ghost Keels, your Yavaras, your Ravarnas, your tanks and stuff, when they're firing, Tau Ballistic Skill isn't good anyway. But now when you turn them into hitting on 5-ups, it takes that firepower
It's like Overwatch.
and just crumbles it up and throws it in the trash. At that point, your single units they can't afford to lose that ballistic skill. And because of the fact that you're tied up in combat, maybe if you could fire marker lights into combat, where you could start stacking them.
Yeah, that's the other thing.
+1 to hit.
Because you're tied up. You can't even target the unit with marker lights.
Right, and then maybe you could do something with it if you could get the marker lights in there. But unfortunately, because you aren't able to do it with the marker lights, you can't get that +1 to hit that will counteract that -1 that you're getting. And Tau cannot afford that. They can barely afford to have a ballistic skill 4 as it is.
Yeah, odds are you're fighting Primaris Marines who have heavy bolt pistols and Astartes chainswords.
Right.
What is your strength 5 AP0 going to do that hits on a 5 or a 6?
Yeah. Well, and the biggest example I can give is if you look at so we did a game not too long ago where it was Tau versus Eldar, and Cade and I were playing, and he ran his Shining Spears into my Ghost Keel. Now my Ghost Keel on a given day should easily be able to shoot and kill Shining Spears pretty easily. I should take out 2 or 3 a turn on average, with the beefed up relic and all that stuff. So the Ghost Keel's pretty strong and it's good at killing stuff. He got him tied up in a combat, and I was only able to kill maybe 1 a turn if I was lucky.
Yeah.
And he just kept my Ghost Keels tied up all game. If I fell out of combat, I'm losing all that shooting.
Yep.
But I'm also not moving towards objectives. I'm not moving towards, I'm not doing stuff that I need to do to make sure that I can try and keep the game in check. And when Tau are no longer able to do that, they already suffer from it as it is. But now when your army's not, once they get tied up, now they're not able to shoot and still do the rest of the game on top of it. It really limits your ability to actually play with the army. So, and they're already limited to begin with. Tau, they only interact in the shooting phase, right?
Yep, they are really limited in this edition. There's plenty of things they struggle to do right now. So when you have an opponent who's like, no, you can't do that, that's too powerful, it's like,
Well,
are you really?
Look at 8th edition.
Really? Is it too... yeah, in 8th edition, my whole army could do it pretty much.
Yeah,
so
because everything in the armies fly except for the infantry. Yeah. Even some of the infantry heads.
So again, just talk with your opponent, work it out.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those interesting rules where Tau definitely needs it, but when people start to argue about it, it just turns it into a feel bad kind of thing. So it needs to be worked out.
All right, but stratagems.
Yes, moving to stratagems.
So there's a couple in here I think you're going to be using all the time. There's one that the uplink marker light, I believe that is. So you're going to be using that all the time. Yes. For 1 CP, instead of, when you hit a unit with a marker light, instead of applying 1 marker light to it, you add D3 plus 1. So up to 4 from this 1
so you
CP
can hit
stratagem.
With a single marker light, and now you can get up to 4 marker lights from 1 hit.
Yep.
That's a pretty big deal.
I feel you're going to be using that every turn, every shooting phase.
I can't think of very many games where I haven't used it at least once or twice in a game, and it is very solid.
Yep. And actually the way it's worded is you could use that in Overwatch.
Yeah.
It just has to hit.
But you need a marker light in Overwatch.
You need a marker light in Overwatch.
That's the problem you run into.
Yeah.
So it's one of those things where it's always good, but you just need the marker lights to do it.
Yeah, and again, I think the only marker light that would affect Overwatch is the 1 for reroll ones. Because the +1 hit won't work.
Well, right, but no, it strips cover too. So
it strips cover. Yeah, you can strip cover.
If for some reason they're charging you and they get cover, well now they don't. So that can be effective, but it's one of those things where it's still kind of situational. But overall, it's a very good stratagem for 1 CP.
The other one is the Breached Nova Charge.
Branched Nova Charge, yep.
Branched Nova Charge.
So what that does is it allows you to use a Riptide, and it has to be Riptide keyword, which means your Ravarnas and your Varas can no longer do that. That's not a thing for them. So your Riptides can do it, and now they get 2 Nova Charge abilities. So you pick on your list of, I think it's 3 or 4 options. I think it's 3 for each one. But now you can get the Invuln save and your Nova profile, or you can get 2 of any mix and match, 2 of the 3. So, 1 CP. So it's pretty solid. That's
pretty solid, and it's going to get you even more work out of your Riptides.
Right.
And again, you're probably going to be using that every turn.
Yeah. Well, when you're running Riptides on the board, you definitely need to keep them alive, and you need them to be hammering as hard as they can every turn. So that's a very solid one. I think another one to look at too. It's going to be at the top of the page here. It's called Multi-Spectrum Sensor Suite. That's one that's always interesting because what it does is it strips all cover. So 1 CP. So your -1s to hit, your cover saves, anything that would give you a rule while you're standing in terrain, standing in cover, it strips that off too, because you don't count as being in cover at all. You don't get any cover benefits. So for 1 CP, that actually plays into a lot of different things in the game, and I think it's incredibly useful. It can be situational because there's a lot of times you're shooting at stuff that's not benefiting from cover anyway, but for 1 CP, I mean, it's pretty useful. You need your stuff to be able to shoot and still be able to, especially with Tau AP, isn't super great to begin with. So when you're stripping off, that extra save or whatever they would get, and then you got like AP 1 or -2, it can make a really big difference on what they can and cannot save. So I think it's a huge one.
One of the really feel bad ones is the failsafe detonator. So what that does is when you lose a battle suit in the fight phase, before removing a model, you roll a dice for each enemy unit. Each unit, friend or foe, within 3 inches of that model, and on 4+, that unit suffers 1 mortal wound. That feels really weak.
It's 1 CP on a 4+ to do a mortal wound.
You're spending a CP, you just lost a battle suit, and you have a 50% chance to deal 1 mortal wound.
And not only does it do 1 mortal wound,
I will rally. Yeah, I could potentially even hurt you.
You can hurt your own models with it too.
Yeah, like why?
The only time this is ever incredibly good is if your opponent decides to throw literally their entire
army at your battle
at
suits.
one single battle suit, kills your one battle suit, like say a commander or something, and then it blows up and dies. Then you can blow up and kill a bunch of stuff.
Say you have 5 units around you, then like 2, maybe 3 of those will suffer 1 mortal wound.
So
I
think the one scenario where I think this would
that's the best scenario.
I think the one scenario I think I could see this being kind of fun is if for some reason you want to sacrifice your Cold Star. Like say if you're running a Farsight Cold Star with fusion blades and you're going to assassinate something. So you just jump across the board, kill off the unit that you're trying to kill with those 4 fusion blaster shots. And now you just want to kill everything you can before that Cold Star goes down. You charge that Cold Star into combat, use the fusion blades to wipe out everything in combat that you can, take out as much as you can, and then let the suit die. When the suit dies, you spend that 1 CP, it triggers a massive explosion and can deal a bunch of mortal wounds, everything in range. That's really the only time I can see it being useful. And it also forces to make it useful, it forces your opponent, or forces you to choose, or you have to pick a time when your opponent is kind of balled up where all their units are nearby.
Yeah.
Otherwise it becomes kind of pointless.
Like I said, even hitting 5 units, you might deal like 2, maybe 3 mortal wounds. For 1 CP, that I'll just keep my 1 CP and re-roll a dice later.
Yeah, I think...
Thank you.
I would maybe do it as if like I had a character where I was trying to kill them and just left them at 1 wound or something like that, and I just needed to take them down.
If you really needed to get... Well, even if they're at 1 wound, it's still a 4+.
Well, I mean...
There's no guarantee.
If it's like a smash captain or something like that, I knew I couldn't get to him the rest of the game, then I would probably consider it, because there's a 50% chance to take them down when you failed to do it.
It's a stratagem.
It's very situational.
You have it there if you need it. Otherwise, it's going to be rarely used, and you might even forget you have it.
It's not my favorite stratagem, for sure.
All right.
Tower combat's not a good thing. So
some other ones.
There's a couple in here I like. EMP grenade's kind of an interesting one. When you lob a photon grenade, you spend a CP, and this photon grenade turns it into an anti-vehicle weapon where it does D3 mortal wounds to the vehicle. Yeah. All you need to do is hit. I think it's just 1 hit, right?
Yep.
Make a single hit roll, and as long as it hits, it suffers D3 mortal wounds. So it's going to probably be on a 50% chance, because most units that have this is going to be like fire warriors and stuff like that. Ballistic skill 4, so unless you got like 5 marker lights on there,
well, you get to reroll ones.
Yeah.
No. We could CP the roll too.
My problem with it is it's not incredibly active, and it's funny because it's when your army has chose to throw a photon grenade. It's not when you successfully hit with a photon grenade.
Nope.
Like for me, I think this would be way better is if like you spend a CP after the photon grenade is hit to turn it into an EMP grenade.
To an EMP.
And then it would be good.
Yeah, it'd definitely be a lot better.
But because you could potentially spend a CP to do nothing, that's where you run into the problem where it's like, okay, I don't know if I want to do this or not.
I can definitely see a use for this. Say they have like a Warlord that's a vehicle, like a Catacomb Command Barge, dealing mortal wounds to that can be very devastating to them. Yep. Or like Dark Eldar Vipers that only have like 5 or 6 wounds, dealing potentially 3 mortal wounds. Yeah. Could really cut this vehicle in half. And these are just standard weapons you get on like your Fire Warriors.
Yeah, Fire Warriors you get it for free.
Yep.
They just come out.
Yep. So for 1 CP, you can really make your enemy regret getting close to your Fire Warriors. Yeah.
Yeah. Another one I think is really interesting to look at, is probably my favorite one in the codex, is the command and control node. The reason this is my favorite one is because it's reroll all wounds, or reroll fail wounds, sorry. So you spend a single CP, and then your commander gives up his firing. Now, this really hurts a commander because commanders need to fire, because that's where a lot of your firepower is coming from. So it is a big deal. But if you choose it on a commander that doesn't come loaded with a bunch of good weapons, like for instance, you just take a cheap buffer commander, like let's say Farsight. Farsight's probably the best one to use it on. Farsight gives up shooting his plasma gun, but then all of a sudden he's giving one of your units, it could be 9 crisis suits, reroll failed wounds. That is monstrous when you consider the amount of firepower you can put out, especially with like 9 crisis suits, with each one getting 3 weapons apiece, and every one of those weapons are rerolling all their failed wound rolls.
Yep.
They're rerolling ones to hit, generally. Potentially could get the +1 ballistic. If you take like veteran, we'll talk about this in a minute, but when you take like the veteran cadre stratagem, their ballistic skills 3 flat, rerolling ones to hit, and now they're also rerolling their wounds. They're going to kill whatever they shoot at every single time. They become super reliable. It basically turns your strong weapons into strong weapons with the lightning claw rule, which that's the only reason lightning claws are good. So it's incredibly good. The problem is it shuts off your commander's ability to fire, which again, Farsight is probably the one that it's best on because Farsight doesn't shoot very good anyway. You can make an argument for Shadow Sun because she doesn't necessarily need to shoot her fusions, and she's not always in range to do so. Or if you take a commander that doesn't really have any gear. You could just take like a commander with 4 burst cannons or something dirt cheap, and now that commander's giving out the rerolls all game long, which for 1 CP, it's probably one of the best strats in this book. Even Riptide's getting rerolls to wound. When their strength is only 6 from the burst cannons, now you got 18 shots that are rerolling strength 6 shots.
Oh yeah.
At AP -1, -2 at 2 damage a pop. It adds up really fast.
Yeah, even against targets where, like, say you're shooting at a vehicle and you need 5s to wound. Yeah. 5s with full rerolls can do a lot of damage.
Yeah.
Yep. But outside of that, you got a lot of those very situational stratagems, like most stratagems are. You got point defense targeting relay, so your vehicle can hit on 5s or 6s. You might use it.
That's with Overwatch, right?
With Overwatch, yep.
Yeah.
So, like, if you're Tau Sept, you're probably not going to be using this.
It's
but
useful for Tau Sept.
Yeah, but otherwise, other Septs can use it.
Sept, yeah.
You got Breach and Clear, so your Breachers can, if the enemy's in cover, you get to reroll wounds against them when you target them.
Yeah.
You got Recon Sweep, so your Pathfinder teams can move 2d6, but they won't be able to shoot that turn.
Right. Yeah, there's a lot of stratagems in this codex that you're generally just going to overlook because they only work with certain units, and there's a lot of units you're not using. And even if you are using them, it's still situational. So the vast majority of these stratagems, you're really only going to use a handful of them. We've talked about a lot of them, but I think the Sept ones are worth mentioning. And then one other one too I like is the Stimulant Injector, which is not Sept locked. That's one of probably the best stratagems in here. Primarily because you need your Riptides to be firing on full bracket at all times.
Yes.
And if you're running Riptides, which most top players do, Riptides do get bracketed pretty quick. And when you're down to 1 wound, 2 wounds, 3 wounds, especially when you're taking a mortal wound every turn for your Nova charge, you're keeping your broads or your Riptides up there, firing at full power every turn. That's what they need. They absolutely need to fire at full power.
Yeah, because shooting at Ballistical 5 does not feel good.
Yeah, they lose too much when they bracket, and I mean, I understand why they bracket, but at the same time, when you're taking a mortal wound every turn, it's a big deal.
Yep.
So that's one of my favorite stratagems too.
Focus Fire for the Tau Sept is a really strong one. So when you deal a wound to an enemy unit, you can then spend 3 CP, and any other Tau Sept units that target them get +1 to wound.
+1 to wound, yeah.
Pretty big, because again, like, all your weapons are like strength 5 or higher. So this might bring you to wounding them on 2+.
Right.
Which can be huge. The downside, it's 3 CP.
It is very expensive. Yeah. So the way I look at this stratagem is, well, first of all, most players play Tau Sept. Tau Sept is still probably the way to go in 9th edition. So it's always there if you need it.
Yep.
Will you always have the CP to use it? Maybe, maybe not. But with that said, when you unlock it, you need to deal that first wound. I think that's probably the biggest drawback to it, is you still need to do a wound before it even does anything.
Yeah.
But wants you to deal that wound. Tau are the best army in the game at picking a unit, focusing it down, and making sure it dies.
Deleting it.
They can pick a unit and kill it every turn.
Yep.
The problem is they can't do it to several units a turn.
No.
They do it to one unit, and then they're running on fumes at that
Yep.
point.
When you're fighting against like knights and you do one wound to it, all of a sudden your entire army
Yeah.
can now wound
Now
it
you're
plus
plus one
one.
wound.
And again, most of your weapons are strength 5.
That's
So
right.
you're going to be wounding that knight on 4s.
Yeah.
Even with your fire
When your
warriors.
fire warriors are wounding a knight on a 4-up, that's a
Yep.
pretty big deal.
And then we can throw on like through Unity Devastation, so now you only get a 4-up armor.
Yeah. This stratagem
It can definitely be worth that 3 CP.
This stratagem epitomizes what Tau do the best. Not counting their Overwatch stuff. When they're in their shooting phase, they are at their best when they focus something down and
Focus
kill it.
that fire.
And then when they pick that unit, this stratagem basically says, no, you do not get that unit for the remainder of the game.
Mm-hmm.
So, is it worth the 3 CP? Yes, it is. It is very, very expensive. With that said, like I said, it epitomizes what Tau do best. It forces your opponent to accept they're going to lose a unit every turn. I think it's kind of an interesting one, and I almost kind of wish it worked with marker lights. So if you just like hit with a marker light, then it would proc. You could
Yeah,
use 3
because
CP.
it's an unsaved wound.
Yeah, because you're not always going to be able to do that wound, and you could fire with 4 or 5 units before you ever get that wound off. And by then, you only have a handful of shots left, right? So, it can be situational. With that said, when you do get to use it, it is one of the most powerful things in this book. And that's why it's 3 CP. So, yeah, it's a good one. There's a couple of other ones that are the Sept locked ones. Hot-Blooded, I think, is kind of an interesting one. For Viola Sept, and this is one of the reasons why it might be worth considering Viola.
Mm-hmm.
With that said, do Tau really have any real good infantry shooting?
So I have a friend who loves to use this on his breacher teams. So breacher teams get really nasty up close. I think they get up to strength 6, AP 2.
AP 2 and they're 1 damage apiece.
And they're 1 damage apiece. Rapid fire, right? No, they're assault 2.
I think they actually maybe they're only AP 2.
I think they're only AP 2.
Yeah, AP 2.
But yeah, strength 6, AP 2, assault 2. So you got these, I believe they're 9 or 10 point models, and they're getting real close to you. And with this DP, it allows a Valora Sept infantry unit to
Fire twice. Yeah.
but it has to be the closest
has to
enemy
be the
unit,
closest enemy
which is generally
That's what
whatever's
breachers-
right in front of the
That's what
breachers.
breachers do, yeah.
It's 2 CP, so it can be pretty expensive. But with that kind of firepower, I mean, you could be looking at 24 strength 6 AP2
Well,
shots.
No, unfortunately, you only get 10 breachers in a squad. You can't
Only
take
10?
12. So fire warriors can be up to 12, or breachers can only be in 10 max.
Yep.
But still, 20 shots, strength 6, AP minus 2. They're probably re-rolling ones to hit. Potentially better ballistic. This allows them to fire twice. In addition to that, they have a stratagem in here, and I actually think it's one of
Yeah.
these ones.
So when it comes to like unit sizes and point costs, don't quote me on it. I haven't piloted Tau personally very much at all. I have a lot of experience fighting against them. I have a lot of friends who play them a lot, so I'm very familiar with them. But when it comes to like the point costs, there's been a lot of errata, so don't quote me.
They've been a lot of change. So when you pair up Breach and Clear, which gives you rerolls, failed hit rolls against a unit in cover, with Hot Blooded, and then you can stack on the multi-spectrum sensor suite to get rid of their cover.
Yep.
Now you're hitting these guys at AP minus 2 twice, 2 rounds of shooting.
Yep.
That stripped cover and
Strip cover, rerolling wounds. Yeah.
That makes breachers actually fairly deadly.
Yep. You might even have marker lights on that unit.
So yeah, you can really do some interesting things with Hot Blooded. I think I've found them kind of fun too. Where like if I'll run 12 fire warriors, and then I'll use the Viola Sept, which now turns the rapid fire weapons into assault,
Yep.
and then I'll take the fire blade, run the fire blade with them. So now they're 3 shots apiece. Assault, like I think it's 30 inches or whatever it is.
Yep.
And they can fire twice now. That's
Yep.
36 shots. Does that sound right? 36 shots at times 2. Twice, because they can fire twice, and it's all assault. So they can do this on the move. which makes that fire warrior squad pretty deadly and also very mobile. So it's an interesting one. With that said, it's unfortunate that it's infantry only because it limits what you can do and only certain units can do it. So unless you're running like a ton of 12-man fire warrior squads or, several 10-man breacher squads, Viola is not, the only time you're taking Viola anyway is when you're running a lot of infantry, so I guess I understand that. But with that said, it's still very limited. And you take a look at a lot of other armies in the game that have a fire twice ability, and that fire twice ability can be used on really strong units. Obliterators being one. You look at Tyranids, they can do it too.
Yep.
And their Hive Guard getting it, being able to shoot twice. That's monstrous for them.
Hive Guard are so good.
Yeah, and then another unit you want to look at too is the Orcs. They can fire their Ludus twice. Yep. And it's all the same CP cost for every one of them.
Yep.
And all of them are far more deadly than 12 Fire Warriors or 10 Breachers.
Yeah, so I feel it'd be a lot better if it said infantry and like non-monster battle suits. So like, because you don't want your really big things being able to fire twice. That might be a little much.
Yeah, I think it would be overkill if it was like Riptide.
But like crisis suits or broadsides?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd love to be able to shoot them twice. That'd be amazing.
I think it would be really interesting for broadsides because when you put on their rail rifles and you take those relics with them, those relics aren't very good in terms of what they're capable of when you compare them to missile sides. But when you turn up their firepower to ×2 and you can stack all the stuff you can on broadsides, all that stacking adds up. And then when you're able to fire them in 2 rounds, they're actually quite a bit more deadly than even obliterators.
Yeah.
So that's saying something.
Yep.
But I think, there definitely has to be some limitations on it because if Riptides alone kind of make that overkill.
Yep.
Storm Surge, a lot of the other units in the game. But yeah, I think as long as it's limited to the right units, it's fine. I just think, unfortunately, because it's infantry only, it's really Fire Warriors, Breachers, and Stealth Suits.
Yep.
You can't use it on Crew because it has to be Tau, I think. Viola, Sept, Tau.
Viola, Sept. No, Viola, Sept infantry. You could use it on...
it can't be on Crew because they don't gain the Viola Sept.
No, that's right.
They don't get any Sept keywords, so it has to be specifically Fire Warriors, Breachers, or Stealth Suits, which... Or Pathfinders, too, I guess, can do it, too. But
Pathfinders.
Pathfinders are limited, too, because of their weaponry. They can take 10 men in a unit, but you only got
I suppose you get to fire your Markalites twice.
Yeah, and that could be fun.
That'd be fun. Stack up.
Fun.
Has to be the closest unit, so.
Yeah. Right. And at that point, I think it's kind of like, I don't know, is it really worth sacrificing your unit for it, too?
Hot-blooded Markalites.
Yeah. So it's a good ability. It's a good stratagem. It's just it's sitting in a weird spot because of the way it's worded. One of my favorite ones in this book too is the Farsight Enclave stratagem. And what this does is allows you to deep strike a unit of suits of any kind. I think Farsight Enclave's battle suit. As long as they have the Enclave battle suit keywords, it could be crisis suits. It could be I think they removed the Rivara's ability to jump and to drop. Rivara's used to be able to do it too. But any of your battle suits, commanders, stuff like that, whenever they drop from the sky, they are getting reroll or +1 to their hit rolls for that unit that phase. This is how I used to be able to get my broadsides up to ballistic skill 2 or hit on 2s in a turn, because you would just take the veteran cadre and then drop some clear down for 2 CP. Tau need to be able to hit. If they can't hit, they can't do much, and the army relies on that. So drop zone clear makes the army really solid in terms of like when that unit comes down, that unit is accurate. And battle suits hit so hard, it's unbelievable.
Yep.
So when you're making your battle suits really do the work they should be doing, it adds to their quality in terms of what they're capable of doing throughout the game. So for 2 CP, I think it's well worth the points.
Yep.
It's not the best stratagem in here, especially when you consider nowadays, is it worth putting your suits into Deep Strike?
Yes.
I mean, it is in some games, other games not so much. I think the last game you and I played, where I put my battle suits into Deep Strike, they came down and they did plenty of work. The problem was it was too little too late. So I had them at the start of the game.
So they just wiped 20 warriors, and I think they shot into the immortals too. Like the 20 warriors were just gone.
They just
gone.
pick
No RP
and delete them off the board, and they're good at it. The problem is if you deep strike a unit of them, they're coming in on turn 2 at best, and by then the game might already be too far gone.
Yep.
It's really silly to say on second turn that the game's too far gone, but honestly, when you look at what Tau's capable of doing, they need turn 1, turn 2 to be able to do all the work. After that, they just fume out. So I think it's still one of my favorite stratagems, but you also got to consider whether or not you can afford to put your unit in deep strike, because there's a lot of times where you're going to say, no, I need that unit on an objective, I need that unit doing other things, and yeah, you're going to need drones around them to protect them, keep them up, but you kind of need them on the board a lot. They're a big chunky army too. They're expensive, so yeah, that's an interesting stratagem. In Farsight, I think they really fleshed out Farsight really well. With the Psychic Awakening, that actually makes the stratagem even more worthwhile than it was before. So, yeah. But anyway, that covers that. Is there any other stratagems in the book you want to go over?
I don't believe so.
Okay, so there's a couple in the Psychic Awakening book we're going to go over here. And there's a few of them that are really, really good. Some of them, not so much. But the very first one I want to talk about is Modulated Weaponry. And when this came out, Modulated Weaponry worked on any unit that was not a vehicle or Titanic. No, it was anything that was not a Titanic model. Now they actually cleared the wording, so you can't use it on the Ravarna, you can't use it on the Yavaras anymore. This was borderline overpowered when it was brought out in the Yavara, and Ravarna were able to use it.
Yeah.
Because they could max shot everything. And you got a Yavara jumping on the battlefield with a minimum of 18 flamer shots hitting at strength 6, AP minus 3 damage. Goodbye to whatever you had. It's gone. Ravarnas were similar in the same set because they have the two weapons, 3 shots each, and now they're shooting at a max of 18 shots, 3 damage a pop. Pretty much the same profile as Riptide, except better.
Yep.
So it was a really strong one when it came out, but when they fixed it, and it was maybe more strong was the fact that it was only 1 CP. But now they fixed it, so Riptides can only do it on. I mean, you're going to take probably the Relic Ion Accelerator, which is, or no, not the Relic one, because the Relic one's automatic 6 shots. So the regular Ion Accelerator is D6 shots, which makes it much more reliable. So you spend a CP, now they're shooting the 6 shots off, the full 6 shots off every time. You can use it on your hammerheads, which their ion cannons get D6 shots, so you can make them more consistent at shooting, which is good. The more shots for Tau, the better in this case. And it is only 1 CP, so it's not, in terms of what it does for the army, it's still pretty good. But you still got to debate on whether or not, because Tau really have to be careful about how they spend their CP. This is a good stratagem. I just don't know if you're going to use it every turn. It's one of those things where you're going to have to pick and choose when you want to use it. Do you need to kill something? Yes. Then you're spending the CP for it. So there's a couple of them in here, and most of the ones I kind of want to talk about are going to be the marker light based ones. Aerial targeting is solid. 1 CP, and whenever you're resolving an attack with a ranged weapon by model of your army, you treat it as having 1 more marker light than it actually has. So basically this brings your marker light counter up a notch to 1 more.
Yep.
And if you had 0 marker lights, you count as having marker lights. So it's basically just like the Farsight rule, where if you don't have a marker light, you get a marker light. If you don't, if you do have marker lights, you get 1 more marker light, which is huge. It's good for 1 CP, but unfortunately only works on a single unit. So it's not like marker lights where it's everything in your army that shoots at that unit. Oh wait, no, it is. Select 1 enemy unit till the end of the phase when resolving attack with a ranged weapon by a model from your army. So it is. It works just like the marker lights do.
Yep.
So you just get 1 extra marker light than you would have before.
Again, the Tau focus firing abilities.
Right. So yeah, it is very solid. It's for 1 CP. All of their marker light bonus ones are really good, primarily because you kind of need the marker lights to make the army go. Another one that's really good is the Sworn Bodyguards. What this does is it makes crisis suits. So to the end of the phase, when resolving attack with a melee weapon by a model with a friendly character within 3 inches, you can reroll a hit or you can reroll the wound. What's interesting about this is if you're using crisis suits and you've used, say, like the Veteran Cadre, which turns their weapon skill from weapon skill 5 up to 4, so they're hitting on 4s in melee, And then, on top of that, you throw this on them. Now they're hitting on 4s, rerolling all hits and rerolling all wounds. And it's not failed, it's just all of both.
All of them.
Yeah, so it can make a crisis unit actually capable of killing stuff in melee, because I think they get like 2 or 3 attacks apiece.
At least 2.
So it's not, I mean, it's weird because you don't really want Tau in combat, but that said, if you kind of need to kill something in combat, or say if you tie up a unit or tie up a vehicle in combat, now all of a sudden you're rerolling all hits and all wounds with ballistic weapon skill 4. You can kill stuff.
It's definitely good to have in your back pocket
Yeah.
for when that situation arises.
Yeah, and I think even more so when you consider that Farsight Enclaves focuses on being up close.
Yep.
Because you might actually need that throughout a game. There might be a point where you need to get that unit, have them kill some stuff in combat. So it's an interesting one. It's definitely one you want to keep an eye out for if you ever need to use it, because it can be good. Another couple ones that I want to go over here with is, let's see here, we got, I guess these are all kind of like the ones in the Tau Codex. They're just a little more updated for 9th edition.
Yep.
There's some ones in here for crew, ones for Vespid, stuff like that. The sniper ones, you can make your snipers a little better for your Farsight marksmen. Let's see, coordinated engagement I think was another good one too. Oh yeah, so coordinated engagement, you spend 2 CP and it counts any crisis battlesuit or crisis bodyguards unit as having 5 marker-like counters when they're shooting at a unit. So you spend it in your shooting phase, select a crisis unit from your army, and then whenever they fire as if they had 5 marker-like counters for 2 CP.
For 2 CP?
For 2 CP.
You don't even need marker lights. You just count us out with them.
Right. So now you're getting rerolls 1s to hit, you're getting ignores cover, you're getting move and advance without penalty.
You get +1 to hit. Yep.
And you get +1 to hit. For 2 CP on a single crisis unit, especially if you're using a big crisis unit,
Oh yeah.
it's very, very good. That's a strong stratagem. But it is situational because you're not always running crisis suits. So
Not always.
it's one of those ones where you definitely want to keep an eye out where you might need to use it, or you might get a chance to use it. When I play games, I generally don't tend to use it because I have enough marker lights lying around.
Yep.
And then because I'm generally running the veteran cadre or whatever to get the +1 ballistic anyway, I don't necessarily need it. But it still gives you options to get better ballistic skill, which is pretty cool. So, okay, so here's the ones I wanted to talk about the most, because Farsight Enclaves really got the biggest boons with Psychic Awakening, and that's what made the army as a whole better to play, so you're not stuck and forced into playing Riptide suits, Riptide lists and stuff. Veteran Cadre alone is probably one of the better stratagems for them now, because now you're turning your regular crisis suits into ballistic skill 3, weapon skill 4. You pay 1 CP for it if the unit is under, I think, 5, right? 4 or less. It's 1 CP. And it's because it's before the battle. Unfortunately, you can't use it multiple times because it specifically says in here you can only use the stratagem once per battle. But if you have a unit of 9 or something like that, and now all of those guys are hitting a ballistic 3, weapon skill 4, it can make a massive difference in what they're capable of.
You're essentially upgrading them to even better veterans.
For a couple of CP. And honestly, it's worth it every time. So, Furious Assault, what this does is allows you to have a jetpack unit. Whenever they make a charge, this basically is like the, what was it called? They added to the Marine Codex. It's where you get into a charge and anything within an inch of that model, you roll a d6 and on a 3 up, they suffer a mortal wound. So if you can somehow get your crisis suits into combat and all of them are point blank range, each one of them crisis suits you roll a d6 for, and on a 3+, you're doing mortal wounds. So you can wipe out a whole Marine squad just from running 9 crisis suits into combat on a charge, and essentially wiping them out in one go.
Yeah.
I mean, granted, at the very best, you can leave a 5-man squad at 1 wound, but with that said, 9 crisis suits are going to kill a single Marine. So it basically turns their ability to kill stuff in combat to getting them a better opportunity to do so. So I really like it as a stratagem. It's something you're not going to use a whole lot of, but it's there in case you need it. And it can be kind of fun if you ever get an opportunity to use it at full firepower, or full power. There's a couple more in here. Danger Close is really good. What this does is it turns your breacher teams, well, any breaches or strikes. Whenever resolving attack with a ranged weapon in your model, it's against a unit within 12 inches, you reroll the wound roll. Now, Farsight Enclaves automatically gives you the reroll ones to hit with aggressive footing within 12 inches. But this also takes your Farsight basic Sept tenant, which is within 6 inches, you get a reroll of 1. And then you just be within 12 inches, and you reroll the wound roll. It's not just ones, you reroll the whole wound.
The whole wound roll.
Which is a pretty big deal.
Oh, yeah. When
you need those extra, 2s and 3s and 4s that you roll a lot of. So it's a very good one. So this one here is probably my favorite one, primarily because this actually takes some of the heat off of necessarily needing to run drones. It's called Defense in Numbers. 2 CP to make a crisis unit, crisis battle suit, or crisis bodyguard. On a 5+, they get a feel no pain for 2 CP. So it's in the fight phase or your opponent's shooting phase too. So if you need to get a 5-up feel no pain for any reason, say if you're out of drones or whatever the case is, you can protect your crisis suits with a 5-up feel no pain. Now crisis suits can get a 3-up base with a 4-up invuln if they take a shield generator at 3 wounds a pop, and their toughness 5. So they're already kind of durable to start with. But then you add in the fact that now they can get 5-up feel no pains on top of it. It's almost like, it's probably not as good as having transhuman, but it's pretty close. It's pretty solid. It makes them not as annoying as Death Guard Terminators, or, well, prior to the 9th edition Death Guard Terminators. But yeah, so 5-up feel no pains are massive. They've always been good, but when you add it to a unit, an army that never got them before, it makes a pretty big difference, and it kind of makes your opponents go like, whoa, I didn't realize they could do this. Now all of a sudden, your crisis suits are surviving without drone support, and can tend to get people frustrated a little bit. But it's great.
Yeah.
It's a great rule. So, okay, so they have Focus Fury. So when a character model from your army is chosen to shoot with, until the end of the phase, when resolving attack made by that model, you can reroll the wound. This is not super good, but if for some reason you don't want the Warlord trait, that does it, or you just want to spend a CP, reroll wounds with fusion blasters or something like that, that's pretty huge. You need your characters, commanders specifically, you need them to be accurate. You need them to always wound when they're hitting with their weapons, because they got those cyclic ion blasters, they got those fusion blasters, they got those heavy, high-powered weapons that need to kill stuff all game long. And when you just need to spend a CP to reroll that wound roll, it can be a big deal.
Oh, yeah.
This generally is best used on stuff like missile pod commanders, which tend to be more of the commonly used ones nowadays. Because Cold Star, you're going to get it because your Cold Star is going to assassinate anyway. They're going to move within the 6 inches. They don't really need the reroll ones because they're getting the reroll ones anyway.
Yep.
That said, like I said, anything that makes the army more capable of killing stuff, especially commanders, riptides, and crisis suits, is always a good thing. So the last one I want to talk about, this is actually one of my favorite new stratagems. I don't know how effective it is because I've only been able to use it in one game so far. With that said, it's a fun one because of the fact that this kind of plays like the Orc rule. So the Orc new stratagem that they get where they can blow up a vehicle.
Yep, it auto blows up.
Blows up and does a bunch of more wounds, everything in range. Well, now you can do it with Tau too. So for 1 CP, they have an ability called Firestorm. And you can choose up to 3. You pay a CP for each flyer, up to 3 flyers. And then they're actually each unit. So, I mean, you can run Remoras in 3-man units, and then only the 1 unit can do it. However, but if you run 3 Remoras in single-man units, and then run them up the board, you spend 3 CP, and anything within 4 inches of them suffers D3 mortal wounds.
Yeah.
4 up. That's a lot of mortal wounds.
That's a lot of mortal wounds you can put out.
A lot of mortal wounds. You can just run up to a whole army, spread your Remoras out just enough so that way you blanket cover the whole army. Yep. And now they're just blowing tons of mortal wounds off of stuff on 50% chance.
But yeah, you're right. It's a lot like the Orc one. They would take the burn Obama and they'd scream over and then automatically blow it up and deal a bunch of mortal wounds to everything.
Well, and what's funny about that is with the Orc one, they are forced to kill their unit. With the Tau one, this doesn't kill your unit. This just moves them up. They get in range. They blow up a bunch of stuff on within 3 inches on that 4 up, and then they get to fire on top of it.
Oh yeah.
Like say Remoras, they get their burst cannons, and they get their seeker missiles, which are pretty cool. But then you also consider too stuff like the Sunshark Bomber. they're flying over stuff anyway, and they're dropping their bombs. And as long as they only go within 3 inches away from that enemy unit, not only are they dropping their bomb, but they're also dropping another bomb on top of
More
the firestorm. So it's like mortal wounds all around.
Everywhere.
Which is great. It's phenomenal. And you can't complain for 1 CP because it's 1 CP for a single flyer.
It's 1 CP.
But then when you add in like 3 flyers, now all of them are dropping bombs, and they're all doubling up on it with firestorm. It's like, well, 3 CP to just do a ton of mortal wounds, I'll take that all day long.
Yep.
The problem I run into with this stratagem specifically, flyers in this edition are in an interesting spot because they are good, but they're not good at holding objectives.
Their durability is
They
questionable.
can get you engaged on all fronts, but overall, as units, I don't think they're super good yet.
I don't think they can get you engaged on all fronts. It's not in flyer, isn't it?
No, engage on all fronts is anything, I think. There is a couple of them that are specifically, they have to be infantry. Ones that hold objectives, they can't hold objectives.
Yep.
I think engage on all fronts is any unit that's not within 6 inches of the center. They just have to be on your side of the board. So I think they can claim for you for engage.
Okay.
We can go back over that later. I'll have a chance to take a look at the rulebook here, but I'm pretty sure that's one of the ones you can do it with. With that said, though, there's a few of the secondaries that allow you to kind of benefit from the flyers, but for the most part, flyers will not get you secondary points. And I don't know. You got to decide whether or not it's worth taking them. And this stratagem may be situational because you may never get your flyers within range. They may die before they even get a chance to use this stratagem.
Hopefully not.
So you're not going to build an army around this stratagem. With that said, if you're taking the bombers or the flyers anyway, it's good to have in your back pocket.
Oh yeah.
So it's kind of a fun one to use. And one of the things I love taking it on is I like taking my Tiger Shark and running the Tiger Shark on the board. That Tiger Shark has such a big base, anything within 3 inches of that is going to get blown up on a 4-up. It can do a lot of mortal wounds for 1 CP. It can dish out quite a bit. So, and what's even more interesting is the fact that it has to be Farsight. So it's 3 Tau Empire units. So you still have to have, it can be any empire. It doesn't have to be Sept blocked. So you can have, it can be from any Sept at all. So it doesn't have to benefit from a Sept trait. You can still do this ability. You just have to have a Farsight unit in your army. So.
Weird.
Yeah. Isn't that weird? Because in order to use a stratagem, you have to have a Farsight unit.
Yeah.
But it doesn't have to be a Farsight unit that uses the stratagem. So the Farsight thing unlocks, I think actually says Farsight detachments. You have access to stratagem, you can spend points on these stratagems from your army. Okay, I lied. In this case, it does have to be Farsight. So the reason I re-looked at this is because somebody had mentioned this to me in the middle of a game before, and they said, when one of these stratagems refers to a unit from your army, that unit must also be from the Farsight Enclave's detachment.
Okay.
So even though it's worded that you can use it from any Sept,
Yep.
this rule up top for the Farsight Enclave stratagems little clip of rules they got up there specifically says it has to be from Farsight in order to do it. So the funny part about that though is that the Tiger Shark is not a Lord of War, so it will always get a Sept trait.
Yep.
And because Farsight is so popular, it's probably going to be Farsight anyway. And what makes it even better is it's the best Sept tenets for flyers. Because the flyers need the reroll ones to hit, need the reroll ones to wound. And they're the only units in the army that are guaranteed capable of getting within 6 inches every turn.
Yep.
So it makes it really interesting that how well this plays into how flyers work. And then you throw Firestorm on there, and that just unlocks a whole new ball game full of mortal wounds, which is cool. So it's a good stratagem. It's one of those ones you should look at using. I know a lot of people probably don't use it that much, but if you're taking flyers, always kind of keep an eye out for it, because if you get an opportunity to use that, you can really shut an opponent down quick. So especially if they don't pay any attention to your flyer. If they ignore your flyers all game long and they're going for your infantry and stuff, your flyers just running around bombing stuff all game long, and it can get ugly quick. So, but anyway, so that covers the stratagems. We're going to be moving here into relics.
Relics. Yeah. Relics are a weird one. A lot of them seem to be just either making like your a weapon a little bit better.
Yeah. They replace a weapon with something a little better.
So one of the ones I really like is the vectored maneuvering thrusters. That's Tau Septs specifically.
Yeah.
So now in older editions, the battlesuits used to be able to move out, shoot, and then move back behind cover. Getting this very annoying shoot and scoot mechanic going on. Now
Yeah.
you don't have that anymore. But with this relic, the model may immediately move up to 6 inches after attacking in the shooting phase.
Right.
So now you at least have one model that can still do that. It does have to be a battle suit, a Tau Sept battle suit,
Yeah.
but that's what they used to be able to do, and you can have a character in a battle suit be able to do that again.
Yeah. Well, when you got your Cold Star, your Enforcer, Cold Stars especially because they're the ones that assassinate.
Yep.
They can pop out, kill something, and then pop back
Oh, yeah.
and hide. It makes a big difference, especially if there's
Yeah.
obscuring terrain in the way.
You advance your 40, kill something you're standing next to, and then hop behind cover with your 6 inches.
Yep. Yep.
Very annoying.
Another way I've looked at using it too, considering you're playing Tau Sept, one thing that would be really interesting, and I've done this before, is where you run your Cold Star up, and then like say turn 2 when you do it, right? So you run your Cold Star up, your Cold Star stops point blank in front of the enemy, and then during the end of your movement phase, you drop a unit of drones just inside of where you can move back to 6 inches.
Yep.
So you move your Cold Star right where you need them to be able to fire the fusion, get the melter roll. Drop your drones right where your Cold Star's at, like, because you have to be 9 inches away from enemies, and then drop them on that line, and then scoot your Cold Star back behind the drones. So now they got a drone shield in their way to protect them from getting killed.
Oh, yeah.
It can be incredibly effective if utilized correctly. It is still kind of a risky one, but with that said, anything that gives Tau ability to stick around for another turn on their battle suits is a big deal. So it is a good one, I do agree.
Yep. The other one I really like is the Dallas Sept specific one. Your opponent simply subtracts 1 from hit rolls that target the bear.
Yeah.
Even in melee.
Yeah.
That's really good.
Yeah, -1 to hits,
That's
never
the
a bad thing.
dynamic mirror field.
Yep. Yep. I like this one a lot. If I ran Dallas Sept more often, it's definitely one I would probably consider using, especially on like Cold Stars and stuff like that, who can be pretty durable. What's really fun is throwing, and there's another relic in here too, but you can throw, I think, you can give your commander a 4-up and 1 with a shield generator.
Yep.
And then you can throw this on your commander. So your commander's toughness 5 with like 6 wounds generally, and
then if he doesn't
you can throw
move,
them into cover. So now they're getting a 2-up save and cover with a 4-up.
well, no, it's the Data Step, which is the adaptive camouflage.
No,
so
no,
you
I-
simply don't move and get your cover.
Well, yeah, that's true. I was thinking more on the lines of like if you were to deep strike the commander or something like that. But yeah, being able to get the cover save, 2-up, 4-up and bone with toughness 5, 6 wounds, and then you get a -1 to hit on top of it.
Oh, yeah.
That can make your commander pretty durable and pain in the rear to try and take down. You really have to put some major firepower in them to make sure that you're actually taking this guy down. So I think it's an interesting one, and it could be worth it had Dallas become a more popular Sept to run.
Yeah, that's one of the questionable
I think
traits.
that's where it struggles at. So, but you got some other ones we're going to talk about here. Yep.
Like I said, some of them are just making the existing weapons even stronger. Like the Warlord Sept one makes you have to have a flamer, and it just makes the flamer strength 6, AP 1, and damage 2. How often
nasty
are
flamer,
you
but-
taking a flamer on your commander?
Well, the thing is, you got to consider commanders are ballistic skill 2, and there isn't much in your army that's ballistic skill 2. So are you really
Yeah.
going to give up
Ballistic skill 2
one of your weapon slots to take a flamer
for a flamer.
that you already hit on 2s with anyway? So yeah, it's a tricky one to ever find a reason
To really ever justify.
It is kind of fun because it is a nasty flavor. 712 is pretty brutal.
Another one I don't like is the solid image projection unit. So that's an ethereal with a hover drone only.
Yeah.
And
Big
then
5 points for it.
once per phase, when an enemy declares a charge against the
When
bearer
they
of
charge-
this unit,
Yeah, when they charge your ethereal, only your
yep,
ethereal.
you get 3 inches before the charge roll is made.
Yeah.
So
Well, first of all, when are you putting your ethereal out in the open?
exactly, when is your ethereal in danger? You're already doing something wrong. And then on top of it, you get up to 3 inches, which might not even stop the charge.
Yeah.
Because if you're 7 inches away, you move 3, and they roll a 10,
Yeah.
they still got you.
So a couple of things I could probably say that would make this kind of interesting is one, like we'll take for instance your opponent has to be 9 inches away when they deep strike, right? So if your opponent's using an army where they're going to deep strike on you, they have to be outside of 9. They're probably not going to make the charge when you get to move D3 inches back. But
Yeah.
you can actually pair this up with like the hazard suits, Rely is another one too, where it actually reduces the charge by another 2 inches. So theoretically could be up to -5 to your charge.
Could be.
But what you'll do is you'll throw the ethereal up right out in front, and then wait for your opponent to finish their movement. And what it does is it forces your opponent to not possibly be able to make the charge.
Yeah.
I mean, theoretically, at a -5, there's no way they can make the charge.
That's now we're talking some real disadvantage when you need 5 and extra
Turns a
inches
9
to charge.
into a 13.
Yeah, that's most likely going to fail,
14.
and it'll be a real surprise to your opponent. But again, at the end of the
Very
day,
situational, though.
unless you're really trying to juke your opponent like that, just protect your ethereal better.
Yeah, I mean, it could be a fun trick if you ever got to use it that way, but that's wishful thinking, I think. So it's not one of the ones I would ever take for it. I can't really ever justify
Yeah,
that.
justify taking this over like your Tau Sept battle. Well, not that one specifically, but
Some of the other.
The other ones that aren't specifically weapon related. There's a couple of weapon ones I think are pretty good. And you're going to see a lot of players, they like to run the I think Supernova launcher is pretty popular right now because it's strength 6, AP 2, 2 damage, 18-inch range, and then it's just like the it replaces the air bursting frag.
Yep.
So you don't need a line of sight and it ignores cover. So it's pretty solid.
yeah, I like it as a weapon.
It's
Definitely.
It's pretty good. It's a little random because it's D6 shots, but if you're running air bursting frags anyway, this is kind of the way to go. Because it makes your commanders shooting for that one weapon system kind of pretty nasty, actually. It just outright kills Marines pretty much. Another one too is the fusion blades you'll see on a lot of Farsight units. What it does is it turns I think you have to take a minimum of 2 fusion blades or 2 fusion blasters, and you trade in those 2 fusion blasters to get this, which is 2 fusion blasters. It wrapped up into 1, and then in addition to that, when you go into combat, you get 2 additional fusion blaster attacks essentially in melee, which it can be situational, but it can turn your Cold Star into a nightmare of an assassin. And their weapon skill's 3, so they are hitting pretty well in combat.
Yeah.
And when you tie this up and they're able to shoot off up to, well, essentially at this point it becomes 6 meltas in a single turn, which can be very deadly. Especially if you pair this up with, like, say, Farsight. You know, if you're running Farsight and you run this dude next to him, well, now you're rerolling hits with Farsight, giving the buff to the commander, and the 2 of them paired together just are an absolute nightmare. So it can be fun. It's one of those things where it's still kind of situational, and it's also, I think it's more fluff than it is technical, but it's still a decent one. Another one we should probably look at here, I think this is probably the most popular one.
Pure Grand Engram chip.
The
That's
Pure Tide Engram Neuro chip is
probably going to be your go-to.
is the general take stratagem for the army. And I think even with the relics that were released in Psychic Awakening, the Pure Tide is still the one that you're generally going to want. Now it gives you a reroll hit, wound, damage roll, right?
A single hit roll, wound roll, or damage roll. Yep.
So this is best utilized on a commander or a cadre fireblade.
Yep.
The fireblade, well, because I think you actually get to pick any unit that's in the Sept, pick a single model, and they get a reroll, hit roll, or damage roll. It's not just your character that gets it.
Once per battle.
Right. But it is 1 time per battle. If you need to say, like, cadre fireblade fires off his marker light, a ballistic 2, fails to hit. Well, now he can reroll that 1 time.
Yep.
Make sure that marker light hits. That's pretty big. But then in addition to that, it also, every time you or your opponent uses a stratagem, on a 6-up, you get that command point back.
Yep.
Anything that gives back command points generally is pretty good.
Generally pretty good.
It's probably even more so because of the fact that it's both when you and your opponent use stratagems.
Yep.
But a lot of other armies that have this kind of Warlord Trader relic, it's on a 5-up for them, but it's only one or the other. It's either when
Yep.
you spend a stratagem or your opponent spends
It ultimately works out the same as like
Yeah.
the 5+ when you spend it, whereas like the 6+ when either of you spend it.
Yeah.
They're both gonna add up to like 3, maybe 4 CP throughout the game.
You get more opportunities with the neurochip, but it's on less of a chance for it to go off. Whereas the other ones are less opportunities, but better success rate.
Yep, and then on top of that, you get a single reroll. So it's almost like having a free command reroll.
Yeah.
And then you get more CP on top of it. Just one of those good relics to just give you more CP.
General use, and it's pretty good. You can't ever find or take a specific army where this wouldn't be useful.
What's really nice about this is a relic, whereas usually effects like this, you'll see them in Warlord traits.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. It's very true. There are a few relics out there that still do this or something like this, but it's rare that it's a relic as opposed to a Warlord trait. So
Yep.
I definitely like it. I think it's very good. Is there any other ones on this you want to talk about?
Not
I think that covers most
really.
of the...
That covers most of them.
Yeah, I think the rest of them are kind of like, they're ones you could run, but they're not, unless you want to run fluffy, they're not very good, and they are very situational.
Yeah, there's a couple like the anagram chip and the thrusters. I think are definitely you're going to be go-to ones. Otherwise, the others you can largely avoid, especially like the multi-sensorial discouragement array.
Yeah,
Enemy units within 6 inches subtract 1 from their leadership characteristics. Gross.
yeah, so one, you're basically spending a CP,
Gross.
or you're taking up your one free relic slot to get -1 to leadership. Now, Tau don't need to strip leadership in the first place.
No.
And this is pretty much the only thing in the army that does strip leadership.
Yeah.
So it's not like it's one of those things where you could use this to stack other...
Yeah,
leadership
like if you can
debuffs.
stack it with other abilities,
But
you
this
can.
is really the only thing in the army that does that. So there's very few times where this is actually going to play a
Yep.
role. And even if it does, it's a rare opportunity.
And again,
it may not do anything, you know.
when do you want your character within 6 inches of the enemy?
Yeah.
I mean, if you're Farsight, I guess, so you can get rerolls.
Well,
But
yeah.
ultimately, at that point, you're probably going to be taking like vectored maneuvering thrusters. Or no, that's Tau Sept only.
yeah, it's not a good one. It's not a good one. Okay, so the Enclaves did get a few of them with Psychic Awakening. And some of these are probably worth considering. Now, the very first one I want to talk about is called the Seismic Fibrillator Node. Now, this thing says, once per battle, start of your turn, you choose to activate it. If you do until the end of that turn, when the model starts or ends a move within 6 inches of the model with this relic, roll 1d6 on a 1. That model's unit suffers 1 mortal wound. Now, with the way this is worded, any time your opponent is within 6 inches of your model, if they make any sort of move whatsoever, start or end, every time they start or end your move, they take a roll, and on a 6, they suffer a mortal wound. Or on a 1, they suffer a mortal wound. So that means if your opponent starts 6 inches, just inside of the 6 inches away from you,
Yep.
and they end their move still within 6, they roll twice, not just once. So if you got a whole army that's moving past you or moving into combat with you, or whatever the case is, they're all rolling multiple times every time they start or end within 6 inches of you. And that can lead to a lot of mortal wounds. So it's only 6 inches. Generally, you don't want anything within 6 inches of you. But because of the way it's worded, it can actually be very brutal for an army, especially if you're running like a cold star that assassinates something up there. And now all of a sudden your opponent's got to make their movement phase. And they're just like moving in and out and around your cold star. They got to completely avoid this giant 6-inch bubble around your cold star, which is on a pretty good sized base already, to try and avoid landing there without taking any mortal wounds. And that's a pretty big deal.
Even the fear factor can really play a role because, like you said, you have to keep away this like 12-inch bubble. They have to keep out of there, and even though it might be not too devastating for them if they are in there, the fact in their mind of your opponent that, hey, I need to stay out of the 12 inches just to avoid the possibility of this, that in itself can have a huge effect on the game.
Yeah, it forces your
park
opponent
next
to
to-
play certain ways.
Yep.
I think another thing too is that it can affect multiple phases, which also makes it pretty interesting. I mean, it's only once per battle, but it lasts the entire turn. So your opponent during their entire turn, they're stuck moving in and around you, and it doesn't just affect them during their movement phase. So if they start their move in their movement phase and their movement phase, that's 2 dice they got to roll. When they make a charge against your cold star, they have to roll a dice when they make the charge. Then they got to roll a dice when they get into combat with you. So they're rolling 4 dice
Yeah.
for every model that moves within 6 inches.
Is it every model?
It's model. It's not unit.
Oof.
So it adds up to a lot of mortal wounds.
That's a lot of rolls.
Now, they did rework this rule a little bit in an FAQ.
Yeah.
It's only when they start or end a move, not and when they end.
Okay.
So you're only ever going to take one roll rather than two for every time you start and end a move.
Mm-hmm.
With that said, though, it can still, during your movement phase, you take a move, end up within 6 inches, you roll a die. You go to make an assault charge. When you make that charge, you still roll another die.
Yep.
So it's every time you're still rolling dice, and it's
still
for each
very
model
good.
still. So it's still pretty good in a lot of cases, and it does force your opponent to play a certain way.
Yep.
But in addition to that, it forces you to kind of sacrifice a unit. Like I said, I think the best thing I can think you could use this on is maybe Assassination Cold Star, to where your opponent's literally going to have to move their whole army around you to avoid you, or they're going to have to try and kill your Cold Star and then end up taking a whole bunch of mortal wounds in the process.
I've played against Tau several times, and I'll have my big steamroller army set out, and they're just like, I'm going to put my Cold Star right in the middle of your army because there's a little bubble right there.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden now I have all these units who are going to want to move in the movement phase, and I have to be aware of this Cold Star sitting in the middle of my lines.
And it'd be one thing if it was like each unit that has to roll a die, but when it's every single model within 6 inches, I mean, you're talking about potentially, a 20-man warrior squad that now has to roll 20 dice. And for every 6 they roll, they're just gone. They don't get reanimation because it's not an attack.
It's not an attack.
They're just gone.
They're just gone.
So it's an interesting one.
No.
I don't think it's particularly effective in a lot of cases, but it can really throw your opponent off. Mm-hmm. And especially if you pair that up with, I think another one they have is called the Seismic Destabilizer. If you can get another model within range with the Seismic Destabilizer, you can pack in even more mortal wounds, which makes it really interesting.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so another one I want to talk about is the Talisman of Arthas Malak. Now, Arthas Malak, for most Tau players who know the lore, know that Farsight got his sword from Arthas Malak. That's where the sword came from. That's where a number of different Tau relics have been recovered. I don't know why Tau decided to collect a whole bunch of relics from that battlefield, but they did.
Throwing out swords is no form of government.
So what this does, so what this does is this gives your unit that takes this a 5-up invuln save, which, if you don't want to take a shield generator on your Cold Star commander or whatever, this gives your Cold Star a 5-up instead of a 4-up, which is a little worse, but it also allows you to deny a psychic power within 24 inches. Tau have no other way whatsoever to deny psychic powers at all in the game.
Yes.
So this gives you a psychic deny you otherwise would not get, plus it gives you a shield generator that's a little bit weaker. For free, for the cost of a relic. Yes, it's good to have, it's worth having, especially if your opponent's playing Psychers.
Definitely good to have. Even if you're not playing against Psychers, just bring it along just to have it in your back pocket. It's that principle of rather having it and not needing it than needing it and not having it.
That's exactly right. And even though half of the rule is situational, it's never bad to have a 5-up invuln either. I can't think of a time where I wouldn't want to have my Cold Star or Commander
it doesn't even
having a 5-up invuln.
Unless the unit has a better invuln, like it's good on anything.
Yeah, and Tau don't come with standard invuln saves. Only the characters do. The name characters do. So your Riptides will get it, but yeah, it's only characters anyway, so you have to take it on a character because of relics. Mm-hmm. But the 5-up invuln plays a pretty big role throughout a game. And if your commander's ever left out in the open, this will give them a little bit of durability, which is kind of nice. The last one I want to talk about is the Mirror Codex. So a unit within 18 inches of this character that has the relic, you can re-roll the hit roll. This makes aggressive footing a little less... It allows you to get a little bit more space with the Mirror Codex. When you're going to run this, you're going to run this probably on a commander. It's going to be on one of your suits. And it'll give you an extra 6 inches, essentially, to re-roll your hits. Now, commander's already hit on a 2+, so unfortunately, the aggressive footing, it doesn't distance itself from aggressive footing enough to where I'd want to run this a lot. But if you're running a lot of 18-inch weapons and you want to stay out of that 12-inch range, this allows you to hide your unit a little better. Gives you the full 18 inches on your weapons, which, like I said, the air-bursting fragmentation projector, a lot of them other weapons like that, they're 18-inch range. This actually allows you to get that extra, that reroll to hit, which you wouldn't otherwise get because you would have to move within 12 otherwise. So I think it's an interesting one. I don't think it's super great, especially in Farsight Enclaves because Farsight already gives the reroll ones.
Yes.
But, you know, it's situational as it is. It can be good in certain circumstances. So it might be worth looking at, especially because if you go back and you look at all the other stuff that Tau get, there's not a lot of relics that they have or warlord traits that they have that are very good to begin with or standing out very well. So I think you're generally going to run the Pure Tide Engram Neurochip, but then you got to decide whether or not you want to spend CP for another relic. And most of the time, I'm probably going to say no. So that's kind of where we're at with this one. We're going to talk about prototype weapon systems here, which fall into the relics category. We'll go over that, but I think before we do that, we're going to take a quick hiatus for about 5 minutes, and we will be right back. So, thanks for sticking with us, folks. We appreciate it. right, and we are back. All right, so yeah, sorry about that, guys. We're taking a quick break here just to sort out the last couple of videos. We noticed that they take a little longer than like some of these short, like 1 hour ones that a lot of the other studios do. Primarily just because we want to cover everything. So
Yep. We go over like all the content.
we decided that was a good idea to take a break in between, so that way we can make sure that we're able to cover everything, and we get in a few minutes to stop and reset. So, but again, we're back. Now we're gonna go over prototype weapon systems. So before we do that, I just wanted to let everybody know. Again, we appreciate you guys' support. Thank you guys for doing what you guys do. For those of you who haven't subscribed yet, we appreciate you guys subscribing, and then slap the notification bell so that way you guys can get notifications of all of our games, all of our content that pops up, and leave a like on this if you guys enjoyed this. So with that said, again, we're going over prototype weapon systems now. So the very first thing we're going to cover is going to be, I guess really all of them are pretty good. So I think the first thing we should probably cover is the reactive countermeasures. So what that does is it allows you to trade out one of your air-bursting fragmentation projectors for this relic, and you still get the projector, so you get the same profile or whatever. But what it does is it makes your character count as AP1 and AP-2 weapons, counting as 0 against them. Yeah. So I think these are probably best utilized on like your Enforcer commanders, your Cold Star, if for some reason you have I don't know, if you really need to run the air bursting frag. What I found these really interesting on is the old school XV8 commanders, the very first commanders that were wrapped around here. I think they're they're the XV8 Crisis Battlesuit commanders. So the reason I think they're interesting on them is because you can take this relic, make your commander, take a shield generator, make your commander, let's see, you take the Warlord trait or whatever it is. I don't remember exactly what it was, but there was a way to work it out. So you could have your commander with the Crisis Battlesuit with a 2-up save, a 4-up invuln, AP -1 and -2 equals 0. So with a 2-up save, AP1 and 2 equals 0, it's pretty nasty. And worst case scenario, if your opponent decides they want to shoot at you with like AP3, AP4 weapon, they need an AP3 to even affect your save.
And then you get your
4-up invuln if they manage to blast through that with AP. So more often than not, you're going to be rolling 2s to save, and then on the off chance that your opponent's shooting at you with an anti-tank weapon, you're still getting a 4-up invuln. So it can make your commander, even though he's only got 5 wounds, it can make him pretty darn strong. And I think it's a really interesting one to consider. Now, if you don't run the regular Crisis Battlesuit commanders, it's not generally going to be worth it. I don't think it's as good on the Enforcer. And the reason I say that is because the Crisis Battlesuit, in order to give him the 2-up save, that's the what's it called?
The Iridium Battle.
The Iridium Battlesuit. So you're paying like an extra 10 points or something like that to get that 2-up save, and that's where it really this relic really shines at. A 3-up save, it's still good on with the Enforcer, but I don't think it quite reaches that level of strength that it does on the XV8 Crisis Suit. And the XV8 is far cheaper than the Enforcer.
Yep.
So that's why I like it. Even though the Enforcer's got an extra wound, it's, I don't know. They're both in an interesting spot, so they're both very good commanders. But if you want to go the cheap route and you spend the extra 10 points for that 2-up save, that turns that commander into an incredibly durable commander. And then since you're running the air-bursting frag, you could run like drone controllers, you could run, and you're running the shield generator too. Yeah. You could run a drone controller, you can run other things to make him more of a buffing commander that just cannot die. So, I mean, when your commander, has a weapon that doesn't shoot super well, but he's incredibly durable, and you have all these extra slots, you can make him more of a buffing unit. I think it makes it really interesting because now at this point, even if they have like snipers and stuff, you don't care because they just shrug everything off.
Oh yeah.
And worst case scenario, your commander gets shot, he's out in the open or whatever, you can spend that 2 CP to make a Crisis Suit unit have a 5-up field no pain as well. So now that really turns this guy into a real, beefy, incredibly hard to kill unit that can just run around. And I mean, they're fairly mobile. They're 8 inches, so they're fairly mobile. They have fly, so you can claim objectives. You can do a lot of cool stuff with that you otherwise wouldn't be able to. And they're the cheapest commander out there, so I think it's an interesting one to look at. Reactive countermeasures isn't super great. Another thing you can look at too, because it's a prototype weapon, you're basically replacing a relic to put this on any one of your units. It's not that you're putting this on a character. It's not like a relic. You can
put this on anything?
So this takes up a relic slot and it can go on any unit that's capable of taking it. And so this reactive countermeasures can also go on like a crisis suit unit. So if you want to take one of your iridium suits on your crisis unit, you get like 9 crisis suits out there with iridium armor. Up to 3 of them can have iridium armor.
Yep.
You're paying 10 points a pop for each one. But then you throw this reactive countermeasures on one of their weapon systems. Well, now this guy's got a 2-up save with 3 wounds, toughness 5, and AP minus 1 and 2 equals 0.
Yep.
So that can make this one crisis suit in your crisis unit really durable and be able to soak up a lot of firepower for the rest of the battle suit unit.
And then when you have that big unit and you get hit with that AP 1 or 2 weapon, you can just put it on him right away.
The way I look at it, I think it's most effective on a crisis unit, similar to the way that it made like long fangs with like Space Wolves. Like a lot of people, what they would do is they would run all 5 long fangs, have 4 of their heavy weapons, and then to protect them, they'd throw them in cover. But then on top of it, throw a Terminator Wolf Guard in the unit.
Yep.
And now they got a really durable unit that you have to take out that Wolf Guard before you can take down the rest of the unit.
Yeah,
the crisis suits can do the same thing with this by making one of their crisis suits super durable, and until that guy goes down, the rest of the crisis suits are fully healthy all game long. Yep. So I think it's really interesting to look at, because unless you put a lot of firepower into these whatever this unit is that's taking this relic, it's going to be hard to take them down.
And then on top of that, when you do get hit with those AP3 weapons, or say you don't want to sacrifice them anymore, you have the savior protocols from the drones to fall back on.
Right.
So it makes this incredibly durable unit.
Yeah, you can really do a lot of things to keep this unit alive. And I think also, in addition to what you're saying about that, it also makes it so you're able to take a unit without as much drone support as you otherwise would need to take. Because usually you got to throw a lot of drones on these expensive crisis suits and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Where in this case, you really don't need to. You can just take that one model and expect them to survive at least a little while, more than they otherwise wouldn't without the drone support. So I think it's really interesting. It's definitely one to look at. Another one, Fusion Obliterator. Now this actually replaces the Ghost Kill Battlesuit's Fusion Collider weapon. And this replaces it with a +1 to your strength. It's basically another Fusion Collider, but it's a Fusion Obliterator that goes from D3 shots up to heavy 3. So it's just a flat 3 shots. It adds 1 to your strength. So now it's, instead of strength 8, it's strength 9.
Nice.
And then AP minus 4 is the same, D6 damage is the same, just like the Melta. And then it has the Melta rule as well. Unfortunately, they haven't been updated to the new Meltas yet.
Yeah.
So it's not the 2 damage plus whatever it was before. But with that said, it's still, in my opinion, pretty strong. 2 plus D6 or just re-rolling your D6. In a lot of cases, the re-rolling the D6 might be the difference between whether or not you make and kill something as opposed to just having the extra 2 damage. So, I don't know. I think the new Melta rule is better overall, but I think it's really interesting on the Fusion Obliterator because it makes that Fusion Obliterator more likely to hit really hard.
Yep. I'd really like to see them go a different route instead of just copy and pasting the new Melta rule, because Fusion Blasters are the Tao's Melta gun.
That's their version of Melta, yeah.
Yep, but I'd like to see them a little different in a way to give that real difference that, hey, these are 2 different weapons.
Right.
And you see that a little bit in the plasma rifle. Yeah. So it's not the same as a plasma gun from the Imperium. They have that slight difference. I would like to see that same thing apply to the Fusion weapons.
I agree. I think they're a different weapon. I think they should be profiled differently. GW has been getting more and more into like making everything kind of the same, so there's not so many like random rules out there. With that said, though, I do think because Fusion and Melta technically aren't the same thing, and they're even worded differently. They're not a Melta gun. They're not. There's nothing Melta related to it, other than the fact that they just have the same profile. So. Yeah, I think they're in an interesting spot. The Fusion Obliterator, I think, is really good on the Ghost Keel because it makes the Ghost Keel, who's already hitting on a ballistic skill 4 up, go from D3 shots from that fusion weapon up to flat 3 shots.
Yeah,
So
that's
they're
huge.
already they're only hitting on a 50% chance anyway. But when you turn that 1 to 3 shots into a flat 3 shots guaranteed,
Yep.
it can make a pretty big difference. And then in
Oh, yeah.
addition to that, because Ghost Keels can take 2 fusion blasters, 2 burst cannons, or 2 flamers as their secondary weapon systems, now you can get 5 melta-shots at a 50% rate, which I think you still pay a premium for Ghost Keels. They're not cheap, but when you get those 5 shots, it can really make a real difference. And it can actually make them very good killers at hitting tanks and other things that they otherwise, a lot of Tau stuff.
You got
can't
this
deal with.
big monstrous battle suit. You want to be able to go toe to toe with the other Godzillas out there.
Yeah, and I think they also took away a lot from Ghost Keels because Ghost Keels normally only get a -1 now. They used to be able to get a -2.
They still
with their
technically do, but you have to be having something
That
like
modifier again.
Yep, like when warriors get the "My Will Be Done" and they shoot at you, you
plus
still get
one
your
to hit.
+1 to save,
Right.
but
But now it's no longer, -2 to hit or whatever. So
it used
they
to
took
be.
away a little bit from Ghost Keels. I don't think they didn't take away a lot, but they took away a little bit from Ghost Keels. I think throwing this Fusion Obliterator in there kind of made up for a little bit of that. I mean, granted, it still takes us up a relic slot.
Yep.
But it's better. It's far better than the Fusion Collider, the original Fusion Collider. The Obliterator, that extra 1 strength is the difference between wounding on a 3 and a 4, wounding on a 2 and a 3. And the solid number of shots is a big deal. And then you also consider, too, that the Ghost Keel doesn't hit very good to begin with. So making those shots count really is a big deal for them. So I think it's really worth the CP you would otherwise pay or the relic slot you would otherwise pay. So another one they can take, too. The Ghost Keel can also take, it's called the Advanced EM Scrambler. This is actually one of my favorite new signature systems, prototype systems. And what it does is it forces your opponents, so anytime they use a deep strike unit or reset up a unit, like Gate of Infinity or something like that, they have to stay outside of 12 inches of your Ghost Keel. So this forces them out of charge range, for one, which is awesome. And it also kind of pigeonholes your opponent into completely avoiding this unit that they otherwise wouldn't care about avoiding. Because everything wants to get in combat with Tau. Now, when your opponent can't charge them because they can't get within 12 inches of them, it can be pretty frustrating for an opponent. Especially if you got a lot of stuff in your army that deep strikes. Dark Angels being another big one right now. Blood Angels is another one. Even Necrons with their Veil of Darkness. Grey Knights with their Gate of Infinity. A lot of stuff that would otherwise deep strike now is all forced out of 12 inches range. And I think a lot of people saw that when Infiltrators came out for Space Marines. Being forced out of that 12 inches is really obnoxious. It can force you off objectives. It can force you not to be able to make charges. It can do a lot of things in a game and affect a game in a lot of ways. My only gripe with this is that you can only take 1. Now, I love Ghost Keels, first of all. I would love to run 3 of them at all times if I could afford it, because they are fairly cheap for what you get. But what I would love to be able to do is take this on multiple Ghost Keels, and then you can almost kind of create a line or a big wall where they can't work around.
But these are prototype systems,
But they are
so they're
prototypes.
not in mass production.
Not yet.
Not yet.
GW is really good about making Tau stuff that's prototype eventually become a permanent edition. So we'll see what GW does with this. But I think the EM Scrambler is a pretty good one, especially if you're running 2 Ghost Keels, because you can run the Obliterator and the Scrambler, 1 on each, and it makes both of your Ghost Keels worth running. Gives them a job to do and makes them pretty good at it. So, okay, so then here's another one we're going to talk about here. This is the High Capacitance Railgun. Now this one basically changes your Hammerhead's railgun into a 2-shot railgun as opposed to the 1-shot railgun, with exactly the same profile as before. I don't like this. I don't like it at all, actually. I think the only use I could ever think to maybe use this on is if you're running it on Long Strike, because Long Strike can take it.
He can take it, and he's Ballistic Skill 2, I'm pretty sure, too.
He is Ballistic Skill 2 because he gives Hammerheads +1 to hit rolls.
Yeah.
So he's otherwise Ballistic Skill 3, goes up to Ballistic Skill 2, I should think, yeah, you're right. He might actually have a ballistic skill to himself. But he still gives a +1 to hit rolls. As a ballistic too. Yep, so he actually becomes a ballistic 1 just by himself. So when you can almost guarantee these railguns are going to hit, and then you turn them into 2 shots instead of 1, it's getting close to being okay. My problem with this is there's so many things in the game that roughly cost the same cost as a hammerhead, or maybe even a little less than a hammerhead, that instead of having 1 or 2 shots, they have like D6 shots at the same profile. A single shot weapon doing D6 damage that may miss, may not wound. It's a problem. It's a very big problem.
And we'll get into that when we get to the hammerheads, but
Yeah.
the paying that many points for a single shot weapon is rough.
Yeah, yeah. So I think you're probably never going to run this, and if you do, I don't see any reason why you would run this on anything but long strike. But the fact that long strike can take it is kind of interesting. So
You can actually take it?
yeah, because long strike's an upgrade to a hammerhead. He's not an actual hammerhead by himself.
Right, but he is a named character.
Right.
And you can't give them...
He's a named unit that upgrades the hammerhead.
Okay.
So he can actually take this, which is kind of weird.
Is he able to take relics then?
No, not relics, but he's able to
But
take
the prototypes.
the prototype, because it replaces any hammerhead gunship weapon. And long strike, even though he's a named character, is not able to take relics, but he can take prototypes.
Okay.
So it's interesting because on him he actually has the ability to do it. None of the other named characters can do it. So it's kind of a weird one, but if you're going to run it, you're going to run it on him. And even then, it's still it's probably not better than the ion cannon, because the ion cannon's D6 shots, 3 damage,
Yeah.
strength 8, -2 or -1, something like that. So the ion cannon's going to be better, but we'll talk about that more when we get into the hammerheads. So yeah. Moving on. The Gatling Burst Cannon. Now, this is my favorite prototype weapon in the book.
Oh, yeah.
Burst cannons are... they're not cheap by themselves, but they are one of the cheaper weapon systems for your suits, in crisis suits specifically, at 8 points apiece. Now,
Yep.
at 8 points a pop, you're getting 4 shots, strength 5, AP 0, 1 damage. Not great, but... the Gatling Burst Cannon prototype now turns every 6 you shoot into another hit. If you're running even 3 crisis suits, on average, with 3 burst cannons apiece, or even 2 burst cannons apiece, and then -1 to their AP with the ATS, they're getting a lot of shots. And with the Gatling Burst, they're getting even more so. So they just drown opponents in shots.
Oh, yeah.
So this is a really interesting one, and this is the one I use the most, and I really love it. I think if you're running I like to run them in a 9-man squad, and then I'll split the squad up because I'll give a lot of buffs to the one squad. Split them up, that way they can fire different units, and then throw the GATs on there, and they will just drown units to death in number of shots. It doesn't matter, at that point, it doesn't matter how much... how durability you have, how strong you are. When I'm re-rolling most of my hits, re-rolling all of my wounds, at strength 5, and every 6 that I roll to hit is an extra hit.
And the whole units get...
The whole unit gets it. Yeah.
Weird.
It replaces a burst cannon, but it does it for the entire unit. So,
Okay.
Commander, Crisis Battle Suits, Crisis Bodyguards, or Ghost Kill unit only. It replaces each burst cannon that model fires in this unit are equipped with, and has the following profile. It's got the GAT burst profile.
Wow.
So 9 suits with 3 burst cannons apiece. You're looking at, on average, like 160 shots. It's ridiculous.
This is how you delete stuff.
And then when they're re-rolling all their wound rolls, even
Oh, yeah.
though the strength 5 I think is really where the drawback for the weapon comes to. But when you talk about the fact that they can re-roll all wound rolls for a single CP,
Oh, yeah.
they, like I said, they just drown units. I've had 5 crisis suits in a single turn wipe out a 3-up invuln. What do they call it? Lord of Change.
Yeah.
in a single turn. It's like they're 16, 17, 18 wounds, something like that.
Because you're just drowning them in shots. You
Yeah.
go around that save.
And they literally, they pick a unit and it's gone. 9 suits is actually overkill against most things they fire at because there's just way too many shots. But you can split them up in like groups of 3, have 3 go at a different unit. 3 different units, just theoretically wipe out 3 units in one go. And they can do it pretty well. I think, like you had mentioned earlier, the game we were talking about versus the Necrons, I was able to take out 20 warriors in a single go and almost wipe out an immortal squad.
Yep.
Had I split it up a little bit better, I almost probably could have taken the mortal squad too, but the problem was I was more concerned about making sure the warriors died.
Yep.
So I actually did overkill the warriors, but it was to guarantee that I could kill them, where I could have probably put another suit or 2 into the immortals and made sure the immortals went down too.
Yep.
So
Yeah, because the Immortals barely survived that volley.
yeah, so you kind of take that risk there, but at the same time, just the number of shots you get is just so overwhelming. It doesn't, at that point, volume of fire outweighs the quality of the firepower by a large margin. So Gatling burst cannons are phenomenal, especially if you're running them on like your commanders, because you can run on a commander with 4 burst cannons. Hitting at ballistic skill 2 is pretty good.
Oh, yeah.
Or you can run it on your crisis suits, which, like I said, the more crisis suits, the better in this case, because each one of those burst cannons is benefiting from it. So they're pretty awesome. So yeah, that's that. Moving on to network marker lights. This is Pathfinders only. So what they do is they replace their marker lights with an Assault 1 version of the marker lights. So rather than having a heavy 1 marker light, they now become an Assault 1 marker light. Now this does take up a relic slot, and it is only on a single unit of Pathfinders. So the best time I could probably suggest to maybe use this is if you're running like a 10-man Pathfinder unit, and you want to be able to keep them mobile throughout the game. Marker lights already have a 36-inch range.
Generally, they're not mobile. You kind of have them in a good position, like in a window, using their marker light.
Well, and they have a vanguard move too, which is kind of nice. So, like, if you don't get them, if they're not at the start of the game in a spot you already want them, you can kind of shuffle them over 6 inches, 7 inches, or whatever it is at the beginning of the game.
Yep.
And now they're where you want them, and you don't have to move them until they die. And the thing is Pathfinders aren't durable to begin with, so you put them in a spot and they just stay there. They don't need to move throughout the game. You're never really in a position where you need to keep them mobile. So I don't think this is a super good one. I think it's interesting because making marker lights mobile is kind of an amusing factor. But I can't really think of anything I would really want to use this on unless for some reason I felt it necessary to move Pathfinders.
Yeah, it's advantageous to the state of ninth where it's in to keep all your units the ability to move, but Pathfinders generally don't need to. That's not their role.
Yeah, well, and the range plays a big role too. 36-inch range with a heavy weapon. Why would you ever need to move a 36-inch? I mean, the only time I could ever think is maybe if you need for like firing lanes.
Yep.
If your board's covered in a terrain, it could be effective to be able to move them, but I don't know. This is kind of one of those ones where do you really want to give up a relic slot with it? Probably not.
Probably not.
So that's that. This is another one of my favorite ones we're going to go over. It's called the Annihilation Warheads. This is on a Storm Surge only. Now, Storm Surges, I think across the board, most people think are generally bad. And I don't disagree with them. Even though they've gotten a little cheaper, they're still not great.
Why are they so terrible in close combat?
So they're bad.
Why can't they at least have stomps like Knight do?
Well, and it's really weird because they're bad in combat. They're not incredibly durable, right? They're toughness 7. They can get a 4-up invuln, but you got to pay a pretty hefty premium for it. Those shield generators are not cheap. And then on top of it, their firepower is good, but it's kind of like they're a Titanic unit that just doesn't get Titanic benefits. They're not even really.
They're kind of the same boat of the Baneblade. Is that ballistic skill 4 really lets them down?
Yeah, it really does. And I mean, if they drop their anchors, they're ballistic 3, which is cool.
That's cool.
But then again, it takes away from the 9th edition point, which is to be mobile.
To be mobile.
So again, if you need something that's going to hold backfield objective, sure, single Storm Surge can do the job. And honestly, the Annihilation Warheads almost, in my opinion, make the Storm Surge probably worth the points. Now, the reason I say this is because each single destroyer missile, and they get 4 of them, does 3 flat mortal wounds apiece. as opposed to the D3 it otherwise would do. So when you got 4 destroyer missiles doing 3 mortal wounds apiece, if you can boost that bad boy up to 2, ballistic 2, so drop the anchors turn 1, turn
Yep.
2 it fires the destroyers.
Yep.
Now it's hitting on ballistic 3. You throw 5 marker lights in there, hitting on ballistic 2.
Yeah.
At 2 shots or 4 shots into a single unit that's super tough, you're doing 12 flat mortal wounds.
And you can fire all those at once?
All of them at one time.
Nice.
So that makes the Storm Surge pretty deadly. And the range on those things are actually really good. They're 48 inches.
Yeah, that's pretty much stable.
So they pick a unit and they can do 12 mortal wounds to it once the anchors are dropped. The problem they run into is, can they stay on the board till turn 2? And because they're Titanic, because they're over
a big
18
target.
wounds, and because they have a weapon on there that is scary and very long range, a lot of people will put everything into them to take them down turn 1.
And they're Titanic, so they don't get your
They don't get the
Sept
Sept
in it.
bonuses either.
Nope.
Yeah. So they also lose a lot of other stuff they otherwise could get. The trade-off is if you run 3 Storm Surges, you're probably going to be able to use the Annihilation Warheads. Maybe. Because it still has to be taken on a unit. It'd be one thing if it was like a stratagem.
Yep.
But because it's a single unit that gets that, they target that one first, take it down. Well, now you don't get them. Now you just wasted a relic for nothing. So it is kind of a risk you take, taking this relic. With that said, just an example off the top of my head, I dropped Kairos Fate Weaver that warp timed up to the front of my table, turn 1. I dropped him down to like 4 wounds. I dropped him down to 4 wounds in a single round for my Storm Surge using the Annihilation Warheads. I didn't even have to shoot any of the other weapons at him yet.
Just those.
Just 12 flat mortal wounds to Kairos, and there was not a thing he could do about it.
Yeah.
So,
Those
yeah,
mortal wounds.
pretty vicious. Of course, after that, it was just a piece of cake to take him down. So, yeah, when I spend a couple hundred points on this Storm Surge, I think they're not even that much. They're actually right around the cost of a Riptide now. Their points has changed from the book, but they're right around the points of a Riptide now. And Riptides are still better in terms of what they do. But the Storm Surge with the Annihilation Warheads can basically pick a unit and say no to it. Now, it's not guaranteed they're going to do 12 mortal wounds. That's not a great rate, but that said, if they get that off, that's pretty awesome. So, but that covers the Annihilation Warheads. So moving to Accelerated Photon Grenades. I think this is actually a really good one, but I also think it's situational and it only works on 1 unit. Again, if this was a stratagem, this would be phenomenal. So your photon grenades are already 12-inch range, and you lob the photon grenades D6 shots with the grenade profile, and any single hit on a photon grenade gives that opponent -1 to hit on the -1 to hit in the combat. So now they're hitting at a -1. The accelerated photon grenades are really cool because not only do they do the -1, in addition to that, units that are shocked cannot advance, and any charges they make are halved. So it gets rid of their advance roll. So now they can't advance at all.
Well, what's the range on the grenades?
12 inches.
12 inches.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
So they're gonna get their move, and then their charge is halved.
well, here's the thing. Photon grenades can be thrown in the charge phase. So in the charge phase, as an Overwatch.
Oh,
Tau
I get
gets
you.
to Overwatch.
I got
you
you.
lob these photon grenades on a 10-man, 12-man unit of Fire Warriors. One of those is going to hit. And as long as you have this prototype weapon in there, that one is going to cut their charge in half, which means they're probably not getting there.
They're probably not getting there because like a 9,
Well,
so
on
they're
average-
9 average. They're like 8 or 9 inches away. Then you need cuts it in half.
Well, the average
So
roll of charge is
you couldn't even do it
7. No, not even 6.5, right?
because it cuts the roll in half.
It cuts whatever your results are in half.
Yeah. So even if you roll a perfect 12, you still need to be within 6 inches to successfully charge.
That's right.
Wow.
Yeah, so it's really good. The problem I have with it is that it's taking out a single unit of Fire Warriors, or you could do it on Breachers too. But they're not durable, so they're not going to last long. Unfortunately, your opponent can just shoot your unit that has these, kill them, and then charge something. So it kind of is not good, and if you can somehow get around for the greater good, where these are out of range, you're not going to be able to utilize them. So it's good and it's bad. If you're running a lot of Fire Warriors, this can actually be really fun because now you're just running around with a unit of Fire Warriors that are they can barrel up into your opponent's lines and now force your opponent to hit on -1s, and then they can't advance any of their unit that got hit with this. So, and what's interesting too is that each model can attack a separate unit. So this doesn't work just in Overwatch. This actually works on your turn during shooting phase too, because you can throw the grenades, right?
Well, one per model.
Well, right.
One model can throw
So
grenades.
one
And then the
model
rest
can,
has to.
the one model throws the photon grenade, so it doesn't necessarily hit a. So, like, say in your attack phase, right, during your shooting phase, it hits your opponent, and now that opponent can't advance with their unit. Now, during their turn, another unit's trying to charge them. Well, now they can photon grenade them. So now 2 units are affected by this. And if each unit fails their charge, another unit tries to make a charge against them, they're continuously throwing these photon grenades and cutting their charge in half, giving them -1 to hit.
You get a
forcing it so they can't
grenade.
advance.
You get a grenade. You get a grenade.
Exactly. So now it really makes it interesting to try and charge these guys. And then if you throw Dark Strider nearby, now these guys are falling back and firing too. So it can make a unit of Fire Warriors obnoxious. With that said, though, like I said, Fire Warriors specifically, they're not durable. So it's just a matter of shooting them and killing them, and then it doesn't matter anyway. So then you just have a relic that goes down the drain. So I don't know. It's a fun one and it's very interesting. I just don't think it's not reliable enough to where you're going to be able to use it every game. So therefore, I don't know if it's really worth ever taking.
Yeah, you're definitely going to want to be like Sept, so because otherwise you're hitting on 6s with Overwatch. You want to be able to reliably hit with this.
Yeah, you could use it in Farsight too, because in Farsight you're still getting the reroll ones to hit in Overwatch. But otherwise, I don't. Yeah, it's one of those things where it could be completely useless. So. Okay, so we're going to talk about cross-link stabilizer jets. Now this is actually one of my other favorite prototype systems, because any commander, crisis suit, or bodyguard, whenever they make an attack with a ranged weapon, they reroll hit rolls of 1 and reroll wound rolls of 1. Now, if you're not playing Farsight, this is ridiculously good, because now your entire unit is firing at firing with rerolls and wound rolls, or hit and wound rolls of 1. So it basically gives you the Farsight Sept ability.
Without the range restriction, right?
Without any range restriction, and the entire unit can benefit from it. So, like, you got a 9-man crisis squad that's all rerolling hits and wounds of 1. If they're Sept or whatever, this works for Overwatch too. So this is pretty good. This is really, really good. The only problem I have with it is it's limited to crisis suits, commanders, and bodyguards. So only 3 units that can use it. With that said, they are some of the more powerful units that you would be using. So I think these can be incredibly effective, and it's one of my favorite weapon system prototypes. So I don't know, is there any reason why you wouldn't want to have reroll 1s on a single unit for both hits and wounds?
No.
I mean, it's kind of like having a captain and a lieutenant nearby without
Exactly.
actually needing them nearby.
Exactly.
So yeah, that's pretty cool. So anyway, that's that one. Magnet Rail Rifle is another one I think is really good. This is another one I wanted to bring up. This is probably the hottest debate for broadsides out there. Are you running the missile sides or are you running the Magnet Rail Rifles? No one is running the heavy rail rifles
not
with broadsides
currently.
without this prototype weapon. It's good because they are strength 6 or strength 9, AP -4, D6 damage, and they're 2 shots apiece.
60-inch range.
With a 60-inch range. So they do shoot pretty far. Any roll of a 6 does mortal wounds. And anytime they roll a damage roll of less than 3, it's automatically 3. So, this makes your anti-tank weapons really strong. My problem is that broadsides are still ballistic 4. So, unless you're dropping a ton of marker lights and you're finding ways to get them the plus to hit, you're only getting a maximum of 6 shots with this weapon system. And it goes to all the broadsides that are utilizing the rail rifles in the unit. However, like I said, 6 shots is, I don't know, is that... The problem I have with it is if you look at the missile side systems, the missiles, the high yield missile pods are flat 6 per missile. and they get 2 of them. So they get 12 shots where this only gives them 2 shots. Now, the profile for this is much, much better in terms of the damage, strength, and AP, where missile is only like strength 7, AP -1, D3 damage. However, the volume of shots in most cases outweighs the damage here. Now, there's been some math that's been done online in terms of like, even against the toughest units, you put this Magna Rail Rifle up against the missile sides, and even after everything's been said and done, the high yield missiles are still going to do more than the Magna Rails. The trade-off is that railguns are very cheap, where missile sides are quite expensive. So you're paying quite a bit more points for the missiles, but with the Magna Rail Rifles, you're giving up a relic slot, which could be a pretty big deal, especially when you're running like Crisis, Riptide, stuff like that need those prototype weapon systems. So you got to decide whether or not, for you, is it worth paying the extra premium on points to get the better missile sides profile, or if you're going to run the rail rifles or whatever, can you afford to take that relic in place of something that one of your other units would get the relic from? So in a lot of cases, the Magna rail rifles are good. It's just that you have to put a lot into them to make them worth the points.
Yeah.
So that's what it comes down to. I don't think there's really much to be said about the amplified ion accelerator. It's Riptide only. It's all right, I guess. A lot of people have been trying to make it work. What it does is it replaces the original ion accelerator to a heavy 6. So normally the regular ion accelerator is D6. This is just flat 6 shots, strength 9, AP -4, 3 plus 3D damage. Now this thing does hit like a truck. It's very, very strong. But when you compare it to the burst cannon, which is strength 6, AP whatever 2 or something like that, 2 damage flat, and 18 shots.
Yep.
The 18 shots in most cases is going to outperform what the ion accelerator prototype does. In addition to that, you're also taking a prototype weapon, which is also eating up another relic slot.
Yep.
So another thing about this people have to consider too is that every time a hit roll of a 1 is made with this profile, you take a mortal wound. Now your Riptide's already taking mortal wounds every turn because they're using the Nova profile.
Yep.
So as they're taking mortal wounds, you're dumping even more mortal wounds every time you fire the ion accelerator.
Yep, that can really add up.
The only time you're ever going to the only time you're ever going to use this and be okay with it is if you have a source of reroll 1s. Now, Markolites will do that for you. There's a lot of ways to get it, so a lot of times you're going to end up not taking the mortal wounds, but there still is that risk there. And the faster you lose your Riptides, the worse off you are. Yes. You can't afford to lose Riptides, so it's a big deal. I think it's a good relic, and it gives you the option of not having to run the burst cannon Riptides. With that said, the low shot count, 6 shots, even at a high anti-tank type profile, that 6 shots isn't enough to outweigh the 18 shot quality. That 18 shots with quality firepower generally is just going to mulch through stuff. And even though the strength is a little weaker, you're still going to benefit from the more shots throughout the game overall, in most cases. Unless your opponent's running all, like, say, Imperial Guard tanks or something like that.
Yeah.
Then maybe I could make an argument for running the ion accelerator over the burst cannon. But it's, I don't know. It's a good weapon. It's just, is it worth the relic? Is it worth the mortal wounds? Is it worth taking over the burst cannon, which, even though the burst cannon is a little more expensive, I get it.
Yeah, it's competing with all these other prototypes as well.
There's a lot of problems you're running into with it. So if you want to make a Riptide run that way, if you really want to make it work, I think it's good. I just don't think it's better than like the burst cannon Riptide, in my opinion. So, you do what you got to do, I guess. But the last one we're talking about is the high-powered incinerators. Now, this is another one that's in controversy. A lot of people are trying to make this work. What it does is it turns all your flamers into an interesting version of your flamers. So it's the same flamer profile, but when you're within half range, you add 1 to the strength. Now, this isn't the new flamer profile where everything's 12 inches. This is the old flamers.
This is the old flamers.
So you're only rolling an 8-inch range to begin with. They are assault weapons, so you can't increase the range at all, but you can move them up close, I guess.
I guess,
The
yeah.
problem is you need to be within 4 inches in order to make these things strength 5.
Yeah.
With that said, if you run like 9 crisis suits, all rock and flamers, 3 apiece,
Well,
you're hitting that strength 5.
at that point, you're just a burst cannon, really?
Well, and that's what you got to decide. You got to decide whether or not it's worth taking the burst cannon or worth taking the flamer. The flamer, on one hand, is auto hits, so you don't have to worry about the ballistic skill at that point. So the flamer can be kind of interesting. With that said, though, I think the amount of volume you get from the burst cannons being a flat 4, as opposed to the flamers being a D6, the burst cannon is going to outweigh the flamer in most cases. So, no, it's not worth giving up the relic slot, the CP, for this.
Don't think so.
One. If somehow if they took away the half range, and if they somehow made it so they are 12-inch range, which like flamers should be going to, and then in addition to that, they also made this pair up with the Tau Sept tenant bonus, which let's see, it's called hybridized weaponry, I think. Yeah, hybridized. No, not hybridized. It's one of them that gives like AP -1 for assault weapons or something like that. I don't know. So it is hybridized weaponry. So you add another 4 inches onto that range, so it makes your flamers 12 inches. Yeah. But even then, 6 inches isn't good enough. They need to take this half range or whatever. They need to take that off.
Just take it off. Yeah.
You're already paying a premium because you're giving up a relic slot.
Because that's the only advantage.
And that is really the only benefit. +1 strength.
Otherwise, you're just a flamer.
Yeah. So it's not good. If you take away the half-inch thing, it might be okay because it's on so many different weapons that it can add up. But strength 4 versus strength 5 isn't a significant difference to begin with. And
at that point, you're just even if you take away the half range thing, you're still in the questionable. Like, is this better than a burst cannon?
Yeah. Well, and the thing is the flamers generally will never outweigh what a burst cannon can do, just because a burst cannon's longer range and it's a flat 4 shots.
Yep.
Where a flamer, on average, is 3 shots.
Yep.
So even if you're rolling well with your flamer count, it's probably not doing anything. The only trade-off is
auto hits,
ballistic skill versus auto hits.
Yeah.
And I don't know. It's a tricky one. So there's only certain units in the game where the flamer is going to be better against. So.
Yep.
But anyway, so that covers all the prototype weapon systems. They are good, and in most cases are worth giving up your relics for, especially because most of the Tau relics are kind of, The Puritide's worth taking. There's a couple of them that are probably worth considering.
There's like 1 or 2 that are like really go-tos. Otherwise, the Tau relics, I feel, are really weak.
They are. And I think my biggest problem with the prototype weapons, in Tau relics in general, is that like Marines have gotten, if they want to take a relic, they pay 1 CP for each relic they take, right? Now, Tau are just like the old rules where they spend a CP for the first relic, or they get the first relic free, spend a CP for the next relic,
and then they have to spend
a third
3.
Relic, they got to spend 2 more CP instead of just 1. So they're paying 1 more CP than everybody else is for the extra relic. And they can only take a max of 3, ever.
Yep.
Now, Tau want to utilize prototype weapon systems. They want 4, 5 prototype weapon systems. And they want the Purtide engram neurochip. So, am I spending 3 CP to get 3 relics?
Probably not.
No. At best, you're taking the Purtide with a prototype system, or you're taking 2 prototype systems.
Yep.
Otherwise, that's pretty much all you're ever going to do. So, but anyway, so that covers that. I think we're going to go into data sheets now, right?
Yep.
All right, so we're going to talk about units in specific, and while Mars starts chatting away about that, I'm going to get a couple of close-ups of the army here.
Yep.
So you guys can see everything?
So starting off with your commanders, you got 3 of the battle suit commanders. So it really comes down to what you want. If you want the XV8 Crisis, you want the X85 Enforcer, or you want the X86 Cold Star. Now, we've already mentioned how good each of these can be in their own right. The Cold Star has movement 20, and it has the advantage of whenever it advances, it automatically advances an additional 20 inches instead of the 6. So it's generally going to be always using that 40-inch essential movement. Every time I've seen it, they always give it 4 like fusion blasters because they're assault, and then you use your ballistic skill 2, which will go down to 3s, which is still pretty good compared to the rest of your army. and they'll just jump over, like I said, into the middle of your army, target a character which they're rubbing shoulders with, and then just blow them away. The XV8 Crisis, like Rick was saying, you can definitely highly customize it with some good upgrades and relics and prototypes to really make it highly customized to what your army needs it to be. If you want it to be more of a commanding character rather than the Cold Star, who is just this kamikaze assassin. The Enforcer is basically the same as the Crisis battlesuit. It just comes with a extra wound. I don't believe it has any other abilities that really make it stand out.
Which one?
The Enforcer?
Enforcer is just more durable.
Yeah, he's just got a slightly more durable. He oddly enough doesn't have access to the Iridium armor that the Crisis battlesuit does.
That's exclusive for just the Crisis type suits. Anything with an XV8 can take Iridium.
Yeah, I don't know much use for the Enforcer outside of just an extra wound.
They're right around the same cost as a regular commander.
Yep.
So unless you're going to pay the premium from the Iridium, you're probably going to run the Enforcer. I think the trade-off is that the Enforcer is they're one of those units where you can get away with either one, the Cold Star, the Enforcer, or the regular Crisis, and be just fine with. So it's kind of like, what do you want? Mm-hmm. And part of the problem with the Enforcer, too, is the model they have for it, which I actually have two of them right here. Both of them are Finecast models. So you really want to run Finecast. So. Yep.
I really feel like it's one of those data sheets they just kind of left in there for the Finecast model.
Yeah.
Just kind of carried over.
Well, GW did bring out the new Commander box, and the new Commander box does have the Crisis suit, which is a Cold Star. I think it's probably considered an Enforcer, but I'm not really sure if that's the official Enforcer suit or not. So I don't know if that really counts. But you can run it as Enforcer if you want to, because it is a bigger model.
But otherwise, they could have just went with, here's your Battlesuit Commander, and then kept the Cold Scar and the Enforcer as upgrades. Just pay the appropriate points. But you got 3 different data sheets. Other than that, they can take 2 weapon systems and up to 2 support systems and/or weapon systems. So that's how you get the 4 fusion blasters. Is you don't take any systems at that point. But
they get 4 slots total. You can fill those 4 slots out any way you want. The thing is that most people run them as 4 weapons or 3 weapons and 1 support system nowadays. Just because the weapons are so critical. And because commanders have that ballistic skill too, it's almost necessary to run as much firepower on them as you can pack into that suit.
Yep. So you really want to get as much of that ballistic skill too as you can.
Yeah, and don't get me wrong, the support systems are phenomenal. They're all good. It's just that you can't afford to give up that ballistic skill too when the rest of your army doesn't get it.
Yep.
So it is a big deal.
All right, moving along. We got the ethereals.
I just wanted to mention that I think if you look at Tau in general, for 8th and 9th edition, people are going to run the Cold Star more than the Enforcer or the regular Crisis. Mm-hmm. And then when Forge World redid their book, they got the compendium that came out, they actually had 2 other commanders that had dropped off, so they're no longer part of the list of commanders you can take. Mm-hmm. It made it so Cold Stars and the Enforcers are just that much more critical in the army, because you have even less options than you did before.
Yep.
And they're so customizable, like you said. That's one of the things about Crisis suits, any of the battle suits in general, the smaller ones. They are very, very customizable units, and you can kit them out however you need them, however you want them to run.
You can give them burst cannons, missile pods, fusion blasters, plasma rifles, whatever weapon you want to take, or you can mix and match.
I think they have 5 or 6 different weapon systems, because they get the air bursting frag, the cyclic ion blasters. Yep. The only thing that can't run cyclics are the Cold Star suit.
Yep.
So the Cold Star instead can either comes naturally with 2. Comes with a high output burst cannon, which is basically 2 burst cannons in one, and then it comes with a missile pod on top of it. Now you can trade those out for, I think, 2 other weapon systems or 2 other systems. which gives you the 4 slots
Yes.
still open. But they did make sure that you could not take 4 cyclic ion blasters on cold stars. Because if they did, I think pretty much everybody would be running them that way.
Yep.
And cyclic ion blasters are pretty deadly, but their range is really short. So I think in this case, it's good to have the Enforcer still have a weapon system the Cold Star doesn't get, and the Cold Star have some stuff that the Enforcer doesn't get. So it kind of makes them a little bit more unique in most ways. The Cold Star obviously is a little more expensive than the other battle suits, just given its insanely long movement range.
Yes.
It's understandable why it's more expensive.
The tail's only 44 inches wide,
Yeah.
and he can move 40.
Yeah, so he basically picks a spot on the board and he's wherever he wants to be.
Yep.
Having a unit that has that kind of threat range is terrifying for opponents.
Yes.
And it can force your opponents to a lot of bad situations and make them to make a lot of bad decisions. So, Enforcer is definitely the weaker of the 2 primary ones that are taken. With that said, the Cold Star, there is some merit for taking the Enforcer over the Cold Star. So, but yeah, so that's kind of what I wanted to
Yeah, that's the commanders. You can only have 1 commander now per detachment.
That's correct.
So you used to see people just running 3 of them all the time.
Yeah. The trade-off is Farsight can take 2 per detachment now. So you can take like
Well, there's another.
2. You can take 3 patrols and run 6 commanders in a single army.
Yep, there's another advantage to your Farsight army.
With that said, though, commanders aren't cheap by any means.
No.
They're 170, 160 points.
Yeah.
By the time all's said and done with them.
You load them up with the right stuff, and they can be creeping up on 200 points
But
for a
they are-
commander.
But for what you get in the package that you get, they're kind of an all-in-one, and they're really a force to be reckoned with. Each one easily pays its points over a single other unit. So, yeah, they're arguably still one of the best units in this army.
Yep. Over to the ethereals. We got a couple named ones here. They're not too interesting. They do what the normal ethereal already does, with like at an exception of like Anva. He has supreme loyalty and paradox of duality. So it helps them survive a little better, and you can re-roll morale tests, which we expressed you don't really have too much problem for. He's a little more expensive. And we got the Anshi, who, again, he's an ethereal, but he's got a little bit of a combat ability. So, and a 4-up invuln, which helps him survive, but then again, if your ethereal is getting targeted, you're probably doing something wrong.
I think the named ethereals are probably, they're more fun, fluff kind of things.
They're flavorful.
First of all, Anva's dead. So he died during the Damocles Crusade when they came in and assassinated him, and he got killed. And I mean, fluff-wise, he's not there, but people still can use him. The paradox is probably the best part about him. I think it's hilarious because if you shoot him with last cannons, it's actually worse than shooting him with bolters. Because the higher your AP weapon is, the better save he gets. So if you're shooting with a last cannon, he's got a 2-up save every time.
Yep.
Whereas if you shoot him with a bolter, he doesn't really get much of a save. He gets a 5-up.
Yeah, he gets his 5-up. Now he's in this unit with his ethereal guard here,
Yes, he does have the guard.
so you can take the wounds on them instead. But yeah, that paradox is weird because it reverses the AP.
Yeah. It basically
So
flips your weapon
you
around.
go to a 2-up against last
The
cannons.
stronger your weapon is, the worse it is against them.
But again, this is a character, and if he's getting shot by las cannons of all things,
I think
he's probably
just-
doing something wrong.
He's really just more fun than anything.
He's kinda
really,
fun.
He doesn't really do much. I think another thing you can take him for that makes him somewhat worth his points is the fact I think you can cast 2. I'm pretty sure you get 2 of his Grand Invocations.
Yep.
It's 2 Invocations of the Elements instead of just 1.
Well,
Which
they all do that, don't they?
all of them only do 1.
Okay.
Anva is the only one that does 2.
Okay.
But there is a stratagem. You spend a single CP, and then each one can do 2.
Okay.
So you just basically get another invocation on top of the first one.
Yep.
Aunshi is an interesting one. I think he's the best of the ethereals because his points cost isn't significant above a normal ethereal.
Nope. He's like 10, 15 points more.
And who can argue with a 4-up invuln save? Now, ethereals normally have a 5-up base save, which is just utter trash. Or in Aunshi's case, gets 0 save whatsoever. So if he didn't get that 4-up invuln, he'd be toast.
Yep.
So the fact that he gets an invuln save is pretty awesome. A 4-up is pretty darn strong. And then he also can counter attacks in melee, where he can just shut melee characters off.
Yep.
Reroll invuln saving throws is pretty solid. And if you absolutely need to, I mean, you can make him strength 5, AP 2, 1 damage, which is kind of cool, but it's nothing special. I think really the benefit of him is the fact that you get the ethereal benefits from the invocation on top of this other kind of random stuff. So.
Yeah, he's kind of this weird little. He tries to actually be like a combat, almost like a little smash captain. I mean, he only moves 6, but
he just doesn't do any damage.
He doesn't really do any damage. He 1 damage, AP 2 if you choose Blade Master, but otherwise, you're almost always going to be using the Blade Master for the reroll as invulns. So a 4+ invuln with rerolls will really help him. Will really help him stay alive.
Yeah.
But he's this funny little guy at strength. I mean, 5 with his blades and 5 attacks.
Yeah.
And weapon skill 2 actually, so he's this really fighty.
He wants to be good in combat, but he's just not quite.
He's not quite. He's
if
still.
the damage wasn't 1 and the AP was a natural 2 instead of having to choose, I think he'd actually be probably pretty scary ethereal. But of course, he would come at quite a premium cost for that. So.
Yeah, he's pretty cheap comparatively, and he really tries to be a combat character. It's cute. It's a little 4-foot alien trying to.
We've had instances
duel.
Where he's been on the board against some of our group that have played him, and they've actually lost combat or lost their big, whatever model to him. I think he's killed a solitaire in one of our games. I've had him survive all game long in combat versus smash captains. It's hilarious some of the little things that he can do. Now, he's not particularly special overall, but I think the problem you run into with these two characters is they're both Sept locked, where Anva is Tau, but the problem is he's too expensive to ever throw into your list.
Yeah.
And then you get Aun Shi, which is Viorla. Now, if he wasn't Viorla locked, I'd probably run him over my regular ethereals all the time, just because if I need somebody in combat, well, I can throw him in there and he can dish out some wounds.
You could tie him up and just survive all day off his invuln.
Well, and then you also could consider, too, if he does the invocation, he gets a 6-up Feel No Pain. So now he's a 4-up, re-rolling all of his invulns with a 6-up Feel No Pain on top of it. So he's not dead, for, 50 points? He's not going down.
If that.
I think he's like 50, 55 now, with all the points increases.
But yeah, what you're really taking the ethereals for is, 1, the failure's not an option, so they have a 6-inch bubble, and they get to use a friendly Tau Empire get to use their leadership of 9 instead of their own. So again, helping with your morale. And otherwise, it's the invocation of the elements. Now, at the in the movement phase, you get to pick one of 4 different tides. And grants small benefit to everything within a 6-inch range. The Calm of Tides and the Zephyr's Grace, you're really not going to use because you get to reroll advanced rolls, or you get to reroll a morale test, or add 1 to morale tests. But what you're really going to be using is either the Storm of Fire or the Storm of Stone. So the Sense of Stone, whenever a model loses a wound within 6 of the ethereal, you roll a 6 and that wound is not lost and gets a 6 plus field pain. For any Tau.
It's all infantry and battle suits.
Tau Empire infantry and battle suits. Yep. So not your vehicles, but it makes your
crisis suits.
Your crisis battle suits, your fire warriors, even your Kroot should benefit from that.
Yes.
Tau Empire infantry.
Any Empire infantry.
So all of a sudden your Kroot will get a 6-up armor and a 6-up Feel No Pain. Woo!
Yay!
Otherwise, Stormfire reroll hit rolls of 1 in the shooting phase for affected units that remain stationary. You might use that if you don't have marker lights around.
Yeah.
But generally, your go-to is going to be that Sense of Stone, turning him into a little bit of a apothecary.
Yeah. So these guys are fairly cheap to give an aura Feel No Pain, which I think is awesome. It's very, very good. The only problem you're going to run into when running these guys is if you have enough HQ slots open to be able to take them.
Yes,
because a lot of times you're
picking
going to want to
commanders.
run the fire blades. You're going to want to run the commanders.
Yep.
Do you have that third or fourth command slot to be able to fit these guys in there?
Yep.
And a lot of times it's going to be like, can I afford to give up the fire blade? That's a marker light on a 2-up that you're losing. That can be a big deal in the game. Is the 6-up Feel No Pain better? Yes and no. But there's other ways to get 6-up Feel No Pain too. And we'll talk about that when we get to Shadow Sun. But yeah, I think it's an interesting one because I think with as little points as you pay for these guys, that alone, that Sense of Stone is really, really good. And I think all the invocations in general, you can find a way to use them. But yeah, the reroll hit ones, and then the 6-up Feel No Pain are definitely the best too. And in some cases, maybe worth actually spending the CP on the stratagem that's in there to get both of them at the same time.
Yep.
I've had instances where it's been useful to have both. So generally, you're just going to leave the Sense of Stone on all the time, and then once in a while throw that 1 CP in there for the rerolls. So.
Yep. The only real downside is their toughness 3 with a 5-up armor save.
Yeah.
So if your opponent has snipers, they're going to disappear pretty fast. I think they only have 4 wounds.
They're 5 wounds. They are 5
5
wounds.
wounds. They are 5 wounds.
They are 5 wounds. And that's actually one of the things, if you're going to, they're not durable.
No, they're 4 wounds.
Huh?
They're 4 wounds.
Oh, the ethereal. Okay.
Anshi and, yeah, the named ones have higher wounds, but your basic ethereal only has 4.
Okay. So they're not going to be durable, but the point is you stick them in a blob, and you protect them, and they'll protect your...
Well, actually, at that point, you should be able to use your drones to save them, even against snipers.
Right. Exactly.
Yep.
Yeah. So in essence, they're going to be untargetable for the most part.
Yep. And even if you do lose them, like we said, they're cheap.
Yeah. It's not the end of the world if they go away. I mean, the 6-up Feel No Pain is...
The basic one's under 50 points, I'm sure.
Yeah. So I've been able to roll enough 6s throughout a game where they've more or less paid off their points in most cases. So they're definitely worth running. So, I don't know how I feel. For me, it just comes down to whether or not I have the slots open. I think a lot of top players would probably agree with that. But a lot of times you can find, and the fact that they affect all of your Septs instead of just one Sept.
Even your crew.
Where most of the other characters can only affect your Sept, like Mon Ka Kao Yan only affects Sept units. The fact that you can affect the entire army across the board is pretty huge. Now, of course, again, it's only battle suits, only infantry, but there's enough of that to where it's still useful. So.
Over to Commander Shadow Sun, who is now Lord of War and Supreme Commander.
Nope, she's not Lord of War. She's still in HQ, but she is now a Supreme Commander. She did get the Supreme Command ability, but she's included with the detachment now. So now you can take that detachment for 0 CP, and then your battalion becomes free or patrol or whatever. So she doesn't dish out any CP like a lot of the other ones do, but she is significantly cheaper than all the other ones.
Yes.
She's only like 120 points or something like that.
Yep. Which, I mean, for what you're getting is pretty decent.
Yeah, you get 2 drones. One drone gives you pick a unit and they get reroll hit rolls of 1 within, I don't know, like 6 inches or something like that of the drone. And then the other one, as long as the drone's within range of her, it dishes out a 3-up Feel No Pain just like the ethereal does. And it's for the entire army. It's any type of unit. So this actually gives the Feel No Pain to your tanks as well. So it's called, there's a command link drone, which is 12 inches. As long as the drone's within 3 inches of her, a 12-inch, you can pick a unit within 12 inches and they can reroll hit rolls of 1 for a single Tau unit. And then the other one is the, let's see, where's it at? It's called Stalker Battlesuit. No, that's her, it's camouflage fields, okay. Resolving attack by a ranged weapon against this model or any accompanying drone, subtract 1 from the hit roll. So that's her suit's ability and the drone's ability. And then, where is it?
And that's in combat and shooting. So even if she gets into melee, that's -1
Advanced
to
Guardian
hit.
Field, okay. That's what I'm looking for. So the other drone, the Advanced Guardian drone, what this does is the model has a 4-up invuln save when a friendly unit within, when a friendly Tau Empire unit within 3 inches of the unit loses a wound on a 6-up, they get the wound's not lost. So it's a 6-up Feel No Pain within 3 inches of the drone, and it's for any single Tau model. Any.
Tau Empire. Yep, it's not even Sept locked.
No, it's not Sept locked. Wow. So the drones are specifically for the entire army, where Everything else in her profile is specifically for Tau Sept. So like the Mount Ka, Kauyan, all that stuff.
Yep.
That's all Sept locked. So this actually makes her really interesting because she can be utilized and be somewhat effective in both armies. The problem is her drones are targetable. They don't benefit from the character rule.
Yep.
And as soon as they go down, you lose those awesome abilities. So unless you can somehow obscure them, you're generally running into problems of whether or not they can be effective. The best way I could think to do it is maybe put the drones behind like a ruin or something like that in the obscured, and then put your units up against the wall where they're not obscured and still be able to fire and stuff.
Yep.
And then they're benefiting from these rules. 6 up, feel no pain is nothing to sniff at, especially when you get like hammerheads and stuff. If they're all sitting up against a wall and firing full power, getting 6 up, feel no pains. Hammerheads with 6 up, feel no pains are pretty good. That's, I don't know, it's almost better than some of the Sisters of Battle tanks.
Well, they got like 12 wounds, you gotta think.
Yeah,
you're gonna
12
pass
wounds,
like 2 of
toughness
those.
7 with 6 up, feel no pains, yeah.
Yep.
It can add up, and when you got 3 or 4 hammerheads on the battlefield and they're all
yeah.
getting that benefit, that's a pretty big deal. Crisis suits benefit from it, even the drones. Your gun drones, that's probably the biggest thing about this I like, is the fact that all the drones benefit from it too. So shield drones get a 5 up, feel no pain naturally, but beforehand, when you throw a gun drone out there to save your protocols, well, now your gun drone just dies. Well, now this drone gives your gun drones that 6 up, feel no pain that can potentially keep them alive. Marker light drones the same way. Every unit in your army gets the benefit of this, which is huge. It's just the problem of keeping that drone alive.
Yep. And to help you keep those drones alive, she also has Defender of the Greater Good. So this basically gives your XV-25 stealth battlesuits in range of her the same ability as the Guardian drones. So they can take wounds for Shadow Sun instead of the drones.
Yeah, they become bodyguards for Shadow Sun, which is pretty neat.
And they'll suffer 1 mortal wound, and keep. We'll get into it later, but stealth suits have 2 wounds per model.
Yeah.
So each
It
one
does not
suit
like
can soak multiple wounds.
Yep.
Otherwise, she's got Genius of the Kion. So
that gives her the Kauyan twice per game.
Yep.
And then she does have the Master of War, which gives her Kauyan and Maka. The one thing you have to be careful of is you don't want to use Kauyan or Maka and then the next turn try and use Kauyan Maka. You have to use Kauyan the second time. It allows you to do a second Master of War, but the second time always has to be Kauyan. So you can Kauyan twice, or you can Master of War once and then Kauyan, but not the other way around.
Okay.
So it is, it can be kind of hard to utilize properly, but if you played a few games with her, you kind of get used to it, and it's not so bad. But it's a good role for her. She's also -1 to hit. Her drones are -1 to hit.
Yep.
She's got a 5 up invuln save, which is actually down from the 4 up she had before, I think.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure she had a 4 up before. But with that said, I think she was able to get -2 before to hit. So
Yeah.
She
was like the ghost kill before, I
she
think.
was kind of a nightmare I think you had to throw the ghost kill in there, but she could, with the ghost kill drones, she could become -2.
Yep.
So she is interesting because of the fact that she has the Supreme Commander rule. She has all these other special abilities that kind of makes her good. The only thing that really makes it hard to play with her is, one, her Sept is still locked. She can be taken in any Sept, but she can only benefit the Tau Sept, which is a problem because Kauyan and Maka need to be utilized throughout a game.
They're
You have
Sept locked.
to have it. And then in addition to that, the drones only being 1 wound apiece, and the fact that you can target them, that's also a problem. They're very hard to utilize because of that. So you absolutely have to have obscuring on the table to make her worthwhile. So, which you should have. I mean, you should have obscuring on your table.
Yeah, you should have a good
Anyway,
board.
but it just limits to where she can go, where the drones can go, and stuff like that. So, once the drones are dead at that point, I mean, she just runs around and she shoots stuff with her fusion blasters.
Yep.
And they still hurt. So
Yeah, she's
it's not like she's a slouch either. So.
She's got 2 fusion blasters.
Well, she's got the primary profile, which is actually slightly stronger fusion blasters, because she's got 24-inch range instead of the 18.
Yep.
And then in addition to that, she can either take that or she can take the 18-inch range version, which gives her 2 shots per fusion blaster, so 4 shots. But instead, they go from D6 damage down to D3, and instead of strength 7, they go down to, or strength 8, they go down to strength 7.
Yep. And then they go strength. No, that's not that.
The disperse
okay.
makes them 1 less strength, and then instead of D6, they're D3.
Yep. APC is the same.
What's interesting about that, though, is that they are two different weapon systems, so you can fire at two different parts. Or you can take, I think you can take either or. So you could take like one and one. You do one high powered fusion blaster and then one dispersed. Don't count me 100% on that, but I think it allows you to take either one, and I think it might also allow you to take one of each. So if that's the case, you could have her geared for one thing and then geared for another thing. So it's kind of interesting. She still does suffer from the fact that she only gets two weapon systems, and she still costs as much as a regular commander. And a regular commander would get four weapon systems instead. So it's a pretty big trade, but she does give a lot of cool stuff to the army as well.
Now, she doesn't have any melee weapons, but she does have a pistol, and she has weapon skill 3 with 4 attacks. So she can defend herself in melee.
Well, and they also, not only did they didn't just stop with the two fusion blasters either. They also gave her the light missile pod too, which is a missile pod that has 2 shots, strength 7, AP -1, D3 damage. But it trades its old range. I think the regular missile pod's like 30 or 36 inches.
I think so.
I think it's 36 inches, and then this one actually just drops down to 24 inches. So you lose some range for it, but it's almost as powerful as a regular missile pod. Which she didn't actually get before, so it's actually kind of interesting now that with the Psychic Awakening rules, she's changed and got the missile pod. Actually gets a little bit more firepower than she otherwise would before. So she's not customizable by any means, but the fact that you can take 3 weapons, now it's up to 3 weapon systems instead of just 2, kind of makes a big difference. And like you said, worst case scenario, if she gets into combat, she has that pistol where she can fire it and do some stuff with too. So I mean,
She hits on 3, is 4 attacks.
Yeah.
Strength 4 even, so
yeah,
it's not like a guardsman's punching you.
Right. Yeah. She's not the strongest in terms of like her kill power, but she has more kill power than like she did before for one, than even Farsight has for the most part. Farsight can't shoot for garbage because he's got one shot weapon. That's a rapid fire 1, I think. So it's not good. And her weapon profile is solid. Strength 8, AP4, D6 damage, 2 shots, plus the high yield missile pod for another 2 shots. And then you tack in all of her extra stuff that she gets. I mean, she's pretty good.
We're talking like, I mean, you have to roll perfect, but she can throw out, what is that, 18 damage?
Yeah.
In one shooting phase?
Yeah. Yeah. Theoretically, she can put out 18 damage in a single round of combat. And that's not including if she gets into melee too.
Yep.
So it is what it is. I mean, obviously you don't want her in combat, but if you do get her in combat. Nope. So anyway, so that covers Shadow Sun. She's definitely way better than she was before. Especially with the changes to 9th edition, I think you can really find a way to make her useful. And obscuring terrain actually makes her playable. Because I think without obscuring terrain, losing those drones, they're gone, and then you're losing like half of what she's worth at that point. So the fact that you can now utilize the drones with obscuring terrain, I think really adds some value to her overall. So yeah, she's a pretty good commander.
Going into Commander Farsight.
Our hero.
If you're going to be running Farsight Enclave, you're pretty much running him.
Yes.
So he's got a shield generator. Shield generator gives him a 4-up invuln.
Yep.
Do they always give a 4-up invuln with the shield generators?
Shield generators are 4-up across the board.
Okay, so that's not really specific. Otherwise,
Nope.
Way of the Short Blade, he can reroll hit rolls of 1 for friendly Farsight Enclave units within 6 of him.
Yep.
And
then if you're playing against orcs, you reroll all hits.
Yep, and if you're against orcs, it's reroll all hits because he hates them so much.
He hates orcs.
He also has Genius of a Moncal, which is the opposite of Shadow Sun's Genius of Kion.
Yeah.
That works the same way,
So
but for
twice,
Moncal instead of Kion.
Kion once, Moncal
Yep.
second time.
Outside of that, like we've said, he's got a high intensity plasma rifle, so it's rapid fire 1, strength 6, AP4, 2 damage. That's all he's got for his range, so it's not doing too much.
Yeah, if it wasn't the only weapon, it would actually be pretty good. But since it's the only ranged weapon he has, it's bad.
He has ballistic skill 2, so if they both hit and they both wound, you can kill two Primaris Marines.
Yeah, I mean, I've had
But
stuff. It's just not.
where it's really at is his Dawn Blade.
Yeah.
So that brings him up
Where he's at.
to strength 8, AP4, and D3 damage with 4 attacks.
Oh yeah.
So this is the best melee combat character in your entire army.
Hitting on 2s, I think, is what really makes him shine.
Yes.
And then he gets to reroll the hits. Rerolling hits, hitting on 2s with 4 attacks at Melta profile, that's actually only D3 damage, but it's still, you know,
Well, he's got 4 attacks. That's potentially 12 damage.
it's still a lot of damage, yeah. And
Yeah.
the fact that it's AP minus 4,
Yep.
at strength 8,
You're,
it's interesting because the only other unit in your army that you can take that has a profile similar is the Fusion Blades. That takes up a relic. Farsight's actually far cheaper than most other commanders. He's like 115 points or something along those lines. He's very, very cheap for what you get out of. And like I said before, he's actually, because of the fact that he doesn't have very many range weapons, it actually makes it really interesting to run the, not modulate weaponry, the rerolls to wound 1 on him or whatever. So you give up his shooting, which isn't great to begin with, and then you throw on the whole unit gets reroll wounds against it, just for him giving up his shooting.
Yep.
Makes him, like, his value incredibly good. So Farsight's cost is 130 points now, whereas your normal Cold Star commanders are going to run you, well, Shadow Sun's 135, and then the Cold Star commander is going to run you around 170 points. So he's 40 points cheaper than your average commander. And he is really good in melee. His shooting is okay, but then all the other stuff that he tacks into your army is pretty solid. Especially considering you're playing Farsights anyway, so you're getting to reroll 1s to hit at 12 inches,
And
reroll
then
1s to
rerolls
wound
to
at 6
wound.
inches, and then this actually gives you the reroll 1s to hit in combat too. So
Yep.
kind of cool.
So odds are you're going to slam him into like Primaris Marines, hit on 2s, rerolling 1s,
Yeah.
wound on 2s, rerolling 1s,
Yeah.
and then D3 damage should cut him up real nice.
My
And it's AP4, so
Yeah.
no power armor.
My favorite thing to do is run him into like weak vehicles.
Yeah.
He'll chop up and dice like elite infantry and elite vehicles pretty easily, or little vehicles easily. He's not going to take out land raiders. He's not going to take out like heavy, solid melee characters on average because he's only got 4 attacks. But the guy still hits like a truck.
He does.
You know, he's like the smash captain of the Tau for
Yep.
130 points.
Yeah, so by all means he can go toe-to-toe with a Smash Captain, I'd say.
Right.
It's really going to come down to rolls, who comes out on top, though.
Yeah.
But as far as the Tau go, this is pretty much the only character, or model I should say, you have that can actually go toe-to-toe in combat with
He's your
anything
only
else.
available melee unit without having to tech into something specific. And by giving up all that other stuff you could be getting as a shooting commander, by teching into all this melee stuff, Farsight by himself is worth the points because you're not spending relics, you're not spending extra points. There's a lot of stuff you're saving by just taking him. And in most cases, it's worth it. So I think Farsight's a good choice, especially if you're playing Farsight Enclaves. Otherwise you have to take something separate detachment to take him. So because he's Farsight locked, I get it. But if you want to run something melee, you want to give your guys a fighting chance, if they get charged, and the fact that his Warlord trait actually plays onto that fact, because Tau just cannot melee. But when you got a unit backing them up that has a 6-inch heroic intervention that can melee, it makes a pretty big difference.
Oh, yeah.
You charge into me, I overwatch you, and now I can, heroically intervene with my melee guy, and my melee guy can chop you up.
Yep.
That really can turn a player off from wanting to charge you pretty quick. So that covers the battle suit commanders.
Yep. Going into the other HQs, you got the Cadre Fireblade. So if you're running a bunch of Fire Warriors, you're pretty much going to auto-include this guy in. And that's mostly because of his volley fire ability. Models with in Sept units within 6 inches of them get to fire an extra shot with their pulse pistols, their pulse carbines, or their pulse rifles, as long as they're within half range. So earlier we were talking about how the one Sept can bring them up to 21-inch rapid fire range.
Yep.
Now, if you're running a Fireblade Cadre with your Fire Warriors, Now all of a sudden, in that 21 inches, you're getting 3 shots per fire warrior at strength 5.
Well, it becomes a force multiplier for relatively low
much.
points. I think he's only 45 points.
He's dirt cheap.
45 points to be able to add that extra 10, 12 shots onto your unit. And then in addition to that, too, I mean, really the reason that people run him the most is probably because of the fact that he has a marker light.
Yes, that is the bonus.
He's the only ballistic 2 marker light in your army, other than a Sky Ray, which needs to be firing at a flying unit to be able to do it. A 2-up marker light's nothing to shake your head about. And the fact that you need marker lights in your army to make the army work, I think, makes him almost an auto-include. And then he works really well with the Pure-Tide Engram Neurochip Relic. It's probably the best unit for it.
Yep.
So it's good to have that in there as well. It gives you a reason to want to run that relic. And it just fits flawlessly with him. Now, in addition to that extra whatever shots you get might not do much, but over the course of a game, it can add up pretty quick.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Especially if you're running a lot of fire warriors.
Yeah, if you're not running too many fire warriors, you could probably skip him. Now, Rick said he's a 2-up Markalite, and he's not very expensive. So by all means, you could take him just for that purpose and get mileage out of him.
Right.
The only downsides are he's like toughness 3 with a 4-up save, so he's not too tough.
Yeah.
However, he has 5 wounds.
He does.
For 45 points?
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? Chaos Sorcerers only have 4.
Yeah, they're a lot of wounds for the points. And what's funny is I've had a lot of people like try and snipe my fire blades off the table using like sniper type units, and he'll just stick around. You know, whether or not I'm passing.
All right, I fail 4 saves. I'm still alive.
Right. Well, at that point, I just start passing off wounds to my drones. So it's like you can take some wounds on him, no big deal, and then he'll just he'll be fine still. So the little bit of added stuff that you get with him, I think makes him worth taking. The one thing I would argue would be whether or not you want to take him or an ethereal. You're going to run both the ethereal and the fireblade if you're not running.
If you have the space.
If you're not running like a lot of suits or elite type units. If you're running a lot of infantry based, the ethereal and the fireblade are great for both. So a lot of times you're going to want to run both. However, the fireblade only really works well with fire warriors and breachers. And sometimes you really don't need that 2+ marker light. So you, in theory, could give that up for something else to get another HQ slot. So it comes down to whether or not you're willing to give up that slot to take him. And in most cases, the answer is yes. So that covers a fireblade.
Yep. Moving on to Darkstrider. That's another named character.
Darkstrider.
So that's Tau Sept only character, and he's a lot like the he's a lot like the Cadre Fireblade, except he doesn't have the volley fire special role. He is a 2+ ballistic steel Markalite, and the real reason you're taking him is 1 for the fighting retreat special ability. So friendly Tau Sept infantry within 6 inches can fall back and still shoot in their turn.
So the fire warriors, your breachers, and your stealth suits all fall back and not be locked into combat.
Yep. And then he also has the structural analyzer. So in your shooting phase, you pick a friendly unit, Tau Sept infantry unit, and then
they get +1 to wound.
They get +1 to wound. So my friend really liked using this against me when I have my Chaos Army, and again the big 20-man Chaos Legionnaire units getting wounded on 2s against these fire warriors.
Well, because your standard unit's like going to be toughness 4, so
Yeah,
these fire warriors
so-
unloading, they're already wounding on 3s.
They're on wounding 3s, and
They got a
then
marker light counter there to reroll their 1s. So hitting on 4s, rerolling 1s, and then wounding on 3s. But then the structural analyzer lets you pick an enemy unit, and then one of your units, and that unit gets +1 to wound against them. Now your entire that unit of 12 fire warriors or 10 breachers, whatever, with that plus they're wounding on 2s against 20 guys,
Against
or whatever the case
Marines.
is. They're just going to strip those models off the table.
Yep.
Now, it's a little different now because, unfortunately, 1 damage weapons aren't as effective as they used to be, primarily because a lot of stuff is 2 wounds apiece now.
Yeah.
Marines being the biggest case, but it's still good. It's a very good ability, especially for a model that only costs, I think he's like 55 points.
Yeah, it's not too bad.
So, yeah, he's
cheap.
Let's see, Dark 60 points. So
Yep. But again, he's got 5 wounds, so he's durable.
yep.
He's got, oddly enough, he's got this weird Vanguard, so he gets a free move before the game starts.
Yeah, so he's actually, what he is he's a Pathfinder HQ. So he has the exact rules of a Pathfinder in terms of like statistics and all that, which is why his save is only 5+.
Yep.
But he's instead of like the Fireblade being the Fire Warrior HQ, Dark Strider is the Pathfinder
HQ, yep.
So they all have like similar rules to whatever their counterpart is, but
Yep.
they're both really good.
But yes, if you're running Tau Empire, I strongly recommend, well, as long as you're running a lot of infantry, I strongly recommend taking Dark Strider.
You can find a use for him, and you can actually even replace a Fireblade with Dark Strider if you're not running a lot of Fire Warriors. I think really the Fireblade only beats the Dark Strider out because of the fact that he's not Sept locked, and because of the fact that it's more common than not that you're going to run your infantry with Fire Warriors.
Yep.
You know, because like this guy's great with Pathfinders. He's good with
Stealth suits.
Yeah, he's good with a lot of different stuff, and that fighting retreat rule is so good.
Yes.
Being able to fire, like if you're especially running like a full infantry army, that whole army essentially within a blob of him is able to fall back and fire. It makes a massive difference, especially on units like Breachers and Pathfinders.
Oh yeah, well, because they already have to charge you, get through your Overwatch, then try and kill you, and if they don't kill you, you're going to fall back and shoot them again. And then you have to charge all over again.
Tying Tau up at that point becomes a non-factor for the infantry units. So it's a pretty big deal. And honestly, I understand Dark Strider being infantry only, but this kind of plays into how Tau worked in 8th edition, where the whole army with Fly could all fall back.
Yep.
You throw Dark Strider in there, and the entire army can fall back.
Infantry, anyway.
Well, what I mean is, like with 8th edition, Fly, in addition to Dark Strider's rule,
Yes.
allowed the entire army to fall back. Where now, it's
ridiculous.
basically just Dark Strider allowing infantry, and then does Montco work? Does it not? Who knows?
Yeah,
So,
who knows. But move along into Long Strike. So he is a named character who hangs out inside of a heavy rail cannon hammerhead gunship.
He's a hammerhead that can take either weapon, actually.
Either weapon, yeah.
Yeah. But he's way better than a hammerhead.
So
And he buffs hammerheads.
yes, so he has a Bliss skill 2+, and then he also has, which one is it? The Firecast Exemplar. You can add 1 to hit rolls in the shooting phase for friendly Tau Sept hammerhead gunships within 6 inches.
Yep.
So that includes himself. So all of a sudden he has, like we said earlier, the 1+ to hit.
Yeah.
Which, in my opinion, makes the that combined with the other rule he has, the Tank Ace, you get +1 to wound rolls whenever you shoot a vehicle or monster.
Yep.
So that really encourages you to take the heavy rail cannon.
Railgun.
Yeah, the railgun on him. Now, normally I would say you wouldn't want to take the railgun on hammerheads because the cyclonic ion, the ion cannon is just far better.
Yeah.
Because it's a high strength weapon.
Way more shots for starters.
Random, yeah. You get a lot more shots rather than the rail cannon, which is only 1 shot and a random amount of damage. It's really risky. But with Long Strike, he'll hit on 2s, probably rerolling 1s because like stuff like Marker Light, and then he gets a +1 to wound, so it's already strength 10. So odds are you're wounding on 2s. Probably wounding on 2s.
The only thing in the game that can keep him from wounding on 2s is if they have a -1 to wound.
Yep, and then the other thing to keep in mind is that with the railguns, whenever you roll a 6+ to wound with a weapon, they suffer D3 mortal wounds in addition.
Right.
Now this works with the Tank Ace for the +1 to wound, so whenever you roll a 5 or a 6, that's potentially 9 damage from the rail cannon.
And if you take the relic with him, now it's 2 shots instead of just 1. So there, like I said, there could be an argument to run the prototype weapon system on Long Strike and theoretically make him pretty awesome at killing vehicles. The problem is the damage is still so swingy that assuming you hit with everything, wound with everything, and they don't have an invuln save, then you potentially could still only work out to only doing 2 wounds, which is not good. If it wasn't that swingy, then I think you could merit taking it. As instead of the cyclic ion blaster.
Yeah.
Or the ion cannon, sorry. With that said, though, if you look at his profile and then you add the ion cannon in there, now ion cannons, if you supercharge them, any rolls of 1 will cause a mortal wound to the tank. Now, you get a marker light on there, he's hitting on 2s, rerolling 1s, meaning he's probably hitting with every shot he's got. And then on top of that, you're hitting at a strength 8, AP minus 1?
AP minus 2,
Minus
and
2
then it's
D3 damage.
flat 3.
Or
No, it's flat 3 damage.
Flat
So
3.
that's the advantage of it.
Yeah.
The downside is it's heavy D6, so you can be in the same boat as a rail cannon if you roll a 1.
With an actually weaker profile overall.
Yeah, and a weaker overall profile.
Yeah.
So you get more shots with the ion cannon. However, it's swingy.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you can take the safe route and just go with the heavy 3, strength 7, AP 2, 2 damage.
Yeah.
But then you're shooting at stuff like infantry when you want to be shooting at vehicles and monsters to get your +1 to wound.
Yeah. So here's what I would suggest. Now, if you're running long strike, you're going to take the cyclic ion blaster on him, probably. You could, like I said, you could potentially make an argument for the solid shot, 2-shot railgun. But with that said, you're spending a CP or a relic slot on that railgun, which means you're probably spending a CP somewhere on another relic, right? So you can give up that CP you spent and instead take the ion cannon with the D6 shots, and now you spend 1 CP for modulated weaponry, meaning he gets flat 6 shots, because it maxes out the number of shots you can get.
Yeah.
So now he gets a solid 6 shots for 1 CP that are 3 damage a pop at strength 8 AP minus 2. At that point, he becomes far better than the railgun version.
Yes.
But the trade-off is now, again, you have to spend a CP.
Yeah,
fire.
you're investing into it, and his points are not all that friendly. Was he in the 200-ish range?
I think he's just shy of 200.
Yeah.
He is... Okay, so he's 205 now, actually.
Yeah,
With all
so
the updates.
200 points on this character, and you're investing CP and relics into him. Yeah, really got to question, is all this going to add up to a large effect in-game?
Well, and then you also got to consider the secondary weapon systems too. I think is another thing you got to take into effect. The smart missile systems are probably the best, but they are plus 20 points. You can get the gun drones, which I think the gun drones are free, and then you can take the burst cannons, which burst cannons. So yeah,
I
according
believe you have to pay for the gun drones, but yeah, it's like 10 points.
Oh, okay, so it's 30 points for the smart missile system, 20 points for the gun drones, which your actually gun drones are what?
10 points, so you get 2 of them the same.
If you look at a tactical unit of gun drones, they're 20 points apiece now, so you're actually getting 2 for
Yeah,
the price of
we'll
1.
get into that.
We'll get into that, but I'm just, in terms of long strike, you're actually paying less for the gun drones than you would otherwise,
Yeah.
and you're getting 2 models that can kind of run around the board, and as long as they're docked in his tank, they're hitting on a ballistic of 2+.
Yep, they use his ballistic skill of
+1.
2+.
But you can also take a burst cannon for only 16 points instead of 20.
Yep.
And then the smart missiles for 30, which give you the no line of sight needed. They're the ignore cover and all that stuff.
So
Longer range, so.
he definitely has a lot of firepower for a weapons platform to give out, especially at that ballistic skill of 2.
Yeah.
When you take him, you're highly encouraged to take other hammerheads because of his Firecast Exemplar.
That's right.
Now, if you take him and like 3 other hammerheads, that's a lot of firepower you can throw. And I believe
Scary strong, yeah.
Yep, and they're ballistic skill 3, aren't they?
They're ballistic 3, and then they become
Yep.
ballistic 2 with his ability.
Yep. So they become a lot of highly accurate, damaging firepower.
Right.
The downside is, I want to say that's like 700 points. Three hammerheads plus him.
Yeah, because the hammerheads they're roughly right around that 170 point range, I think.
Yeah.
Let me take a look real quick.
So all of a sudden, that's like 1/3 of your army.
160
Just in this.
just as geared, so
Yeah.
190 with the smart missiles. So yeah, they are slightly expensive tanks, and they're only 13. I think they're 13 wounds or 12 wounds.
13 wounds, toughness 7, 3 up armor.
So he's not. I mean, for a tank, he's got a decent amount of wounds. He's got a decent toughness, and his save is okay. And now you can give him a 6 up fatal pain with Shadow Sight, which is kind of interesting. But I don't know if you're going to be able to keep him around long enough to make him useful, which is why it's risky taking him with the hammerheads. Because without him, the hammerheads are not good. for their points. With him, they are good,
Yep.
but they are still random too because of the D6 shots
Yep.
and all that. So
So if they're not getting that 2+ ballistic skill, they're really questionable.
it's hard to argue that they're worth the points. But with him on the table, that ballistic skill 2 with 4 hammerheads all shooting at one
Yep.
time can make them pretty devastating. I think the problem you run into is once he's gone, though. And I've seen it. I've played a few games where I've just seen once he's gone
Yeah,
off
'cause
the
he's-
table, it's like, okay, well,
These 13 wounds, so you
now
can
I'm
just
not
target
doing
them.
anything. So yeah,
Yep.
and the only thing I can actually argue for him that I think is really interesting would be the bodyguard rule. So what you can do is you can take long strike. Now I don't know how this works because I played around with some on whether or not this works, and I don't remember if exactly it worked out so you could. But the bodyguard rule allows you to bodyguard
What
for
bodyguard
a
rule?
character. So like
For the drones? The drones won't work
no,
on
no.
them.
So Crisis battle suits. There's the Crisis bodyguard profile we'll get
Ah,
into later.
okay.
And if I recall correctly, I think you can use bodyguards to protect long strike. I don't remember off the top of my head, but there was some debate about that in one of the Advanced Tau Tactica chats. And if that's the case, you theoretically can make an argument for keeping him around by just throwing bodyguards near him. But with that said, I mean, it is kind of a questionable thing. So I think he's worth the points, but you definitely need to be able to hide him turn 1.
Yeah, he doesn't have an invuln. He
You don't-
has 3 up armor. He's going to be a big target.
Yeah,
He's got 13 wounds and toughness 7, so he's hardy, but
yeah. But
he's going to be a big target.
you don't want to throw him in your opponent's firing lines turn 1 because he's going to drop pretty quick. But if you can get a turn or 2 with him in before he goes down, I think you could theoretically argue that he's worth his points. So anyway, that covers long strike.
Going into your troops, so you got the breacher teams and the strike teams, and these are your fire warriors, and it really comes down to mostly what weapon you want them to have. So the strike teams have their pulse rifles as their primary weapon, and that's 30-inch range, rapid fire 1, strength 5, AP 0, 1 damage. Now we talked about like you can take the Fireblade cadre and you can really get a lot of firepower of these because they can be taken in units of between 5 and 12. So now you're in rapid fire range with 12 fire warriors. You're getting 36 shots out of 1 fire warrior unit at strength 5. That's a lot of firepower they can put out. The downsides are weapon skill 5, 1 attack, 4 up armor, toughness 3. They're only weapon skill 5. Fire warriors.
No, they're weapon skill 4. That's the drones that are 5. Oh, your weapon skill. Sorry, I thought we were talking about ballistic. That's my
No,
sorry.
they're ballistic skill 4. The weapon skill 5.
They're
so
not good in combat.
They're not good in combat.
Nothing in the tower.
They're gonna
We're all
crumble.
weapon skill 5. So.
With that being said, they do have pulse pistols. So in your shooting phase, if you're not able to fall back, say you don't have Dark Strider or something nearby, you can just point blank them with your strength 5 pistols
Yeah.
at ballistic skill 4. So they have that going for them. Otherwise, for the breacher teams, you're looking at the pulse blaster. So this is a weird weapon. It actually gets more powerful the closer you get to your enemy. So at 15 inches, it's assault 2, strength 4, AP 0, 1 damage. At 10 inches, it's assault 2, strength 5, AP 1, 1 damage. And at 5 inches, so right on top of them in that nice fire sight conclave trait rule, your strength 6, AP 2, and 1 damage, assault 2.
Right. Yeah. Breachers become really good the closer you get. There's a stratagem for making them so you can spend a CP and it turns their short range profile into their max range profile. So at 14 inches, they can still fire the 6-2-1, and it's probably worth the points. But their unit is designed to hide in a devilfish, move up the board, drop out, unleash hell, and then potentially jump back into the devilfish and run away, and just kind of scoot and shoot as they go. And then you can use them to hold objectives and do some stuff. So they can be deadly, but they're only deadly up close for the most part. The trick is to being able to use that stratagem when you need to. So it's kind of an interesting one. So hang on one second. I'm actually going to turn these. we can take our time.
Okay.
So that covers breachers and strikes. Breachers are the more popular ones in this edition right now. And I think a lot of it too is the fact that you can take the Guardian drone, which gives them a 5-up invuln save. Strikes can take it too, but they only get a 6-up from it. So it's kind of a weird trade-off. Breachers overall, they're just far more deadly, so it's worth running them over than the strikes in most cases. The strikes are cool because of the long range, but that's really the only benefit they have. So
They synergize a little more with the rest of your units.
right.
But otherwise, they can both take your tactical drones in whatever flavor you want. You got gun drones, shield drones. You got the pulse drone, I believe, which increases their range.
Yeah, so when we get to the Pathfinders, we'll talk a little bit more about the drones. Mars and I have decided we're going to do a part 2 to this video, primarily just due to time constraints. But when we get to the Pathfinder section, we'll talk about what the different drones do, and they actually can benefit your Fire Warriors, your Breachers, stuff like that. So there's some interesting things in there that you can do to make them a little bit more effective, hit a little harder, do some cool stuff. So.
But otherwise, I think for today, we're just going to finish up with the other troops that you have, which are the Kroot Carnivores.
Yep.
Now, I really like the Kroot Carnivores, especially since they're only 6-point models.
Right.
So they're very spammable. You can take them in units of 10 or up to 20, and they're pretty much just a Chaos Cultist with a movement 7, a weapon skill 3, and a bolter, a strength 4 AP 0 1 damage bolter. So for 6 points, you're actually getting this comparatively really strong unit to other units out there that act as chafe.
Right.
On top of this, they also have stealthy hunters. So at the beginning of the game, they get a 7-inch movement.
Yeah, they're vanguards.
Yeah, they have Vanguard.
Yeah, they're kind of like
So they can get into a good position.
Yep.
They're very cheap and expendable. And they still have a bolter. And on top of all this, they benefit from marker lights.
That's right.
So they can get reroll ones. You can get them up to a Blisk skill 3.
Right.
So that's a Blisk skill 3 bolter on a 6-point model.
It's a Marine
That's-
for what, a third of the cost?
Yeah.
Average
For a third
Marine's
of the
18
card.
points apiece now.
Yep.
So yeah, they're interesting because they're not durable at all. But with that said, you know, they hit like a Marine in combat. They only get 1 attack apiece, but they hit on strength 4.
Yep, they're strength 4, weapon skill 3.
And then you also got to consider the fact too that they, you know, they have some stuff that can make them kind of interesting when they get into cover and some stuff like that. But the crew rifle alone, I think, makes them worth their points cost because that rapid fire 1, 24-inch range, it's a bolter that theoretically can hit on a 3+ with some marker lights.
Yep, and
So-
then rerolling ones because
rerolling
markers.
ones. Yeah. And then I think actually, we'll go into this later, but the Shaper actually gives reroll wounds of 1 as well. So now you're rerolling hits and wounds of 1.
So
Hitting on 3s.
say you're fighting against Imperial Guardsmen and your chafe is fighting their chafe. You're wounding them on 3s. Well, you might not be putting marker lights on Guardsmen, but say you hit them, you're wounding them on 3s, rerolling 1s when you're next to a Kroot Shaper, and you can still charge after that and have strength 4 against them in close combat. Again, wounding them on 3s.
Yep. Yeah,
So
there's a lot of things you can do to Kroot.
and you're only
Kroot make them
half a point
interesting.
more expensive than they are.
That's right.
Yep.
Yeah, and Kroot overall, I think because you can take 20 in a squad, I think it makes them really interesting, especially because they are troops choice. They are objective secured.
Yeah.
They are chaff, so you know you can throw them away. They're also great at like screening stuff out. So you know if somebody charges you, they got to charge your Kroot. Your Kroot are going to die first, which is fine.
Yep.
Because they're so cheap that you don't have to care about whether or not they die. So I think they're an interesting unit to look at. I don't know, they're probably not the best troop out there, but in terms of what you get for what you pay for, utilized correctly, I think they actually can be very good units.
So you're not going to run these over Fire Warriors. I'm pretty sure you're just not. However,
yes.
they make great auxiliaries. If you're like, okay, I can't really focus on that objective right now, but I can pile it through with Kroot and hopefully get the job done.
Yeah. And 20 bodies on an objective, really.
Yeah.
That's nothing to...
Even though they only have a
That's
6 up
right.
armor save and toughness 3,
Yeah.
you still have to deal 20 wounds to get rid of them
And
all.
if they get cover nowadays, you know, they can be -1 to hit. They can be a 5-up cover save.
Mm-hmm.
They have a stratagem that makes them a 4-up save because of the they get
Yep.
+1 to their cover on top of that.
Yep, they used to get bonuses for being in woods terrain, and now they just turned that into a
It's just a
stratagem.
flat stratagem, and it's not.
Yep.
Yeah. So Kroot, I think overall are a pretty interesting unit, and I think they can be effective. I would still like to see some tweaks done with them a little bit to make them a little bit more usable. So you can almost use Kroot as your baseline for your army, and then build onto that. But I do understand, because they are auxiliaries, why they're not the primary
Yep.
troop unit. It's just like cultists
Yep.
in a heretic Astartes army. You're not running cultists over heretic marines.
Yep.
I get it, but
But yeah, when they get
They're
their new codex and they start throwing out core, I'm not expecting Kroot to get the core key.
probably not.
No.
And another thing that's really funny about them too is I actually think they're the one unit in the Tau army that nobody hates. Everybody loves Kroot.
Everybody loves Kroot.
You ask anybody, you know, everybody hates Tau suck, Tau this. Tau gets so much flack. When you start talking about Kroot, I haven't met a single person that says, "Oh, I hate Kroot," because nobody hates Kroot. They're cool.
They're cool.
They're little beaky bird men with guns that shoot like Marines. It's you know, I can argue with that. So,
Yep.
but yeah, so that's it for Kroot. I think we're probably gonna wrap it up.
Yeah, we're going to wrap it up here and we'll do a part 2 for you.
Okay, so guys, again, thank you for showing up. We appreciate all your support. Again, we're going to do a part 2, and then we're playing a game on Tuesday.
Yep.
Part of the reason we were doing this was so that we could kind of a preview to our game. It's going to be Tau versus Necrons. So, again, like I said, we appreciate the support. Leave a like on this video if you enjoyed this. We will be back out with a part 2 to finish up the codex and walking through Psychic Awakening and the compendium for Forge World. And definitely, you know, subscribe if you haven't already, and then you know, slap the notification bell so you guys can get notifications for all of our other content. So we will see you guys again on Tuesday for the game, and then we will have the part 2 out shortly thereafter.
Sounds good.
All right.
Have a good day.
You guys take care.